Comme il est 11h02,
It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to private members' business, as indicated on the order of business.
Motion M206, an instruction to the Standing Committee on Health regarding level of fitness and physical activity of youth, standing in the name of Mr. Peterson.
et prise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Motion 206, which the NDP will be opposing. Although we view it as urgent to promote physical activity and reduce inactivity in Canada, just like they did with pharmacare, the Liberals prefer to study this issue, which has already been amply documented, rather than taking concrete steps for Canadians. If the member had done his homework, he would have realized that the questions raised in this motion were already dealt with in a report drafted jointly by federal, provincial, and territorial ministers on May 31st, 2018. Instead of reproducing a study that's barely 10 months old, the member should have encouraged his government to immediately implement the 46 recommendations of that report. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of St. Hyacinthe Bagot, we are fortunate to have extraordinary people taking part in the development of our youth through sports. These volunteers are dedicated and they generously give their time so that our young people can excel in their sport. The people of my riding are very enthusiastic. Many have been involved in sports for such a long time that they've handed down their enthusiasm to generations and generations of young people. I'm thinking of Louis Graveline, who for 50 years has been teaching judo. It's an honor for me to speak about Mr. Graveline here in the House. Imagine sharing his enthusiasm for over 50 years to generation after generation. What an accomplishment. His former students describe him as gung-ho, persevering, firm, and caring. I'm thinking of people like Normand Ménard, who have marked generations of children who are now adults as a phys ed teacher. He's done the equivalent of 3 times around the earth jogging. And speaking of jogging, in St. Hyacinthe for the past 25 years, we've had the Gérard Côté Challenge, which brings together the young and not so young, beginners and hardcore athletes. And it's an event that is a must in my riding. In Valois, the Acton Vale Challenge involves young and old and has been an event for 6 years now. I should mention the volunteer work of Michel Doré and the municipality of Acton, which every year highlights the accomplishments of exceptional athletes. I could mention many more people, Lucien Beauregard, François Morin, a figure skater in figure skating league, the provincial midget tournament, and the synchronized swimming team, which has distinguished itself repeatedly. We also have the privilege of being able to rely on volunteers who help nurture our passion for our national sport, which is hockey. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to announce to all my colleagues that St. Hyacinthe will be hosting a major sporting event which will allow the best hockey teams in the country to participate in a very competitive event. We also have outstanding hockey teams from St. Hyacinthe, and I'd like to highlight the amazing work that coaches have done. I'm thinking of Lucien Beauregard from the Pee-wee tournament, Francis Morin from the Minor Hockey League in St. Hyacinthe, and Christian Lucier, Sylvie Charbonneau, and the Festimag Organizing Committee, the Minor Hockey Association of Acton Vale, the St. Hyacinthe Hockey League, the Provincial Midget Tournament in Acton Vale, the Gaulois in St. Hyacinthe, Track Vale Hockey, Semi-Pro Acton, and Noé Marin, who's the trainer-in-chief of the women's team. We also have Danielle Goyette from Saint-Nazaire, who was admitted to the Hockey Hall of Fame in 2017. All of Quebec was honored because she's the first Quebec woman and the fourth woman ever to be enshrined in this Hall of Fame. The people of my riding are performing and winning medals all over the place. I'm very proud to share the prowess of people from my riding. These high-level athletes make Quebec and Canada shine. Julien Pinsonneau was the Canadian champion of snowshoe racing, and horseback rider Béatrice Boucher from Saint-Dominique keeps impressing us with her results. Last year, she won top prize for dressage and 3 medals, including the gold medal for the team in the category of young riders. And there's Annie Monique and Yvan Darcigny, who are Olympians. And then there are the future Olympians. And they have won many prizes internationally. There's Francis Charbonneau, who's a mixed martial arts champion. Jean-Sébastien Roy, who's a Canadian motocross champion. Sensei Guy Brodeur from the Martial Arts Center in 1985 became world champion. He won 2 medals. He was one of the pioneers in this discipline and has handed down his passion for the sport to young people ever since. We also have experienced trainers who teach and accompany our young athletes along their path. I'm thinking of clubs like Nos Patriotes of Saint-Joseph, Nos Dracars from the St. Hyacinthe High School, the Titans from Robert Ouimet High School, and we also have a badminton club. We are fortunate to have organizations that care about our young people. There's Jeunes en Santé, which is an organization that helps young people aged up to 17 to adopt healthy lifestyles. And I'd like to take a moment to salute the new coordinator, Jésabelle Legendre, who is taking over from Véronique Laramé, who worked with young people for 15 years. Thank you, Véronique, for your work, and welcome, Madame Legendre. We can also count on the Corporation de Loisirs and all those who work for them. In each neighborhood in Saint-Hyacinthe and in all the towns in my riding, there are coordinators, they're often women, who make sure that young people are active all year round, and especially in the summer. I'm proud to represent these high-level athletes and volunteers who are dedicated to sharing their enthusiasm for sport. Bravo to all of you, and you set a great example for everybody. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, that our communities didn't wait for this motion to take charge and get young people active. Healthy habits are at the very root of the commitments of the provinces and territories and have been for decades. So whether it's municipally or provincially or territorially, communities are already getting young people moving. All they're waiting for is for the federal government to chip in, and that was largely documented, that need, in a report that's barely 10 months old. 46 recommendations were made. They're waiting to be implemented by the federal government. So it's way past time to be studying healthy lifestyles. It's time to act and get young people moving. And the recommendations are clear. So for all these reasons, we will be voting against this motion because it's time to act now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity here to speak to a motion that I believe will touch all Canadians' lives in a positive way. Motion 206, the member for Newmarket Aurora has been just a tremendous champion and advocate for active living. I know through his family, his wife, and his kids, and the examples that they show in his community of Newmarket Aurora and how they participate, and then to be able to lift up all those many athletes and those that are achieving new goals in physical activity in his community, and to be able to roll that out, study that, and how that can have such a tremendous effect here on all of Canada, all Canadians. I think back to some of the commercials from our past, for those that are into their decades old. We used to have participation commercials where you used to have the 72-year-old Swede as compared to the 40-year-old Canadian. And it showed what a gap. They were at the same physical activity, the same level of health, but it was that the Swede was doing more active things. They were participating more. And it showed in terms of in less disease, better quality of life. And this is what M206 is all about. It's about closing that gap in a very comprehensive way, as the member has put forward. Not just about physical activity, but how the innumerable benefits that come through physical activity, socially, emotionally. You speak to many people that pick up a sport or just try an activity like walking or jogging or riding a bike or swimming, or the many different activities that are out there. And the one thing that they will tell you is that it lifts their self-esteem. Somebody being able to walk around the block the first day and then walk around 2 blocks, a week or 2 later, they feel that sense of accomplishment, that goal that they've reached. And that's why the government of Canada is so in support of Motion 206. It instructs the House Standing Committee to study fitness and physical activity levels in youth in Canada. And this study would provide an opportunity to examine the complex factors and conditions that influence youth participation in physical activity. Mr. Speaker, there's a vast majority of Canadians who don't get enough physical activity today. At least 8 out of 10 adults and 6 out of 10 children and youth do not meet the recommended guidelines for physical activity. Simply put, Canadians need to move more and sit less. As they grow up, Canadian youth participate less in sport, especially girls. While 79% of boys and 70% of girls participate in sport in adolescence, girls tend to drop out of sport at a much higher rate than boys. Moreover, if a girl has not yet participated in sport by the age of 10, there's only a 10% chance that she will be physically active later on as an adult. Understanding the reasons behind these trends is key to reversing them and in turn closing that gap. The proposed study will be an opportunity to hear a range of perspectives regarding this important issue, including the steps that the Government of Canada and its partners have taken to increase physical activity. For instance, the Public Health Agency of Canada, through its community-based initiatives, aims to increase physical activity amongst youth and families in partnership with non-governmental sector, private sector, and others. So the Public Agency of Canada has invested now $112 million, leveraged an additional $92 million, which is just terrific, from its amazing partners to support projects and address the common risk factors, including physical activity associated with major chronic diseases. And we know we are at an epidemic with diabetes. Some of these projects target children and youth. For example, the Apple Schools Foundation is leading an initiative called Transforming Healthy School Communities to improve health behaviors among children and youth in the school environment. Another project, Sharing Dance, led by the National Ballet School of Canada, provides creative dance opportunities for youth to get active. And alongside these projects, Mr. Speaker, the Public Health Agency of Canada has supported efforts to increase physical activity through programming that addresses healthy weights and mental health. And mental health is so important when it comes to physical activity. It has shown that, if someone participates in physical activity, not only the attributes of being able to be physical and the health attributes, but also social as well as mental. When we say mental, the ability where we see less bullying. And again, getting back to the self-esteem, somebody having higher self-esteem would also be an ability to shelter themselves from bullying, from others that may be sending negative signals, while participating in sport is for the most part about being a positive individual. In addition, in Budget 2018 announced new investments in support of increased physical activity amongst Canadians. So we provided $25 million more in funding over 5 years to Participaction, as we just spoke about. We're already seeing progress with this funding. Just a few weeks ago, Participaction launched an app that can help Canadians, young and old, track their activity levels and encourage them to be more physically active. So I encourage everybody to get on this app. This app's based on leading-edge technology, delivering tailored content to Canadians based on their needs and interests. In addition, you may have seen billboards and other creative media promoting Participaction's evidence-based prompts to help Canadians to move more and sit less more often. As Participaction campaigns notes, everything is better when you're active. And I can attest to that, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2018 also announced $47.5 million over 5 years and $9.5 million ongoing to expand the use of sport in social development in more than 300 Indigenous communities. Not only will this funding support increased physical activity, it recognizes the important connections between physical activity and other dimensions of our lives, such as mental well-being and social connection and academics, Mr. Speaker. I have been a part of a program, Running and Reading, and they have shown that if students go out for a run or get some physical activity before they do a test or before they read or immerse themselves in academia, they do so much better. This is it's conclusive. We know that it works, and this will have, again, immeasurable type of impacts on our society, on Canadians, on our youth. But I say that right through the continuum, right through adulthood and into your senior years, to be able to have that quality of life. So supporting 206 will provide an opportunity to learn more about how we can all work together on this important issue. No one organization or sector can work in isolation to tackle a problem of physical activity in this country, Mr. Speaker. And that's why the FPT ministers responsible for sport, activity, and recreation together released a policy framework to increase physical activity and reduce sedentary living in Canada, appropriately named the Common Vision for Increasing Physical Activity and Reducing Sedentary Living in Canada. Let's get moving. The Common Vision represents considerable collaboration by federal, provincial, territorial, health officials, the non-governmental sector, and Indigenous organizations to identify areas of common interest and action. The Common Vision identifies a number of areas for focus, such as cultural norms, spaces and places, leadership and learning. These areas of focus can help guide our collective action over the coming years. I know the member for Newmarket Aurora has been passionate about this. He has promoted this in his community, and he's brought this here to the House of Commons, this Motion 206, so that we can look at how can we deliver a vision that he has had for so long now to the rest of Canada, from coast to coast to coast. Everyone has a role to play. Communities, academia, the charitable not-for-profit sector, and the private sector must find ways to work together if we're to be successful in getting Canadians to move more and sit less, Mr. Speaker. An example of the importance of evidence is the 24-hour movement guidelines produced by the Canadian Society for Exercise Physiology with support of the Public Health Agency of Canada. The guidelines currently are available for children 0 to 4, children and youth 5 to 17, were produced using a latest scientific evidence, Mr. Speaker. These guidelines have adopted a novel approach which results in the integration of physical activity, sedentary behavior, and sleep. In other words, they place physical activity and sedentary living in the context of our daily lives. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the government is supportive of this study. It will provide an opportunity to learn from the many important investments, initiatives, and undertakings that have been made by the Government of Canada and its many valuable partners, working together to increase physical activity. Most importantly, this study will focus on increased attention on the issue that is most important to the well-being of all Canadians. I commend the member for Newmarket Aurora. Thank you. We wholeheartedly support Motion 206. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to speak in support of this Bill 206. This bill will go a long way towards helping Canadian families, and especially our youth, with getting up and active through participation in sport and other physical activities. I would also like to mention, too, to thank my colleague, the member for Simcoe Grey, for her hard work on dealing with the issue of sport, in particular in dealing with looking at her private member's bill, looking at tax credits, would further assist in getting Canadians active in today's world. As the Deputy Shadow Minister for Youth, Sport and Accessibility, it was my pleasure to see not only her PMB on tax credit, but also seeing this motion, and which I support, as it focuses on physical activity, and seeing it introduced into the House of Commons. Through sport, it enhances many variables. Health issues like obesity, diabetes, joint mobility, pain, arthritis, and more. It also positively affects physiology, fitness, goal setting, teamwork, dedication, positive self-esteem, friendships, psychomotor skills, and as well as new interests. Statistics show obesity is set to affect over 30% of the Canadian population by 2030, which is a very troubling number. Not only is obesity itself an issue, but we must also consider all the other negative health effects that obesity can cause. Diseases such as type 2 diabetes, as well as high blood pressure, can seriously affect a person's quality of life. The treatment of these diseases, which are widely preventable through good health and diet and exercise, also put an increased burden on our healthcare system and in turn on the taxpayer. Before becoming a member of Parliament, I was a chiropractor. During my time in practice, I saw firsthand the negative ways obesity can impact the human body, causing issues like cardiovascular problems, fatigue, joint pain, and sometimes limited mobility, not to mention the huge social impact of self-esteem. It is clear that something needs to be done to incentivize Canadians, particularly young Canadians, to keep healthy and active in order to avoid potential future problems. This bill will help to do just that, as it did in its previous iteration, as we saw before. Participation in sporting activities is a major challenge for families that are living day to day and paycheck to paycheck to attempt to keep their children active and fit. A small tax break, such as suggested by the member for Simcoe Grey, will be a helping hand and perhaps impetus to get involved. Not everyone can benefit from the kindness of others, of family or philanthropic endeavors to help pay to include their child in sport. In Saskatchewan, we have an organization called SAS Sport, which helps families out, and I had the pleasure within my community to participate by assisting some families that needed help through one aspect of their program, Kids Sport. The assistance comes from many means. Kids Sport's one program, others are Dream Broker program, Children in Sport, Aboriginal Sport Development, Parasport, Long-Term Athlete Development, Sport for Life. These programs focus on the concept that no kid should be left on the sidelines and all should be given the opportunity to experience the positive benefits of organized sport. They involve children and youth, those attending elementary schools, fundamental skill development programs, as well as focusing on increasing participation by First Nations and Métis communities. The assistance spans from community to high performance levels. They help build and create active and healthy communities through these programs by enabling nonprofit sporting organizations to deliver quality, sustainable programs, services, and events. Mr. Speaker, we know that the original Children's Fitness Tax Credit worked. Introduced in December 2006 and implemented in January 2007. According to the Department of Finance, 1.8 million Canadian families claimed the credit in 2014, which is 43% of all families with children. This is something we want to see and encourage to get more people involved and more active in sporting activities, and I believe 206 will assist in that manner. My colleagues on all sides of the House are able to attest to the expenses that come with putting your child in sports. My wife and I raised 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom were involved in athletics while growing up. Believe me, it isn't cheap. The cost of equipment alone for Canada's beloved sport, hockey, can be in the thousands, and figure skating can be triple that cost. Many Canadian families simply do not have that kind of money, so they are left with a choice. Do I put my children in sports, knowing the health and various other benefits it has, or do I pay my bills next month? We feel that no parent should have to make that kind of choice, and we know that a child fitness tax credit would definitely work to help mitigate that type of situation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the benefits of child and youth participation in sport and physical activity. The most obvious benefit would be to general physical health. As I previously stated, many diseases associated with diabetes can be prevented with diet and exercise. In 2014, the OECD reported that overweight and obesity rates in Canada were high, with almost 28% of 11 to 15-year-olds being considered overweight or obese. This is troubling, given that the OECD world average at the time was 19%. It is clear that from a physical perspective, our children and youth are not getting enough activity, and any incentive to improve upon that statistic should be pursued and implemented. We know that most times, healthy children grow into healthy adults, and it is up to all levels of government to assist in the pursuit of the physical health of Canadians. Participation in physical activity is also hugely beneficial for the brain and for mental health. In 2018, the Participation Report Card on Physical Activity for Children and Youth focused on this, outlining the connection between physical health and brain health. It states numerous benefits for physical activity for the brain, such as increased focus and attention spans, better performance in academic settings due to increased memory, lower levels of depression and lower levels of anxiety, and much, much more. In this day and age, when more children than ever are spending increased amounts of time looking at screens, we need to ensure that every option to participate in physical activity is given so that the next generation of Canadians can grow into healthy and happy adults. Mr. Speaker, my own personal experiences have also taught me a lot about how physical activity and participation in sport can positively affect children and youth, not just on the physical or mental health level. I coached hockey for many years in Saskatchewan. I saw firsthand how many life skills young athletes can pick up simply by being a part of a team or by participating in competition. These skills included things like leadership, teamwork, cooperation, self-esteem, sociability, and more. It was always amazing to see a young player start the season as a shy, introverted person and end it as a confident and more outspoken individual. I am proud to have been able to play some role in that transformation, and today I am proud to be speaking in support of an initiative that will help build these skills for Canadian children and youth well into the future. Earlier in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned the 2018 Participation Scorecard, and I'd like to go back to that for a moment. Each year, Participation assesses child and youth physical activity in Canada and gives it a letter grade. Unfortunately, the grade given for overall physical activity in 2018 was a dismal D+. That means that only 35% of 5 to 17-year-olds are meeting the physical activity recommendation within the Canadian 24-hour movement guidelines for children and youth. With obesity as a growing epidemic, paired with increased amounts of screen time for children and youth of all ages, these statistics are very concerning. Also included in that report is a specific grade given to government for the strategies and investments that they have implemented to encourage greater participation in physical activity for Canadian youth and children. The grade given in 2018 was a C+, which shows that there is absolutely room for improvement. We as legislatures need to pursue all avenues available for us in order to address issues like childhood inactivity, and that includes supporting initiatives such as this. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadian families deserve support from their government, particularly when it comes to keeping money in their pockets. The fact that 43% of all Canadian families and children utilize the original Children's Fitness Tax Credit proves that there is a need for government assistance in this specific area. Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that any type of financial assistance or any initiative would be great to help move people, increasing their levels of activity. I'm also extremely pleased and very happy to see the inclusion of disabilities in these motions. Mr. Speaker, as I stated before, we know and research shows that healthy children become healthy adults. By instilling good habits and practices such as regular physical activity in our children and youth, we are helping to grow a healthier, happier, and more productive Canada. That is something that I believe all members of this House can get behind.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora has the right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. As always, it's an honor and privilege to be able to speak in the chamber, and today I'm especially honored to have brought this motion to the House. Firstly, I want to thank all honourable members who spoke in support of the motion. Thank you to the member for Winnipeg Centre, the member from Brampton South, the member from Barrie, Springwater, Oro, Medonte, who all spoke at first reading, and today we heard from the member, and I'll add former Olympian, from Mississauga East Cooksville, and the member from Souris Moose Mountain. Thank you all for your support. I'm glad you share my concern for the importance of this motion. And I also want to, at this moment, Mr. Speaker, although I know my time is limited, thank all the organizations and individuals who have reached out to me during this process. I thank you for sharing your expertise with me, and I thank you for your commitment and passion to the important goal of improving the health of children. After all, Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that an active child is a healthy child. Organizations like Activate Aurora, the Nova Scotia Fitness Association, Active for Life, Participation, and Sport Matters all provided invaluable input to me. I also want to thank Lisa Bowes, who is now a child's author, who writes the books Lucy Tries Different Sports. She gave some invaluable advice, and I appreciate her commitment to this. Ted Jarvis and Glenn Young also reached out with their input, all experts in this field, and all agree that the federal government needs to play a role in order for us to reach our goals. I think, obviously, Mr. Speaker, it's important for the House to pass this motion. Everyone agrees physical activity levels are not where they ought to be. The benefits of active children are indisputable, and it is understood, and in fact, our understanding of the health benefits continues to grow and expand, especially the mental health benefits. There's integral a part of a healthy child as the physical component. Much work has been done in this regard, and the government's common vision contains many great recommendations, but it is not enough to get where we need to be. The 2018 Participation Report shows the areas where we are failing our children. Only 35% of children aged 5 to 17 are meeting the movement guidelines. This is unacceptable. We're not doing our job. There is much research also in regards to physical literacy and the harm that comes from too much screen time. The social benefits of having an active child continue to grow. All this work needs to be harnessed and mobilized by the Health Committee, who can then make prescriptive recommendations to the government. I personally have 2 young boys, Colton and Cash. I'm also the son of a phys ed teacher who unfortunately passed away in the months before I became an MP. He always encouraged me to be physically active, to try new sports, to play outside, and to have fun with my friends. I want my children, and all Canadian children, to be as active as possible. I want them all to have the same concept that physical play, and physical activity is good and ought to be pursued. Mr. Speaker, today, children who are growing up face a very different childhood than I did. Social media was not a factor. Bullying wasn't as rampant. Screen time wasn't the threat it is to the well-being of our children that it is today. We need to harness the research that is out there. We need to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that the federal government plays the role it ought to play. And I believe, for one, that the federal government does have a significant role to play in ensuring all Canadian children are physically active. All Canadian children have the opportunity to play outside, to play with their friends, to play with teams, to foster the skills, to form the skills that are fostered when they're pursuing these physical activities. Mr. Speaker, it would be unfair if all Canadian children didn't have the same opportunity at this, and that's why I think it's important that the federal government step up and continue to do its role. Active kids are healthy kids, and I urge all members to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Drouin, moved that the Standing Committee on Health be instructed to undertake a study on the level of fitness and physical activity of youth in Canada and provide recommendations and report on A, strategies to increase the level of fitness and physical activity for youth, B, les bienfaits économiques,
the economic, social, cultural, and physical and mental health benefits associated with increased fitness and physical activity among youth, and C,
the impact of increased fitness and physical activity in relation to anti-bullying, and D, that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than June 2019. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. I believe the yeas have it.
Don't stand up.
Is that what they're doing?
They're forcing
Okay, very good. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 27, 2019, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Suspended
Until
the call of the chair.
The House now stands suspended until the call of the chair.
You got to be in government to do that. You're a long ways from that.
Did you guys vote against the Canada Job benefit?
Yeah, you voted against the Canada Job benefit.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion regarding appearance of the Prime Minister before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Standing in the name, Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Raitt, moves that, given the Prime Minister's comments of Wednesday, February 20th, 2019, that the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights is the appropriate place for Canadians to get answers on SNC-Lavalin affair, and given his alleged direct involvement in a sustained effort to influence SNC-Lavalin's criminal prosecution, the House order the Prime Minister to appear, testify, and answer questions at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights under oath for a televised 2-hour meeting before Friday, March 15th. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the member for Milton. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the SNC-Lavalin affair has caught the attention of Canadians all across the country, and the reason is quite simple. It goes to the very heart of what makes Canada a just and democratic country. As I've already said here in the House, we are a rule of law country. And nobody, regardless of their status, wealth, or political relations, should get special treatment.
Quite simply, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen unfold over the last 2 weeks is a textbook case of corporate and government corruption. A story in which a corporate giant with deep pockets and deeper government connections tried to leverage its backroom influence to avoid a criminal conviction, and in which those in the Prime Minister's office it leaned on were all too willing to help. We now know exactly what happened. Privy Council Clerk Michael Vernick's testimony last week at the Justice Committee shone a whole new light on the entire affair. We know SNC-Lavalin successfully lobbied to have a special provision written into the criminal code that would allow them to escape criminal conviction on bribery charges.
We know the Director of Public Prosecutions independently decided not to invoke that provision. We know that the former Attorney General told her superiors within Privy Council office and the Prime Minister's office that she would not be using her authority to overturn that decision.
And, thanks to Mr. Wernick's testimony, we now know what happened after that. An unsolicited, coordinated, and sustained effort by the Prime Minister himself to get the former Attorney General to change her mind, to overrule the independent Crown Prosecutor, and let SNC-Lavalin off the hook anyway. It was unsolicited. The Attorney General did not seek input from the Prime Minister on her decision. Her decision was already made. It was coordinated. The Prime Minister dispatched his closest political advisor and his top civil servant to lean on her, impressing on her the, quote, consequences if she didn't give in to their demands. And it was sustained, with multiple attempts to secure a different decision from the Attorney General in the weeks and months since her decision was already made. It all adds up to the Prime Minister improperly, if not illegally, interfering in a criminal prosecution. Now, up until now, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has not given Canadians a clear account for his actions. Since the story first broke in the Globe and Mail almost 3 weeks ago, he's changed his versions of events multiple times. He smeared the former Attorney General's reputation. He blamed everyone, from his own staff to Scott Bryson, even trying to blame Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. Even after Mr. Wernick's testimony, which pulled the curtain back on just how deeply involved the Prime Minister was, he has remained evasive and elusive as ever. However, he can no longer avoid the fact that he himself was at the center of an unprecedented attempt to obstruct the course of justice.
Which brings us to my motion today. Mr. Speaker. It's time for the Prime Minister to exhibit some clarity, to be accountable, to answer for what he's done, and he has to do it at the Justice Committee. Mr. Speaker, the Justice Committee is studying the SNC-Lavalin affair. Initially, Liberals on the committee rejected our motion. 2 weeks ago, opposition members proposed an exhaustive list of 9 key witnesses to call, including several high-ranking officials in the Prime Minister's office and the former Attorney General. The Liberals on the committee, under strict orders from the government, said no to each and every one of them. The cover-up was underway, Mr. Speaker.
However, as public pressure continues to mount, the Liberals are slowly beginning to back down. The former Attorney General has been called to appear, which apparently will take place tomorrow morning. And as I said just earlier, Mr. Wernick's testimony last week brought clarity to just how high up this matter goes. Since their abrupt change of heart on the Justice Committee's work, the government can't stop singing its praises. Perhaps sensing a criminal investigation is coming, the government has a newfound confidence in the Justice Committee's ability to provide Canadians with answers on this affair. Vendredi dernier.
Last Friday, the government House leader stated in the House, "We have confidence in the work of Justice Committee members. I think they need to do their job."
Government House leader's words. And last Wednesday, the Prime Minister himself said in this chamber, and I quote, "I have tremendous confidence in the members of the Justice Committee who will be moving forward on the investigation on all sides." Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll take him at his word. But I've tabled this motion today because the Prime Minister and only the Prime Minister can provide answers to these questions. He has been implicated in this affair, and it's time for him to answer for it. Now, the Prime Minister promised that he would be different when he was asking Canadians for their votes. He said so right on the pages of the Liberals' campaign platform in 2015. I'll remind the honourable members who may not want to hear it now, but their own campaign document said, quote, "As the saying goes, sunlight is the world's best disinfectant. Liberals will shed new light on the government and ensure that it is focused on the people it is meant to serve, Canadians." After the election, he also said, "Openness and transparency will be our constant companions, and we will work to restore Canadians' trust in their government and in our democracy." Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians may have taken him at his word, but he has taken Canadians for fools with his actions in the last few weeks. I don't need to tell anyone on this side of the aisle just how badly this affair has harmed their reputation in the eyes of Canadians. Canadians feel betrayed. They're wondering how a Prime Minister who only 3 years ago came to power promising to be different has so quickly gone back to the old Liberal ways and so quickly demonstrated the kind of secrecy and hypocrisy that Liberals have become famous for. Mais, Monsieur le Président, avec cette motion,
But, Mr. Speaker, this motion gives the Prime Minister a chance to recover some of that lost confidence. I call on him to support this motion and to ask all the Liberal caucus to support it too. Canadians deserve answers, and he alone can provide them.
all members of the Liberal Party to do the right thing. We know that you're under tremendous pressure from political operatives within your own party who are trying to protect themselves, possibly from even facing criminal charges themselves. But you have an opportunity and a responsibility to do the right thing, to stand up for our independent system of justice, to prove that no one in Canada gets a special deal just because they're rich and powerful. There's one set of rules for every Canadian. You have the opportunity to do that today, and I invite you to do the right thing.
Before I go to questions and comments, I just want to remind the honourable members, and when addressing, maybe address through the chair and not directly, especially for some of you who are new at the game and don't understand how it works. I just wanted to point that out. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Regina Capel for his contributions this morning. I want to clarify one point and then ask him a question. The first point is that some mention was made of the of the testimony from the clerk of the Privy Council at committee last week. And what specifically the clerk said was, quote, at every opportunity, verbally and in writing, in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this decision was for the Minister of Justice to take. That's the end quote. The question that I have, Mr. Speaker, is that the committee has commenced a study, one. Secondly, the committee has called the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, two. The committee has also said that subsequent to hearing testimony, it will revisit the issue as to whether and which witnesses or subsequent witnesses to call. Given that lay of the land and the committee is undertaking this important study, I ask the member opposite why the distrust in allowing the committee to simply continue to do its work.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have enough time to explain to the honourable member why we on this side of the House, and indeed Canadians, don't trust this government to become transparent on this issue. What the Clerk of the Privy Council confirmed last week was explosive. It completely contradicted the line that the Prime Minister had been trying to convince Canadians with for the past few weeks. We are now into the third or fourth week of this affair, and the government still refuses to give simple answers to simple questions. The Clerk of the Privy Council confirmed that there was a sustained and coordinated effort to get the Attorney General to change her mind. He says that the Clerk said that the decision was with the Attorney General. She already made the decision. She said no. She said no. She was asked to overrule an independent prosecutor in the matter of an independent court proceeding, and she said no. So if the decision was hers and hers to make, I'd like to ask the honourable member, why did the Prime Minister go to work for the next few months to get her to change her mind?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Leader of the Opposition for his questions. In light of what he's said to us, the decision having been made by the Director of Public Prosecutions, and then subsequent efforts by the Prime Minister, by the Clerk, by people in the Prime Minister's office to change her mind, through you to the Honourable Member, could this possibly be anything but an attempt to interfere with the independent decision of first the Director of Public Prosecutions and then the Attorney General who refused to budge? Does he see this as an improper interference and violation of the independent role our Constitution requires the Attorney General to play?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That is a very excellent question that speaks right to the heart of this matter. We only have to look at the chronology to determine that something improper and perhaps even illegal was happening. The top prosecutor, the independent chief legal person who has the ability to make these determinations, ruled in her independent capacity that SNC-Lavalin did not qualify for one of these new special deals that Liberals had created. Many meetings took place between that company's lobbyists and government officials, all throughout meetings with the former Attorney General, attempting to get her to change her position to let the independent prosecutor continue on with her work. A key meeting in late December where the former principal advisor, Gerald Butts, met with the former Attorney General and talked about consequences. And perhaps the most telling detail of all, after refusing to give in to those demands from the Prime Minister's office, the former Attorney General was removed from her post. It is impossible to conclude that that pressure was not intended on getting a different outcome because she lost her job for standing up to those in the PMO that would try to subvert the course of justice.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill, a 30-second question and hopefully a 30-second answer, please.
Maclean's this weekend had an article that characterized the debate on this issue as such. Since its outset, the SNC-Lavalin issue has been framed as he said, she said. More accurately, the messy scandal arising from these allegations is he said, while she remains silent.
That's right.
To date, we've had the Clerk of the Privy Council say that there was pressure. Why is it so important for the Prime Minister to get before this committee and explain that that determination, what inappropriate pressure is not his to make?
Opposition Leader. 25 seconds or less, please.
That's an excellent question as well, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we are all looking forward to tomorrow's testimony. We hope that the former Attorney General will be allowed to speak. The Prime Minister still refuses to waive that privilege. The Clerk of the Privy Council indicated that there was no privilege protection for what went on there. We certainly find it interesting that the Prime Minister seems to ignore that. But honestly, to my colleague, we're past the point where new information could somehow change the direction on where this investigation needs to go. We know that there was sustained and applied pressure. That is inappropriate. That's why the Prime Minister needs to answer for it.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by saying very clearly, it is in the public interest that the Prime Minister be a witness at the Justice Committee and come clean. It is in the public interest that he say yes to this, and it is in the public interest that our colleagues across the floor vote in favor of this motion that we've put forward today. So why is it in the public interest? I'm very proud to sit on the Justice Committee, and so far what we have done is we've heard from some witnesses. We have heard from the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice. And in that meeting, what we heard was that the minister could not answer any questions because he was bound by solicitor-client privilege. He also claimed to be bound by cabinet confidence. But he also espoused numerous opinions here in this House as to whether or not something happened regarding undue pressure or pressure at all on the minister. But what I found most interesting that the witness in the Minister of Justice did not tell us in the committee meeting, but rather affirmed later, is that when the former Attorney General went to Cabinet to discuss her side of the story, the current Minister and the current Attorney General recused himself from that Cabinet meeting because he didn't want to hear what she had to say. If the current Attorney General didn't want to hear what the former Attorney General wanted to say, there is significant public interest in knowing exactly what kind of pressure there was building on the Attorney General. Otherwise, why would he be afraid or concerned of being in a conflict position, or maybe being in a position where he had a positive obligation to do something on behalf of the office of the Attorney General? Yeah. The second witness that we had that was of note was the Clerk of the Privy Council. Now, the Clerk of the Privy Council allowed us to gather more facts than we thought we were going to get, actually, in one sense. He certainly didn't believe that there was solicitor-client privilege at play. He also went beyond talking about what was alleged to be said and confirmed many things that happened in Cabinet for us. And that was very helpful. But what the Clerk also did, Mr. Speaker, was he told us of the series of meetings that happened, which was very interesting because it gave us certain dots to diarize in terms of putting together the story. But I don't think he gave us all the information. And the only person who has all that information is the witness who didn't make it on the list of the Justice Committee, and that is the Prime Minister. Right. And what have we heard from the Prime Minister so far? We have heard only from the Prime Minister in successive press availabilities, where his story, as the Leader of the Opposition pointed out, has changed multiple times. Now, what was interesting about his press conferences as they went on, we got a little bit more of information. Sometimes solicitor-client applied, sometimes it didn't. And at the end, although he gave minimalistic answers, whenever the press wanted to go deeper and understand the issue, get more facts and more context in order to maybe come to a conclusion as to whether or not there was influence, he would hide behind and cower under both solicitor-client privilege and sometimes under cabinet confidence. And I will be upfront and honest, I don't know whether or not when he said those things did he actually believe that those two principles were at play, because what we have seen happen in the press since is numerous legal opinions. It's been a great time for lawyers in this country, I have to say, in social media. But there have been numerous legal opinions written with respect to whether solicitor-client privilege applies or even does cabinet confidence apply. And that's an important fact as well. Mr. Speaker, today we are going to hear from a number of witnesses as well. In the first tranche of meetings, we are going to have a literature review of what the Shawcross principle is. and the usefulness of the deferred prosecution agreement will be discussed in the second hour. Both interesting, very interesting for lawyers who may want to have debates on those matters, but the reality of it is, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't really illuminate or get us to the situation where we find ourselves, which is utilizing the facts to determine whether or not whether or not the Shawcross principle, in fact, was not adhered to. And I will make a very bold prediction, Mr. Speaker, that in today's questioning of these witnesses, one of them is going to say that they simply do not have enough facts in order to render a clear decision on whether or not the Shawcross principle had been violated, because we don't have all the facts. Let's look at the meetings. September 4th, there's a letter to SNC-Lavalin from the Director of Public Prosecutions saying no. On September 17th, the clerk tells us that the clerk, the Prime Minister, and the former Attorney General had a meeting. In it, they did discuss the SNC-Lavalin matter, and supposedly the former Attorney General indicated that she would not be changing her mind and that she would not be succumbing to the pressure. Now, how do we know that? Well, the clerk has told us a story in Justice Committee, and the Prime Minister has given us bits and bobs of information in press conferences, and we haven't heard yet from the actual former Attorney General. But the Prime Minister's testimony is crucial and key in this. There are 3 people in that meeting. We need to hear from every single one of those people in order to ensure we know what happened. We fast forward, Mr. Speaker, to a December 5 meeting that happened between Gerald Butts, who's the former Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, and Jody Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Speaker, having been honored to be a former cabinet minister in this place, I can tell you that any meeting like that would have a readout sent back to the Prime Minister. We need to know what was in the readout to the Prime Minister, and only the Prime Minister can tell us that. On December 6th, the Prime Minister sent a letter to SNC and to the former Attorney General indicating this is all the problem of the Attorney General and you should go speak to her. We need to know what thought process and what conversations happened up to the moment where he signed that letter under his own signature. Mr. Speaker, we also had a meeting on December 17th, again, between the Prime Minister's office and the staff of the former Attorney General. Both of those folks would end up sending readouts back to their minister and to their Prime Minister, and we needed to know what happened there. And finally, December 18, the clerk had a meeting, telephone call, with the former Attorney General. There's no question that he gave a readout to the Prime Minister after that, because it seems to have formed the basis upon a shuffle that happened no more than 20 days later. Mr. Speaker, there's another reason why this is in the public interest. Shareholders of SNC-Lavalin have recently contacted a law firm in Windsor, Ontario. And what they are concerned about is the fact that SNC-Lavalin was given notification by the Director of Public Prosecutions on September 4th that she would not be granting a deferred prosecution agreement. But it wasn't until October 10th that SNC-Lavalin disclosed this matter. In that intervening time between September 4th and October 10th, shareholders of SNC-Lavalin were not made aware of the fact that the journey to get a deferred prosecution agreement had ended. Why that matters to us is the following. Who in the Prime Minister's office, what cabinet minister, or even did the Prime Minister give assurances to SNC-Lavalin that they would not have to disclose a material fact to their shareholders because they were going to sort it all out? There's an investigation that's going to be going on there. This is not a political matter. While I respect the Ethics Office and I respect the Justice Committee, we are far beyond that. We are now in the world of concerns about whether or not there is true representation and timely disclosure given by the company on a matter that could possibly take away 15% of their revenues. I would say that's a material fact for shareholders to know. But from September 4th in writing until October 10th in writing, no material disclosure happened by SNC-Lavalin on this point. We will not rest until the Prime Minister appears before this committee and tells us the truth. Canadians deserve it, shareholders deserve it, and we deserve it as an institution.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that there was no inappropriate pressure. And having said that, for 6 years, whether it was Stephen Harper or the current leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, they've had one focus, one agenda item, and that is to personally attack members of this government and to take what I believe a course that is not in the best interests of Canadians, while all the time this government remains focused.
Order. The acoustics in this hall are amazing, but I'm still having a hard time hearing the honourable member for Winnipeg North because of the shouting going on. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, because the Conservative Party says it's corruption doesn't make it corruption. They say that on everything, Mr. Speaker, related to this government. What's important to recognize is that this government continues to operate in what's in the best interests of Canadians and what's focus of jobs, of good, solid social programs, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. We know that there was no inappropriate pressure that was put on the minister, Mr. Speaker. We've heard that from numerous sources. It's only the opposition. Now, the leader of the opposition said, rich, corrupt, powerful corporation. My question to the member opposite is, why won't the leader of the official opposition tell us when he met with that so-called company, he doesn't want to share what he met and talked about? What other members of the Conservative caucus actually met with SNC also?
Honourable member for Milton.
I assure you that no members on this side that met with SNC could promise SNC that they were going to get the former Attorney General to change her mind. So don't worry about reporting it to shareholders. And you want to talk about public interest. The day on which SNC-Lavalin announced that they were not going to get a deferred prosecution agreement, the shares of SNC-Lavalin fell 15%. 15%, Mr. Speaker. So between September 4 and October 10, I wonder who sold and who didn't sell. I wonder who bought and who didn't buy. This is an issue that goes beyond the flapping around of the member on the opposite trying to blame Stephen Harper. This is a serious matter. It involves serious players and serious people, and the Prime Minister owes us an explanation.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Milton for her speech and her work with my NDP colleague, the member from Victoria, to try to get to the bottom of this, to try to get to the truth. We now know that pressure was applied. The former Attorney General wouldn't budge despite the tremendous pressure that was placed upon her by multiple people and multiple sources. But I'd like to ask her, because as a female parliamentarian, it's been impossible not to take note of the sexist undertones that have existed throughout this entire sordid affair. The smear campaign against the former Attorney General with racist and sexist undertones that played out on social media really took us aback, and I think we actually heard the Clerk of the Privy Council address that, although I think he went beyond where I believe his comments should have gone. He certainly was making note of the fact that we do have a social media where I was witness to liberal trolls who were pushing this message, who were discrediting the first Indigenous woman cabinet minister, Attorney General of our country. And so this concerns me. Cartoons of her being bound and gagged and chained. As a female parliamentarian, I'd just like to ask the member for Milton to comment on the sexism that we've been witnessing throughout this very sordid affair.
The member for Milton.
And I want to thank the honourable member from Essex for her incredibly truthful comments, because that's exactly what happened. But what I found interesting is, even though it took the Prime Minister 6 days to come to apologize, he apologized for everybody else except himself. Because if we will recall, the Prime Minister was the one who actually questioned her integrity when he said, I don't know why she resigned, and if she thought something was happening, it was her responsibility to do something about it, shifting the blame. He never apologized for that. He didn't apologize for saying that she was incompetent by alluding to the fact that she didn't get her job done. He also didn't apologize for alluding to the fact that she was emotional with respect to the matter. These things cut to the quick of female parliamentarians when they want to put forth their issues and they want to put forth what their points of view are and not be burdened by what we look like or how we speak or whether or not we did something in a fashion that they think was the way to go. And I would say one other thing to the member as well. I do believe that that was a deliberate attempt to make sure that the former Attorney General thought twice about coming forward and saying anything. And you know what ended up happening? Well, we have ourselves a problem, don't we? 2 high-profile resignations and a mess with the securities in this country.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to some of the matters raised by the member opposite's motion. I just want to commence my statements by 2 comments, which are simply to underscore the important contributions that have been made to government and the government of Canada by 2 very distinct Canadians, one being the member for Vancouver-Grenville, whom has served as the Minister and Attorney General, as well as the Minister of Veterans Affairs, and the terrific and incredible contribution she has made. As well, I would reiterate in the purpose of contributing to today's debate, my own personal alarm about the comments that were made about the member from Vancouver-Grenville in terms of the attacks that were made about her and her character. And secondly, the contributions that have been made by the Principal Secretary, the former Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister in terms of his belief in public service and dedicating his work to the cause of all Canadians. Now, what I want to start with, Madam Speaker, in terms of my substantive submissions is we know that there are already 2 processes underway that are investigating the alleged allegations referenced in the motion. The House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights began hearing witnesses on this issue on Thursday, February the 21st, in response to a motion that was initiated. The Ethics Commissioner is conducting an investigation as we speak that was also initiated by members of the opposition. There is every reason to believe that these 2 vehicles, these 2 mechanisms, one composed of Canada's elected representatives and one representing a nonpartisan perspective, are up to the task of considering the very questions that are being asked by Canadians and being asked by the members on the other side of the aisle. With that in mind, Madam Speaker, I think it would be beneficial to begin in discussing the roles, responsibilities, and powers of the Justice Committee in their review of this matter, in addition to what the committee has already heard and what witnesses they will be hearing from. Comme d'autres grandes assemblées délibérantes,
As with other large deliberative assemblies, the House of Commons has taken advantage of the greater flexibility available in committees to carry out functions that can be better performed in smaller groups, including the examination of witnesses and detailed consideration of legislation, estimates, and technical matters. Committee work provides detailed information to parliamentarians on issues of concern to the electorate, and as we well know, often provokes important public debate. In addition, because committees interact directly with the public, they provide an immediate and visible conduit between elected representatives and Canadians. Committees are extensions of the House, created by either standing or special orders, and they are limited in their powers by the authority delegated to them. For House of Commons committees, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs establishes a list of members of the various standing committees at the start of each session and during the course of a session if necessary. This list takes effect once it is approved by the House. As stipulated in the standing orders of the House of Commons, most standing committees have 10 members. Party representation on committees reflects the party standings in the House. Committees can gather the information necessary for their studies in a number of ways, including by hearing testimony during meetings, accepting briefs, written opinions, requesting the production of documents, organizing roundtables, or visiting locations. Most often, committees gather information on a particular subject by hearing from witnesses and consulting briefs. With the exception of standing joint committees and certain standing committees, the standing orders set out a general mandate for all standing committees. They are empowered to study and report to the House on all matters relating to the mandate, management, organization, and operation of the departments assigned to them by the House. More specifically, Madam Speaker, They can review and report on the statute law relating to the departments assigned to them, the program and policy objectives of those departments, and the effectiveness of their implementation thereof, the immediate, medium, and long-term expenditure plans of those departments, and the effectiveness of the implementation thereof, and an analysis of the relative success of those departments. In addition to this general mandate, other matters are routinely referred by the House to its standing committees, such as bills, estimates, order and council appointments, documents tabled in the House pursuant to statute, and specific matters which the House wishes to have studied. In each case, Madam Speaker, the House chooses the most appropriate committee on the basis of its mandate. The House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights has the power to review and report on the policies, programs, and expenditure plans of the Department of Justice, which has the mandate to support the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, the Chief Law Officer of the Crown. The committee also has the power to study the policies, programs, and legislation of the following entities: Canadian Human Rights Commission, Office of the Commissioner for Federal Judicial Affairs Canada, Supreme Court of Canada, Courts Administration Service, Administrative Tribunal Support Service of Canada, Public Prosecution Service of Canada. In particular, the committee may review proposed amendments to federal legislation relating to certain aspects of the criminal law, family law, human rights law, and the administration of justice, notably with respect to the following statutes: the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, the Divorce Act, the Civil Marriage Act, the Canadian Human Rights Act, Madam Speaker, the Judges Act, the Courts Administration Service Act, and the Supreme Court Act. The Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights may also undertake studies on subjects related to its mandate, either as referred to it by the House of Commons or on its own initiative. For example, they recently conducted a study on juror mental health, and prior to that, they conducted a study on human trafficking in Canada. In the course of a study, the committee holds public meetings, considers evidence from witnesses, and reviews written submissions and other authoritative documents. In the case of their human trafficking study, they also traveled across Canada to hold private sessions with witnesses who were uncomfortable testifying in a public forum. This enabled them to hear from witnesses that they otherwise might not have been able to hear from, but whose testimony was crucial to their study. At the conclusion of a study, the committee usually reports its findings and makes recommendations. The committee may request a government response within 120 days.
Mr. Speaker, as we know, the committee recently met on Thursday, February the 21st, and heard from the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, as well as the Deputy Minister of Justice and Deputy Attorney General of Canada, Madame Nathalie Drouin, as well as the Clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Michael Wernick. All of these witnesses provided helpful information to that committee to assist it and Canadians generally to understand the scenario addressed in the member's motion that we are debating today, in addition to the roles and responsibilities of the Attorney General of Canada. For example, when asked if it would be appropriate for the Prime Minister and for officials to discuss the matter in question with the Attorney General in his testimony confirmed, quote, "These kinds of conversations would be appropriate," end quote. Mr. Wernick, as clerk, reiterated this view in his own testimony later the same day. When asked about conversations with Cabinet colleagues in his role as Minister of Justice and Attorney General and whether they were appropriate, the Attorney General answered, quote, absolutely, end quote. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has indicated, he is seeking the counsel of the Attorney General of Canada regarding the issue of solicitor-client privilege. The Attorney General has assured Canadians that he is seized with the urgency of this matter and is seeking the best approach to provide transparency to Canadians and fairness to the former Attorney General in a way that does not compromise solicitor-client or litigation privilege. To that end, solicitor-client privilege is an exceedingly important part of Canada's legal system, and it should only be waived in the appropriate circumstances. It is a protection that allows lawyers across this country, many of whom find seats in this very chamber, but it allows such individuals around the country to engage on the toughest issues known in law and provide their clients with candid and comprehensive advice. This includes the current Attorney General of Canada, who is the government's lawyer. The Attorney General must be allowed to provide that advice to the Prime Minister and would be unable to do so in a candid and comprehensive manner if solicitor-client privilege were waived. As the former Attorney General herself has stated, the member from Vancouver-Granville, the issue of solicitor-client privilege is complex and layered. That is why the current Attorney General is studying carefully the very best approach to provide transparency to Canadians and fairness to the former Attorney General in a way that does not compromise solicitor-client privilege, litigation privilege, which is important to underscore, Mr. Speaker, as there are currently not one but two pending litigation matters involving SNC-Lavalin currently before Canadian courts. Madame Nathalie Drouin, the Deputy Minister of Justice and Deputy Attorney General of Canada, helpfully explained in her testimony before the committee last week that, quote, the Attorney General is supported by the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecution. Please note that the DPP is also a Deputy Attorney General of Canada, and the DPP is responsible for initiating and conducting federal criminal prosecution on behalf of the Crown, end quote. During his important testimony before the committee last week, the Clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Michael Wernick, who I previously referenced, indicated that on February 12th, the Director of Public Prosecutions issued the following statement that can be found on the Director's website. What Mr. Wernick said is, quote, I'm confident, citing the DPP, Mr. Wernick said, I'm confident that our prosecutors in this and every case exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration, end of quote. And that is Mr. Wernick citing the Director of Public Prosecutions. The testimony of Mr. Michael Wernick was especially helpful in light of his decades of service as a senior public servant under both Conservative and Liberal governments. As the Prime Minister has stated, this quote leaves him well positioned to understand what our institutions are grounded in and make sure we are doing the right things as a government. He is someone we need to heed very carefully when he chooses to express himself publicly, end quote. Mr. Wernick went on at that committee hearing, and I will reiterate it for the purposes of the record for today's debate. He stated, quote, if you boil it down for Canadians as to what is going on here with the facts that we have and all of the facts that I know from my participation in meetings and conversations, we are discussing lawful advocacy, end quote. He went on to say, again, I'm quoting Mr. Michael Wernick, the Clerk of the Privy Council of Canada, the most senior civil servant in this country, quote, I can tell you my view very firmly is that the conversations with the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada were entirely appropriate, lawful, legal, end quote. Mr. Speaker, we know that after their in-camera meeting of February the 19th of this year, the Justice Committee announced that they will be calling the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, the member for Vancouver-Granville, as well as several academics to appear before them and give testimony. Those hearings are expected to take place this very week. The committee may well then decide to hear from more witnesses, as is their jurisdiction and their purview under our government. Committees are masters of their own agenda. Committees of this House do exemplary work. Everyone in this chamber recognizes that because everyone in this chamber, save for cabinet members, participate in that committee work. We are confident that the committee hearings will continue to be thoroughly and fairly conducted and will provide Canadians with the answers and information that they seek. Mr. Speaker, in the remaining portion of my time, I want to address the Ethics Commissioner investigation. I want to turn briefly now to that study that will be conducted by the Ethics Commissioner. Under the Conflict of Interest Act, a member of the Senate or House of Commons who has reasonable grounds to believe that a public office holder, which includes the Prime Minister, has contravened the Act, may, in writing, request that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner examine the matter. In conducting this kind of investigation, the Commissioner has many powers. First of all, the power to summon witnesses and require them to A, give evidence, which can be orally or in writing, under oath or affirmation, and B, he can require them to produce any documents and things that the Commissioner considers necessary. For the purposes of enforcing these powers, the Commissioner has the same powers as a court of record in civil cases. The subject of the complaint also has the opportunity to make submissions to the Commissioner. Le commissaire est détenu.
The Commissioner is required to provide the Prime Minister with a report setting out the facts in question as well as the Commissioner's analysis and conclusions in relation to the request made by a parliamentarian. The report is to be provided to the person who made the request. The Commissioner may not include in the report any information that he or she is required to keep confidential, unless the information is essential for the purposes of establishing the grounds for any conclusion in a report. Mr. Speaker, as I have explained, these two processes are already underway. Both are investigating the allegations raised by the motion that is before us today. I am convinced and I'm entirely confident that the two processes will be thoroughly and fairly conducted and will provide Canadians with the answers and information they seek. There is every reason to believe that these two groups are up to the task of considering the questions that are being asked. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Pleased to congratulate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the quality of his French and all the effort he put on. I really appreciate. Monsieur le Président, je suis très...
Mr. Speaker, I'm also sure that the Parliamentary Secretary shares our vision that we need all the truth. And for this, we need the key characters to give evidence. And now will the Parliamentary Secretary agree that in the beginning, they weren't going to allow the Attorney General to appear in committee. But now we will hear from her tomorrow. And last Thursday, we heard from Canada's top civil servant, the clerk of the Privy Council, who gave evidence which gave us an entirely new look at what happened. And then the Director of Public Prosecutions was there, and we heard about the lobbying that SNC-Lavalin conducted. There was a meeting between the Prime Minister's Principal Secretary and the former Attorney General. So you had the top civil servant who talked about 3 events where there was pressure exerted. Mr. Speaker, the best way to get to the bottom of this is to know whether the Attorney General had to deal with pressure from the Clerk of the Privy Council, from the Principal Secretary, and the Prime Minister himself. The Prime Minister will have to speak clearly to Canadians in committee. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. First of all, thank you for your kind comments on the quality of my French. I think it's always important to emphasize our nation's official bilingualism. And I'd like to thank him for his contributions to this debate. First of all, we have from the Justice Committee that they have decided to hear the testimony of various persons, including the former Minister of Justice, former Attorney General. The clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Wernick, before committee, he gave the same answers which were given by the Director of Public Prosecutions. He said that what was done was appropriate. And what he underscored was that it wasn't simply the fact that this kind of conversation was appropriate. He also specified, and I quote, the clerk specified that at every opportunity, and I quote, the Prime Minister clearly said that this was a decision to be taken by the Justice Minister, end quote. With this kind of testimony, which the committee has already heard, it is up to the committee to undertake their study themselves.
Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his speech. He's spoken about the importance of two processes that are underway. The first, the Justice Committee, and the second, the review and inquiry by the Conflict and Ethics Commissioner. Now, at the Justice Committee, he talks about how that committee is, quote, master of its own agenda. But, of course, the Liberals have a majority on that committee, and Canadians need to know that when we tried to get more witnesses to attend, including Jerry Butts, including Mr. Bouchard and Jessica Prince, they voted that down, saying let's wait and see what the former Attorney General has to say. And as to what she can say, the new Attorney General came and said that solicitor-client privilege is very complex. The member just said today we're still studying that, et cetera, et cetera. So it's hard for us to understand, since the clerk himself, after 30-some years of experience, said in an answer to myself that he concluded that solicitor-client privilege didn't even apply in these circumstances. So it's very, very murky as to how the Justice Committee is going to get to the bottom of this. And as for the Conflict Commissioner, we know very well that the complaint is about Section 9, where a decision of another person to improperly further another person's private interests are at stake, which may not even apply in these circumstances at all based on past practice. So wouldn't he agree, Mr. Speaker, we need a public inquiry to get to the bottom of this?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member opposite for his contributions to today's debate, his contributions generally in this chamber, but also his significant contributions at the Justice Committee. In terms of responding to what was just raised, first of all, it's absolutely correct. There is a majority of government members at that committee, as there is at the majority of most committees in this chamber. That is set, as I mentioned in my opening statements, pursuant to the rules of the chamber, which is that the representation in committees reflects representation in the chamber. What I would indicate to the member opposite, and he would know this very well, as I mentioned earlier, that there are many lawyers in this chamber, is that Mr. Wernick gave a response in committee. That response speaks for itself. What I would say, however, is that the former Attorney General has said, quote, it is layered and complex when you assess issues of privilege and confidence, because there's not just one issue at stake, there are actually four. The first is solicitor-client privilege, and we've heard the member opposite in that regard, and Mr. Wernick. But the second is the duty that any lawyer owes to their client, second point. The third is the issue of cabinet confidence, third point. And the fourth is the issue of litigation privilege. As I mentioned earlier, there are two ongoing court cases. All four of those components need to be assessed, evaluated, and analyzed before a robust and accurate understanding can be made and can be interpreted in terms of what applies here and what can be disclosed to the public. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, we keep hearing in this House from members that committees are independent. That's simply not true. At every committee of this House, whip staff are in attendance to make sure that members are in compliance. And we also have a situation where on February 13th, Liberal members of the Justice Committee openly admitted that a member of the government, the House Leader, her office openly coordinated with Liberal members the appearance of witnesses in front of the committee. So clearly, committees of this House are under the thumb of the government. And that's why we need an order of this House to ensure that the committee hears from the Prime Minister. And I'd remind members of this House that's, in my view, it's a violation of parliamentary privilege, a violation of members' rights for any member of the government, of the cabinet, to even communicate to a member of a committee about the business of a committee. And I quote from page 265 of the 24th edition of Erskine and May, where it says, "The chairman of a select committee had exceeded the bounds of propriety in participating in a conversation with a government whip about matters within the committee's remit." Mr. Speaker, we are far from that independence of a committee in this place. And that's why we need this order of the House to be adopted, to ensure that the committee does its work and holds the government accountable, gets to the bottom of this mess, because it's clear to members of this House, to me, the committee is under the control of the majority and under control of the House Leader's office and the Whip's office. And that's why I encourage Liberal members to support this motion, Liberal members who are not part of the government. I encourage 6 or 7 of them to join with us to support this motion to ensure that the Prime Minister is brought in front of committee to get to the bottom of this matter.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and a few responses to that intervention by the member opposite. First of all, the statement that he's referring to, which arose from the earliest iteration of the Justice Committee hearings during the constituency week, was actually clarified by the member from Edmonton Centre in French later on during those very same hearings. So I would urge the member opposite to consult that part of the Hansard. I'll confess to say I've got a tremendous amount of respect for the member opposite and his contributions in this chamber, but I do find it a little bit particular and perhaps even a bit rich for that comment to be coming from that member, because the track record actually of the previous government was to completely manhandle and manipulate committees using parliamentary secretaries such as myself for that purpose. And in fact, that is precisely why we campaigned on a platform to change the role of parliamentary secretaries, and why parliamentary secretaries such as myself are much more constrained in their behavior. And if evidence is needed on the part of the other side as to the liberties of individual government members to vote as they see fit, we can look to the actual results of the vote on the motion previously presented by the New Democratic Party, in which there was some dissenting government voices that were heard. Thank you.
I just want to remind the honourable members that while someone is speaking, shouting across the floor to them doesn't make it easy to hear them. I'd like to hear what's going on. I'm sure others in the room would like to hear that as well. So just a small reminder, and also, if you're shouting at someone and you're holding your hand like that, I think the speaker knows it's you speaking. So just a little bit of information out there for you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in support of the motion before us to compel the Prime Minister of Canada to appear before the Justice Committee to answer questions in this affair, which has, of course, grown and changed over the last couple of weeks in quite dramatic ways. I'd like to begin by indicating what I would like to say in my remarks by way of outline. I'd like to provide a little bit of history about how we got here and the changing narrative of the government side. I would then like to talk again about the role of the independent Attorney General and how precious that is in our democracy. I'd like to try to then refute the argument that somehow everything is fine because the Conflict and Ethics Commissioner is going to have carriage of this. And then lastly, talk about the whole deferred prosecution agreements or remediation agreements that have been put into the criminal code quite recently, only coming into force in September of last year, and which, of course, are at the center of this issue. So with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about the sequence of events that have led here. A Globe and Mail story reported that there had been apparently pressure put on the former Attorney General in respect of a criminal prosecution. The Prime Minister's immediate response, and there were many, but the first was that he did not direct her to do a particular thing. Now, that wording is important because I think it's common ground between the government and the opposition that directing an independent Attorney General to do something with a criminal matter is wrong. It is, in fact, unconstitutional, violating one of the key constitutional conventions of our democracy, and that is that we have the right to an independent, not political, decision-maker when a person is going to be subject to criminal charges. It appears that he started by saying he did not direct her to do certain things. But of course, that was never the story in the first place. The story was that she was pressured to do certain things. And I'll come back to that. And then, of course, we had the clerk appear last week to say, no, there was vigorous debate, but yet there was simply lawful advocacy, no inappropriate pressure. Now, why this matters, as I'll develop in a moment, is there's a convention, a decision, if you like, called the Shawcross Principle, generated in 1951 by a Labour Attorney General in the United Kingdom, that talked about the line that cannot be crossed. And that's, by the way, now part of Canadian law and is referred to as the Shawcross Principle. And that line is, it's absolutely appropriate and, in fact, sometimes very desirable to have the Attorney General discuss matters with his or her cabinet colleagues, but the final decision has to be his or her decision alone. And that is the line. And so the question before us is whether or not there was pressure that crossed that line, which of course comes to what happened. On September the 4th, Mr. Speaker, an independent person called the Director of Public Prosecution communicated to a company called SNC-Lavalin that there would not be a deferred prosecution agreement, that they were going to proceed in her decision with a prosecution of this matter in criminal courts. Thereafter, it appears that the Attorney General, who has the ability under the statute to reverse that, to give a direction, if you will, to that person, decided not to budge. You know, I don't think the law even applies here, as I'll describe in a moment, but even if the law did apply in these circumstances, it's not my judgment that it ought to be, there ought to be a deferred prosecution agreement in these circumstances. Her decision alone. Then what happened? On September 17th, this issue came up in Cabinet with the Prime Minister. We've heard testimony to confirm that. On December the 5th, the Prime Minister's powerful Chief of Staff, Jerry Butts, confirms that there was a meeting at the Chateau Laurier where this issue was discussed again. Remember, Mr. Speaker, the decision of the independent Director of Public Prosecution had already been made. It was not to be changed, said the Attorney General. On December the 18th, there was a meeting between Katie Telford and Jerry Butts of the Prime Minister's office and the Chief of Staff to the former Attorney General on this topic. And then on December the 19th, the clerk told us at committee, the most powerful public servant in the country, Mr. Wernick, that he needed to, quote, check in with her and just to give her context in a phone call. And then, you know, we had Christmas, as we usually do in December, and then there was a cabinet shuffle. And Mr. Bryson decided that he would leave, as we all know. There were only a couple people affected by that cabinet shuffle, one of whom was the former Attorney General, who was removed from that position and, as everyone knows, shortly thereafter resigned from the cabinet. The issue is whether there was inappropriate pressure upon the Attorney General of Canada. Mm-hmm. And if there was, there are those who would argue that there is an obstruction of justice when there's an interference reasonably perceived by an objective person with the administration of justice. That's obstruction, Mr. Speaker. It's a serious criminal charge. We need to get to the bottom of it. So the question then becomes, with that in mind, was there inappropriate pressure? Was that line I talked about crossed? Well, let's just examine it for a moment. First of all, it would appear to a reasonable person that the former Attorney General did feel that pressure existed. Imagine how many times this issue came up after the final decision was made. Imagine how many different people, both in the bureaucracy at the highest level and the Prime Minister's office at the highest level, tried to speak to her about this issue. What part of no don't you understand, I hear her saying. I wasn't there. The clerk felt he could advise us that, in fact, there was no inappropriate pressure. But with the greatest of respect to an honorable senior public servant of great experience and service to Canada, how does he know? Was he there at every one of those meetings I've met? You know, there were 50 meetings with people from SNC-Lavalin and people. There were 18 meetings with the Prime Minister's office alone. Now, he wasn't there, nor was he there when meetings with the Attorney General were taking place, out of earshot, at the Chateau Laurier, who knows where. So with great respect, A, he doesn't know, and B, he isn't the former Attorney General and can't tell us what she felt and inferred from that conduct. And let's look at the objective standard of whether this line was crossed. So many different people, so many different conversations, so much relentless advocacy to change a position. And you know what? What about the consequences for not doing so? She's gone.
Exactly.
The government doesn't like to hear the word fired, so I'll say removed from that role. I guess there were consequences. Some would infer from that undue pressure. I would, but I want to hear from her. Which takes us to the Justice Committee. The Parliamentary Secretary made much of the fact that this independent, master of its own procedure committee is going to get at the bottom of this. Well, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, we tried to do so. We tried to get other people than simply the former Attorney General to come, and we were swatted down like flies. Maybe they said, after we've heard from her, we might allow you to hear from the other people. The only other people that can tell the other side of the story, Mr. Speaker, you'd think they would want that if they felt there's nothing going on here.
Exactly.
But they don't seem to want that. So maybe there's another theory. Maybe the straw that broke the camel's back in the mind of our former Attorney General was that this government continued to have a yawning gap between the rhetoric and reality of Indigenous law reform. And it's no secret that the former Attorney General was pushing hard on that. She made a number of speeches that seemed to suggest she was unhappy with that. And maybe this, frankly, clumsy effort to pressure her in this matter and then to have her removed was the straw that broke the camel's back. I simply do not know. Now, then we heard this morning from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that, and as the Prime Minister has said on many occasions, and the clerk as well at the committee said, don't worry, we're going to have an inquiry by the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner, and that is going to be good enough. Well, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, it won't be good enough because it's almost certain that will not be found to be anything wrong in these circumstances, not because of the facts, but because of the wording of Section 9 of the Conflict of Interest Act, under which the Commissioner has said he will do an investigation. Mr. Dion, the investigator, said that as follows: I have reason to believe that a possible contravention of Section 9 may have occurred. Section 9 prohibits a public office holder from seeking to influence a decision of another person so as to improperly further another person's private interests. That's what he said he's going to look at. But, Mr. Speaker, here's the punchline. All the other cases that have ever been decided by Mary Dawson and others in the former commissioner have said that there's nothing in the Act to suggest political interests are to be included in the concept of private interest. If it's money, okay. But if it's other things, no. So there's very little likelihood that that's going to lead Canadians any closer to the truth we must have in these circumstances. And frankly, it's not about the Prime Minister and the interests. It's about whether there was an interference with the independent role of the Attorney General. What about these deferred prosecution agreements, Mr. Speaker? That was what was at stake here. And I have to say that there is a great deal of writing as to whether these agreements would even be applicable in these circumstances. Now, I've mentioned that they've not been used because they're brand new. They were put into an omnibus budget bill. Kind of sounds like the Harper government, but the end of a big budget bill, we finally got a couple sections thrown in. I was on the Justice Committee. We had a half an hour, an afternoon on this particular section. I can assure you the words SNC Lavalin were never mentioned. We had no idea that that was what was at issue here. These things were described as important changes to deal with white-collar crime. And, Mr. Speaker, they do have a place to, they do have a role to play in our system, but they may not be applicable here because you have certain conditions that are set out in the criminal code before they can apply, such as there has to be you have to voluntarily disclose your wrongdoing, you have to admit corporate responsibility, you have to make reparations to people and so forth. And you know, maybe there was just no way that this square peg fit in that round hole. It may just be that there was no way that these even applied. So what would you expect an Attorney General to do? Oh, I'd love to help you, but in fact the law doesn't allow it. And the punchline as well is under the Foreign Corrupt Practices legislation that Canada has, if it's simply a matter of, if the defense is it's going to be harmful to our national economic interest, then they're not applicable. But the whole lobby from SNC-Lavalin, this gigantic 50 times they met people lobby, was to try to tell us about the national economic interest. So for a number of reasons, people are wondering whether whether the former Attorney General was being asked to do something that was simply not possible. In fact, illegal. Now, what were they trying to do if that was the case, Mr. Speaker? Were they trying to get something done that was illegal, or were they trying to get the law changed so we can fix it? And today we read in the Globe and Mail maybe the answer. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, if you are found guilty of bribery or fraud abroad, then you cannot do business with the Government of Canada for 10 years. But don't worry, it appears that help is on the way. We're going to change that, and we're going to say maybe we'll give some discretion to some public servant to kind of, you know, change that 10-year to maybe 6 months, or a slap in the wrist, or something. So, you know, if we can't do it one way, if we can't pressure an Attorney General perhaps to change things, we'll find another way to fix it. And, Mr. Speaker, it's serious, because Transparency International in their 2018 report just reported that Canada is lagging our fellow OECD countries in this issue. We're not doing the job. We've regressed, to use the words they put in their recent 2018 report. So it's serious. It's serious. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister has talked about the importance at the OECD and others. Canada has talked about how we're, you know, right behind efforts to get at international white-collar crime and bribery abroad and the like. We're with you all the way. We're with you all the way. Well, maybe this was just another broken promise. And maybe that's what the former Attorney General was thinking when she resigned. They promised modest deficits when they ran. Broke that promise. In my part of the world, they promised to redo the process that gave us this dreadful project that is going to do serious harm to southern resident killer whales and the indigenous way of life on the coast. They promised to, quote, redo that. He came to my riding and said that. I was there. Didn't do that. Promised to change the electoral system. You remember that, Mr. Speaker? I think it was several hundred times we heard that promise, that the last election, last one that will be under the first past the post system. Now, of course, they changed their mind on that as well. But the one that I think Canadians have a right to care about the most, the promise that probably was the most important if you stand back from it in a democracy, the one that certainly got my attention was their commitment to openness and accountability. I completely was in favor of that. I did a lot of work in my earlier part of my life on freedom of information. I believed him. I wanted to believe the government. It's time to shine more light on government, it says in the Liberal campaign program. Openness and transparency will be our constant companions. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have a little openness and transparency at the Justice Committee. I'd like to have an opportunity to hear from the protagonists of this important debate, the people in the Prime Minister's office, the former Attorney General. But I can tell you I'm not very optimistic, because although Mr. Wernick, 37 years in the public service, concluded, he told me in an answer I posed, that Solicitor General-client doesn't apply here. It's not about litigation privilege. It's, you know, solicitor-client privilege is about where a lawyer gives advice to a client and has to go to the grave with any secrets that he or she hears in advising that client. Lots of lawyers say that it's just simply not applicable in these circumstances, because we're not talking about advice. We're talking about whether you were browbeaten in the exercise of your authority as an Attorney General. That's the issue here. Litigation privilege, look, there's 2 lawsuits. One is a case in Montreal, I believe, which has to do with fraud and bribery. Well, there's nothing to do with that here. Nothing. Not a thing. So don't talk about litigation public privilege with the Attorney General of Canada. And the second one is what most lawyers that do administrative law call a Hail Mary pass, where they, believe it or not, the SNC is seeking a judicial review of the prosecutorial discretion of the independent director of public prosecution. You know, she made a mistake in how she exercised her discretion. If ever there was a Hail Mary pass, it's that one. So those are the two cases that they want to shield behind, hide behind on the basis of litigation public privilege. Let's just review this. Mr. Wernick says there's no such thing in these circumstances. I agree with him. Then we have no advice to government in the circumstances at all. That's not an issue. And thirdly, they say litigation privilege, two cases that have literally nothing to do. And I'm very proud of our Justice Committee chair, who concluded that any effort to use the sub judice rule in that regard would not likely be of any merit there. So I don't see that as an issue at all. Mr. Speaker, I know we can get caught up in the weeds here. I know we can get right into the specifics, and Canadians wonder, what's the big deal? This isn't climate change. This isn't the housing crisis. This isn't the opioid crisis. But this is our democracy. This is about whether or not we live in a banana republic or not, Mr. Speaker. Do we live in a country where we respect the rule of law and the independence of our Attorney General, or do we not? Are we prepared to take a risk and not thoroughly investigate whether there was improper interference at the highest level with the role of an Attorney General of Canada? I am not saying there was, Mr. Speaker. I don't know. I wasn't there. But to think that the Liberals would use their majority in the Justice Committee to not allow us to find that out, to hide behind solicitor-client privilege. The Attorney General couldn't tell us what it was. Oh, it's so complicated. Couldn't tell us who could waive it. I don't know. Read the testimony. Canadians deserve answers. We need to get to the bottom of this. It's important for democracy. It's important for the House of Commons. It's important for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sackville-Preston.
The honourable member for Sackville-Preston Chesapeake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. As we've seen, he sits on the committee and does some really good work, and he's been on the Veterans Committee as well, and I've always appreciated his feedback, which is very important. But I believe he has to admit that if a minister of the Crown, it is our responsibility as Member of Parliament, it's the responsibility of the people of Canada to share with the Minister, or let it be the Attorney General or the Prime Minister, of some of the concerns that we have and some of the issues. I hope he doesn't think that we should not share that information, because it's part of democracy. It's part of sharing that information, which is crucial in my opinion. And as the Attorney General indicated, Mr. Warnick, that there was appropriate discussion. He clearly underlines that as well. So my question to the member is, how many people on the NDP caucus spoke to the Attorney General in the last year? The Conservatives said they've spoken to them various times, which is part of the job of sharing that information. Have any of the NDP spoken to the Attorney General in the last year? And if not, why not? Because, again, we need to share that information. Thank you.
Honourable member for Victoria.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Sackville-Preston Chesapeake for his intervention today. His first point, I think, was that ministers of the Crown can share information and discuss with others. I think I said in my remarks that I not only think it's right, I think it's necessary for the Attorney General to speak with his or her cabinet colleagues and others about the issues that are before that Attorney General. In fact, Lord Simon said in England you'd be a fool not to in many circumstances, and I agree. But that role of the cabinet member, Minister of Justice, is very distinct from the role of an Attorney General. You know, Mr. Speaker, in places like England, they don't even sit in the cabinet because of the concerns we're seeing today. And so I think proper discussion is fine. Now, he pointed out that the clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Wernick, said there was proper discussion. First of all, Mr. Speaker, he wasn't at all of those meetings. He couldn't have been. There's been so many with the former Attorney General. He acknowledged that. Secondly, he is not the arbiter of whether there was proper discussion or whether that line I referred to was crossed. And thirdly, looking at the facts as we know them, an objective, reasonable person would say, with all this pressure coming from so many different people, sure looks like there was improper pressure.
Comments, the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Victoria made some excellent points in his speech. And as he pointed out, few things are important. I would argue nothing is more important than the constitutional order that governs this country. Tax policy comes and goes. Climate change policy gets changed government to government. Programs come and go. But what endures and what has endured in this country for at least 150 years is our constitutional order. And the matter in front of the House today concerns some very grave allegations between the Prime Minister and the former Attorney General. And I want to add a point to the excellent points the member from Victoria made, and that is on the Shaw-Cross Doctrine. The Shaw-Cross Doctrine, which, by the way, is the constitutional convention adopted by all attorneys general of this country, makes it clear that it is appropriate for the Attorney General to consult, to solicit advice from her cabinet colleagues, but not the other way around. In other words, it's improper for the Prime Minister or any member of the Cabinet to approach the Attorney General in respect of a criminal prosecution unprompted and ask that Attorney General to do something or even provide advice. It is improper under that doctrine. The doctrine makes it clear that it is the Attorney General's right to consult, to solicit opinions from fellow Cabinet colleagues, but not the other way around. It is improper. As the former Attorney General of the province of Ontario, Michael Bryant, has said, it's improper for a Cabinet colleague, including the Prime Minister or their staff, to approach the Attorney General unprompted to talk about a criminal prosecution. And if this House and its committees can't call the Prime Minister to a committee to give a full account of what actually happened, it demonstrates to Canadians that this institution and its committees are not up to the task of holding checks and balances on prime ministerial power.
Well, member for Victoria.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills, how much I respect and admire his constant efforts to improve and reform this institution and so many other institutions. So I take very seriously the points he makes about the Constitution. And I think as he talked about the respect for the constitutional order, it allows me to quote a sentence from the late Mark Rosenberg of the Ontario Court of Appeal, an expert in these matters, one of Canada's leading criminal lawyers ever. And he writes this in Queen's Law Journal: "The most important of these constitutional conventions is that although the Attorney General is a cabinet minister, he or she acts independently of the cabinet in the exercise of the prosecutorial function." The most important one, he thought, Mr. Speaker, and that is really important. The Supreme Court also said in 2002 that you have to respect a fully independent Attorney General with independent from political pressures of the government. Was that line crossed here, Mr. Speaker? It doesn't appear to me that the Liberals are that anxious to find out. Now, if it's simply partisan politics before an election period, I guess we can understand that, and that they would throw back at us that somehow we're just trying to make political hay out of this, nothing here, drive on. They might be right that there's nothing here, but they won't let us find out if they hide behind solicitor-client privilege, won't waive it if it does indeed exist, and won't let us hear from the people who need to come and advise Canadians what happened.
Bravo. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the member for Victoria, for his speech and his well-reasoned arguments on behalf of supporting this motion. You know, when the former Attorney General was moved out of her cabinet post, I was very struck by the letter that she released to Canadians talking about speaking truth to power and making sure that our justice system was free from political interference. And then, of course, we had her resignation the day after the Prime Minister stated that her continued presence in cabinet spoke for itself. Last week, we had her unprecedented point of order during a vote where she clearly explained that she was abstaining and that she hoped to be able to speak her truth one day. She's also retained the services of a previous Supreme Court justice. Are these the actions of a woman who has nothing to say? I would argue not. And then when you combine that with the Globe and Mail's story, I mean, the Globe and Mail doesn't run a front-page story with sources unless they have verified them. And then we have the constantly changing narrative where this government is always changing tacks in response to new information, the steady drip of information that comes out. And so I ask my honourable colleague, when you look at the government's actions and words over the last 2 weeks, are these the actions of a government that truly has nothing to hide?
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford for his thoughtful question and his reminder that the former Attorney General on 2 or 3 occasions has used the expression speaking truth to power and asking to do so, and as she said, retaining a Supreme Court justice, a former Supreme Court justice as her counsel to give her advice. It sure seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that she has something to tell us. Sure seems to me that she wants to speak her truth. And it seems to me, however, and I'm very sad to say this, I have yet to believe that the government wants to hear that story. Canadians have a right to, for all of those constitutionally vital reasons I described earlier, and I simply hope the government will get beyond its talking points and its political imperatives here and think about what the big picture is here and why people reasonably want to know whether there was improper interference in the exercise of her independent prosecutorial responsibilities. Yes or no?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of our Conservative opposition motion to call on the Prime Minister to appear before the Justice Committee under oath so that he can answer questions about his involvement in the interference of the criminal prosecution of SNC Lavalin. As each day passes, it is becoming clearer and clearer and clearer that the Prime Minister is up to his eyeballs in this sordid affair. And with each day, it seems that there is a new version of events from the Prime Minister. When the Globe and Mail article was first published, the Prime Minister hoped that he could wash his hands clean of the entire matter by issuing a blanket denial. When that was not going to cut it, the Prime Minister gave a carefully crafted legal response stating that the decision was the former Attorney General's and the former Attorney General's alone. Then he said the fact that the former Attorney General was still in Cabinet spoke for itself. Well, the former Attorney General immediately resigned from Cabinet following that statement, so much for that explanation. The Prime Minister then has stated that there was no pressure exerted on the former Attorney General until last Thursday when the clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick, appeared before our committee and admitted that, in fact, there was pressure. But Wernick said not to worry because there was no inappropriate pressure, as if there is a distinction between appropriate pressure and inappropriate pressure. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that any pressure exerted on the former Attorney General is entirely inappropriate. And in that regard, I would like to make reference to the late Justice Rosenberg in his dissertation on the independence of the Office of Attorney General, wherein he summarizes the Shaw-Cross Doctrine. And Justice Rosenberg states, quote, "Responsibility for the decision is that of the Attorney General alone. The government is not to put pressure on him or her," unquote, period. Period. No pressure. Now, what we're also learning as a result of the testimony of Mr. Wernick is that the Prime Minister's version of events, his explanation, about what happened is simply untrue. You know, the Prime Minister said that it was the Attorney General and the Attorney General's decision alone, and that there was no pressure. Now, it turns out that the former Attorney General, in fact, did make a decision. And she unambiguously communicated that decision to the Prime Minister on September 17th. And her decision was that she would not overturn the decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions not to enter into a deferred prosecution agreement with SNC-Lavalin. Now, one would expect that upon that decision being conveyed to the Prime Minister, that the Prime Minister, out of respect for the former Attorney General, out of respect for the independence of the office of Attorney General and the sanctity of that independence, would have left it at that and accepted the decision. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not what happened. What happened following September 17th, when the former Attorney General announced to the Prime Minister her decision, was a concerted campaign orchestrated and coordinated by the Prime Minister through his surrogates to change the former Attorney General's mind. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we go through some of the important timeline. We know on December 5th that the former Attorney General met with Gerald Butts, the Prime Minister's principal secretary and top political advisor, to discuss, guess what, SNC-Lavalin. So September 17th, the decision has been made. Nearly 3 months later, the Prime Minister's top political advisor is talking to the former Attorney General about that decision. And when the former Attorney General didn't appear to bow to Mr. Butts, we learn that Mr. Butts and Katie Telford, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, haul the former Attorney General's Chief of Staff before them to discuss yet again the SNC-Lavalin matter and the matter of a deferred prosecution agreement. And then to make it clear, ever so clear, about the fact that they weren't satisfied with the decision of the former Attorney General not to intervene, the clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Wernick, on December 19th, meets with the Prime Minister. And following that, he saw fit to pick up the phone and, as he put it, quote, check in on the SNC-Lavalin file, unquote, with the former Attorney General. He further stated, quote, I conveyed to her that a lot of her colleagues and the Prime Minister were quite anxious about what they were hearing and reading, unquote. Quite anxious. I thought a decision had already been made. Now, the Prime Minister says it was her decision and her decision alone, no pressure. And yet, what we learn is following that decision, there are meetings involving the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, the Prime Minister's Principal Secretary, and the Clerk of the Privy Council, and the Prime Minister can say with a straight face that the decision was hers and hers alone to make, and that there is no pressure. That is an insult, frankly, to Canadians, that the Prime Minister would have the audacity to say that in the face of that chronology. But it gets better. It gets worse, frankly, from the public interest standpoint. As soon as the Clerk of Privy Council expressed the anxiousness of the Prime Minister, the former Attorney General goes on vacation. It's Christmas time. It's the New Year. I think she was in Bali. And before she could make it back to Ottawa, she already had a call from the Prime Minister to come back to Ottawa. And when she got back, she found out that she was going to be fired as the Attorney General. And was. So at the first opportunity, the Prime Minister fires her. And he says it's her decision and her decision alone to make. Well, what we are learning, Mr. Speaker, is that there was only one decision that the Prime Minister would accept, and that was to overrule the Director of Public Prosecutions. The only decision the Prime Minister was prepared to accept was to interfere in an independent criminal prosecution. And until that decision was made, the Prime Minister didn't care to what lengths he would go, that he would instruct his officials to go, to interfere with the independence of the Office of Attorney General. And, Mr. Speaker, that is a very, very serious matter. That is highly problematic. So, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Prime Minister to come clean. It's time for the Prime Minister to be transparent. It's time for the Prime Minister to provide the answers that Canadians deserve. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is precisely what our motion seeks to do. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, then come before a committee. Be put under oath with the consequence, by the way, of perjury, and let the sunshine come in. Because what we need, Mr. Speaker, is sunshine, and we know that this is a Prime Minister who talks about sunshine as the best disinfectant. Let him answer. Let him answer. Let him answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, when I look at a bit of an overview of the entire issue, one of the things that comes across my mind is the fact that we had some fairly good representation at the last Justice Committee. I suspect the member opposite was there. I think there was a fairly clear indication from Mr. Wernick in terms of that there would appear as if there is no undue influence or pressure that's been put on. And I'm wondering if my friend could just provide his thoughts in regards to the Standing Committee and the scope that it actually has, because we've had other Conservative members today and New Democrats that are calling into question how important a standing committee really is, somewhat marginalizing its importance. And I think that's unfortunate because the member himself understands the importance of standing committee. So I wonder if he could just talk about the standing committee and at the same time the Commissioner of Ethics, if he truly believes that it's impartial and apolitical.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader, he must have missed my speech because the evidence relayed by Mr. Wernick very clearly supported and provided additional facts, additional information about the lengths that the Prime Minister went to interfere in the prosecution, to interfere with the independence of the Attorney General. And with respect to the Justice Committee, I can say that I respect all members of that committee. I've served with them for the last 3.5 years, and it's why I've been so disappointed that they have done the bidding of the Prime Minister's office as part of this broader cover-up. Why do I say that? Well, very simply, Mr. Speaker, they have repeatedly blocked efforts to call relevant witnesses, including Gerald Butts, including Matthew Bouchard, and I presume soon to be the Prime Minister.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Sorry, Murph. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to put a question to my fellow colleague from Alberta. What is puzzling me, Mr. Speaker, is, and I think why it merits an open review, and not just before the committee, but likely an inquiry, is the confusion apparently held by the Liberals, that there's no difference between having a discussion with the Minister of Justice and having a discussion with the Attorney General. And very clearly, there are distinct roles. And of course, when the government was going about, or the Minister of Justice was proposing changing the criminal law to introduce these DPA provisions to allow for deferred prosecution agreements, or when the government was considering a Foreign Public Offences Act, 1999, that's the time to talk to the Justice Minister about whether or not they should specifically exclude consideration to economic matters, which that law does. And so I'm wondering if my colleague could speak to that matter. We're a situation here where a number of parties, including the Prime Minister, the Clerk of the Privy Council, members of the PMO, continue to approach the Attorney General to speak about an ongoing prosecution where a decision had already been made to bring forward a prosecution under the Foreign Public Officials Act 1999, which forbids consideration of economic matters, and all that has been revealed to us thus far, until they testify, is their concern about the impact on the economy.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona, for that question. It was quite interesting to hear the Prime Minister in the last couple of days talk about that, oh, well, it was all about jobs. It was all about jobs. Wernick said something similar. Mr. Speaker, I take that as an admission of guilt on the part of the Prime Minister. And it was entirely improper because, as the honourable member points out, it is expressly prohibited pursuant to Section 715.31 sub 3 of the Criminal Code. And with respect to the issue of the independence of the Office of Attorney General, that couldn't have been made more clear than by the Supreme Court in Krieger at paragraph 3, wherein the court states, quote, "It is a constitutional principle that the attorneys general of this country must act independently of partisan concerns when exercising their delegated sovereign authority to initiate, continue, or terminate prosecutions." That's the heart of what is at issue.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today with a motion calling upon the Prime Minister of Canada to testify under oath as to what he knew or what his role was in the SNC-Lavalin affair. And for those who are watching who may have heard about this over the last couple of weeks, I want to break down what happened. So SNC-Lavalin is a Montreal-based company, and its description is it provides engineering, procurement, and construction services. It has a lot of employees in the Montreal area and has won a lot of major taxpayer-funded, like big, multi-million-dollar contracts from the federal government. So there's a lot of votes at stake, and there's a lot of profit at stake here. So what's happened was in 2015, the RCMP laid charges against this company, and the charges were they alleged that the company offered bribes worth $47.7 million to Libyan officials, and Muammar Gaddafi's son was named in the court documents, I believe. The company is also alleged to have defrauded Libyan public agencies of approximately $129 million. And recently we found out that the RCMP has laid out a bribery scheme here in Canada with the company involving the $127 million Jacques Cartier bridge contract, of which a federal official pleaded guilty to last year in accepting more than $2.3 million worth of payments from this company. What's the cost of doing business here? The RCMP in 2015 used this quote. They said the charges, the corruption of foreign officials undermine good governance and sustainable economic development. This is a huge deal. Fast forward to this year. The company, this very wealthy, well-funded company, went on the lobbying spree to end all lobbying spree. Imagine American-style lobbyists, like full court press on the government, on everybody, meeting after meeting with the Prime Minister's office, won't take no for an answer because they wanted to get out of this. That's the motivation here. And why? Because if they're convicted of this, this company can't bid on what? Federal contracts. That's the big penalty for this, right? There's a lot at stake. So in the budget bill, Mr. Speaker, this company, after lobbying, the Liberals snuck in something called a deferred prosecution agreement. In this like bajillion-page document that had everything under the sun, they snuck in a major legal change. And a deferred prosecution agreement, sort of simply put, would allow the government, or would allow SNC-Lavalin not to have, if they went this route, to potentially not have to go to jail or be convicted. They could just pay a fine. And then they would also be eligible to what? Bid on federal contracts. So this is all happening behind closed doors. This gets snuck into an omnibus budget bill. The bill passes, but we have something called the Public Prosecutor Office in Canada, which is arm's length, and they're the ones who make the call on whether or not they use this deferred prosecution agreement. The public prosecutor said, no, we're not doing this, we're going to trial. Then the Attorney General, the former Attorney General, held firm on that decision and said, yep, we're going to trial. Then, according to the clerk of the Privy Council office in testimony last week, after the Prime Minister's story on this issue has changed a million times, said the following: we went to the former Attorney General, this is essentially what he said, and we laid out the economic implications of what would happen if this went to trial and there was a conviction. This happened after she had made her decision to proceed. What we are talking about here is the Prime Minister's office and the supposedly nonpartisan public service, the head of the public service, essentially being involved or standing accused of being involved in an obstruction of justice at the highest levels. And that is why the Prime Minister needs to testify in front of Canadians. Let me lay out 5 reasons why this is so important. First of all, we need to find out, because what is accused here, and keep in mind, for those who are watching, the former Attorney General stood her ground after all of this, and then what? She was fired. Prime Minister fired her. Okay? So first of all, this is a potential obstruction of justice. This isn't just an ethics breach. This isn't just an Aga Khan Island slap on the wrist situation. There could be potentially serious criminality involved in this, number 1. Number 2, what message does this send? It sends a message to everybody in this country that there are 2 sets of rules, that there's 2 different justice systems in this country. In Canada, one for people who can afford millions of dollars of lobbyists and can put pressure based on ridings in Montreal, and one for racialized communities. Women who don't have that opportunity, who, we can sit here and talk about all sorts of ways to deal with that issue, but I mean, that is the reality here. There are many people in Canada that do not get this opportunity. So that's a huge problem. The third thing is that the Prime Minister, Mr. Feminist, he's such a feminist, he's standing up for women. The clerk of the Privy Council stood in our Justice Committee last week and said, basically, well, I think she experienced things differently when she was trying to determine whether or not, or explain whether or not this was quote-unquote inappropriate pressure that could be criminal. Where did we hear that before? Prime Minister had a groping allegation. He used the exact same words. She should have experienced it differently. Come on. This isn't he said, she said, as Maclean's magazine said. This is he said. It's a fake feminist. This Prime Minister is somebody who wraps feminism around him like a warm, fuzzy cloak to get votes, and then when the rubber hits the road, when lobbyists come upon him, she experienced it differently. She should have done something else. That is garbage and disgusting, and he needs to be held in front of that committee to be accountable for that, because you don't get to stand up and say you're a feminist and then do that to a woman. You just don't. He's also kept her silent. He's kept her on a muzzle and a leash while he goes out and spins this story, and that's disgusting. That's wrong. He needs to be held to account for that. And finally, as a Calgary MP, deferred prosecution agreements You're not supposed to consider economic arguments. And then the clerk of the Privy Council gets in front of the Justice Committee and goes, I told the former Attorney General it's about the economic argument. A lot of jobs were at stake. You know what? Maybe the company shouldn't have bribed Libyan officials to begin with, shouldn't have bribed people for contracts. Maybe there should be a cost to doing that. Because you know what? The people in my riding, where's the economic considerations for all of the punitive policies they've put against Alberta energy companies? My riding is looking at this and going, why does Montreal get deferred prosecution agreements? And as we found out today, the government's considering changing the rules so even if they are convicted, that they can still bid on federal contracts. Why are those jobs better than my jobs? The role of a prime minister is to unite our country. All jobs are important. You should stand for justice. This is disgusting. This is what every single one of us in this place should be standing against, regardless of political stripe. And Mr. Speaker, to every person standing on that backbench, you are not here for yourself. They are not there for themselves. They're there to stand up for justice and their community. And their role is to hold the government to account, even if that government is of the same partisan stripe as they are. This is where the rubber hits the road. This is where you stand for what's right or you stand for nothing at all. The Prime Minister was wrong. They should be giving him no quarter, and he should be standing in front of that committee and have to answer for the fact that he's put words in a strong woman's mouth, that he said that one set of jobs is better than another job, that he stands accused of obstruction of justice. Everybody in this country, regardless of how we vote, stand for one thing, and that is the independence of our judiciary, the fact that our country can stand tall and proud and say, we don't do business the same way that other countries do. And that starts today with the leader of our country. He needs to be in front of this committee, and he needs to be held to account. Every person who votes against this is standing and giving him a shield for this type of abrogation of democracy. Every person who votes against this motion should be held to account by the people in their communities who don't want to be divided on this type of garbage. This is the stuff that divides our country. And when at the highest level of government, Mr. Speaker, the leader of our country stands up, fake feminist, standing for jobs with a company that's it's accused of bribing Libyans. Come on. We've got to get our act together, and it starts with the Prime Minister.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell the member that I'm going to stand up for jobs in Calgary, as I will for Winnipeg, as I will for jobs in Montreal. Unlike the Conservative Party, who wants to pick and choose which areas and cause division. These readmission agreements, Mr. Speaker, is nothing new to the Western world. The UK has it. The USA has it. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, nothing wrong has been done. I'm convinced of it. Just because you have the Conservatives working with the New Democrats, Mr. Speaker, doesn't mean that something wrong has actually occurred. Mr. Speaker, they have been targeting personal attacks and so forth virtually from day one when they acquired the chairs of the opposition. There's a responsibility of all members of Parliament to look at their constituents, and that means there are some victims here too that need to be referred to. What about those individuals that work for SNC, Mr. Speaker? We want corporate responsibilities and accountability, and we will ensure that that happens, Mr. Speaker. But we're going to protect jobs, too, no matter what region of this country that they happen to be in. My question to the member, does she not feel that she has an obligation to jobs not only in Calgary, but in all parts of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
For my colleague opposite, yelling and screaming a crock of baloney makes it no less a crock of baloney, and that's what we just heard. For this member to stand up and have the audacity to say, oh, we have a responsibility as a member of Parliament, you're darn right we do, Mr. Speaker, and that's to stand for the rule of law. This member stood up earlier today and he said, oh, there was no inappropriate pressure. He just said that. He just said nothing wrong happened. Let's just take the Prime Minister's word for it, who's in the middle of this. He stands at the heart of this. This member stands up here and expects all of us to just take his word for it when his job's at stake. Do you think he's going to have his appointment if he doesn't defend this Prime Minister? No. Anybody in this place needs to stand up, stand against what this man just did, Mr. Speaker, and stand up for justice in Canada.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for Calgary-Nose Hill for her speech today. You know, when I look at the timeline of what's transpired over the last month, especially with respect to the former Attorney General, you know, that letter that she released to Canadians when she was shuffled in her cabinet role, you know, when she spoke about truth to power and that the justice system had to be free from political interference. And then, of course, we had her resignation the day following the Prime Minister's comments that her presence in cabinet spoke for itself. The fact that she lawyered up with a former Supreme Court justice, and then last week her unprecedented point of order where she wanted to explain to the House that she abstained from the vote because she did not have the privilege yet to speak and that she hoped to be able to speak her truth one day. So my question, Mr. Speaker, when you take all of the actions of the former Attorney General and you place that within the constantly changing narrative of this government, are these the actions of a woman that has nothing to say, and are these the actions of a government that has nothing to hide?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
This is exactly why every member in this place needs to vote to bring the Prime Minister to the Justice Committee to be held to account. This is the man who's at the center of 8 million changing narratives. This is the man who's dragged the impartiality of the public service into question by allowing the clerk of the Privy Council to stand there and tell a woman that she experienced things differently. That's what's at stake here. The fact that the Prime Minister has not been able to answer these questions and is hiding behind his backbench, his front bench, whatever, that's where democracy dies. I'm not going to allow that to happen. And you know what? I think Canadians aren't either. Canadians are not going to allow this sort of garbage to happen, and they're not going to allow it to happen come October. So I ask my colleagues opposite and in every corner of this place to reach around, find their spine, and do what's right.
The Honourable Member for Wellington-Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for Calgary-Nose Hill for excellent points. And I would remind all members of this House, it's not unusual for a Prime Minister to appear in front of a committee. In fact, in September 2006, Prime Minister Harper appeared in front of a parliamentary committee to explain his government's actions with respect to Senate reform. In the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister appears 3 times per year, 90 minutes each time, in front of a House of Commons committee to be held accountable for his or her government's actions. So I encourage members opposite and all members of this House to support this motion in order for us to get to the bottom of this crisis, frankly, this constitutional crisis about the division of powers between the judicial and executive branches of government, a constitutional crisis about the Shawcross Doctrine, a constitutional crisis about the independence of criminal prosecutions. We need to hear from the head of government himself, the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Every member in this place, you have moments in this place where you have to decide to do what's right or decide to do what's right for yourself. Any member in my colleagues opposite that stands up and votes against this is firmly doing the latter. On behalf of Canadians, I ask each and every one of them to not cover up for their boss and to make sure that he gets to committee and is being held to account for all of this absolute disaster that is of his own making. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, after the National Assembly and the Government of Quebec, it's now the economic community that's mobilizing around the idea of a single tax filing for Quebecers. The Federation of Chambers of Commerce for Montreal and Quebec City, the Management Board, the Federation of Independent Business, the Manufacturers and Exporters, the Order of Certified Accountants and the Young Chambers of Commerce. That's a lot of people, and they're not all separatists. These are people who are asking for one thing only, and that is for the government to put taxpayers at the center of their concern. And what taxpayers want is a single tax file, a single tax return to file. And this can be done while protecting Quebec's sovereignty and Quebec's jurisdiction. So it's quite straightforward. That says it all. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, we are on the front lines of defending and safeguarding democracy. We cherish our ability as representatives to speak out about human rights abuses, but this is not the case in every country. Today, I am speaking out about the arbitrary detention of Senator Leila de Lima of the Philippines, who was jailed 2 years ago yesterday. Senator de Lima is the former chair of the Philippine Commission on Human Rights, former Justice Secretary, and was elected as a senator in 2016. Her arrest followed her outspoken criticism of the Philippines' war on drugs and her calls for Congress to investigate the thousands of extrajudicial killings and other human rights violations. The European Parliament has said that the charges against her were fabricated and called for her release, and Amnesty International regards her as a prisoner of conscience. In November, the UNHCR's Working Group on Arbitrary Detention called on Philippine authorities to immediately set her free. Mr. Speaker, I ask members to join me in calling for the immediate release of Senator de Lima. Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't seem to know when to stop failing. After figuring out budgets don't balance themselves and abandoning any pretense of keeping his promises to balance one in our lifetime, the Prime Minister now says that low-income Canadians don't benefit from tax cuts. Maybe that's why he won't give them any, ever. We know, however, as half of Canadians admit, they can't stretch their household budget to the end of every month. Canadians don't benefit from ever-increasing Liberal taxes. But the Prime Minister is intent on making Canadians pay for his failures anyway. He never had to worry about money, so why expect he will care about ours? Right. Struggling Canadians are being forced by this failing Prime Minister to pay more and take home less with higher Liberal payroll taxes and a carbon tax that increases the cost of their fuel, home heating, and groceries. Rather than paying for Liberal failures, Canadians can choose a Conservative low-tax plan and Conservative leadership to get ahead. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are fighting for better.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the 2019 Canada Winter Games are officially underway in my hometown of Red Deer, Alberta, until March 3rd. With over 3,600 athletes and coaches from coast to coast to coast competing in winter sport. I would like to recognize the 8 participants from my own riding of Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Andre Sekou, a biathlon participant, curlers Hayato Sato and Joshua Miki, hockey players Matthew Semenoff and Thomas Milik, Ashley Robb, a ringette player, and speed skaters Noah Hayun and Cheryl Chung. Je remercie leurs familles.
I thank their family and friends for their ongoing support for these superb athletes. Go for it. We're right behind you.
Thank you to their families and friends for supporting these amazing athletes. This is your moment, and we are all cheering you on.
Honourable member for Essex.
On February 7th in Essex, I attended an at-risk youth human trafficking symposium hosted by the Essex OPP with over 200 community service providers in support of their recent community safety initiative, Project GAP. I want to thank all who participated actively in this symposium. It was an important opportunity for many to learn what human trafficking looks like domestically in Canada. Listening to the brave, courageous survivors tell their stories with no filter to educate us on their experiences was powerful and eye-opening. Human trafficking can happen to anyone and is rampant in Canada. Youth, largely girls and young women from all socioeconomic backgrounds, are being targeted in small towns and cities alike and increasingly online. There are even videos and books being sold in our country that create a roadmap for aspiring sex traffickers or pimps. This is not acceptable. Human trafficking is the fastest growing criminal industry in the world, and we must do more to educate Canadians to recognize the signs of all who are being domestically trafficked. I want to thank the Essex OPP detachment led by Inspector Glenn Miller and Staff Sergeant Brad Sakalo, who are always going going above and beyond to advocate for our local youth.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, on February 19th, in the riding of Laval-les-Îles, fire broke out at Les Serres Sylvain Cléroux, one of the biggest producers of flowers in Quebec. Thanks to the outstanding work of our first responders, over 1 million square feet of greenhouse housing spring seedlings was saved. I'd like to highlight the outstanding work of our police, ambulance, and fire services. They fought the flames under difficult winter conditions. I'd also like to salute the courage of the owners of the greenhouses, Sylvain Cléroux and his staff, for the work they accomplished in order to rebuild this flagship of ornamental agriculture in Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Markham Union Bill.
Mr. Speaker, aren't we all tired of paying for this Prime Minister's mistakes? I know I am. I know my constituencies in Markham Unionville are. The Liberals are full of empty promises, like not raising any more taxes for Canadians. Well, as usual, they failed. We keep calling on this Prime Minister to, once and for all, commit to not raising any more taxes. And no surprise, he just keeps spending and making Canadians pay for his mistakes. The facts are clear. Canadians are paying more because of this government. Let's talk about how the job-killing carbon tax will cost $1,000 per household. And what about his $1.6 billion tweet that rolled out the red carpet for almost 40,000 illegal border crossers into Canada? Or the grandparents program that was open and shut within 10 minutes. This government keeps spending and keeps breaking the rules. That is not the Canadian government should do. It is not what the Canadian government will do in 2000.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Good news from the Winter Games being held in Calgary until March 3rd. Talent, perseverance, and discipline of the 12 athletes from Thérèse de Blainville are worth mentioning, because with determination and many sacrifices from these high-caliber athletes, they are living their dreams and making our communities shine. Our community is proud of them, you can be sure of that. From Lorraine, Edouard Thériault won 2 golds and 1 silver in freestyle skiing. Émilie Villeneuve, also from Lorraine, won the gold with her synchronized skating team. From Blainville, Léa Tessier stood out with a gold medal in short track speed skating. And Gabrielle Deslauriers from Blainville won the gold and a bronze in gymnastics. The competition isn't over. Anything can happen, and we are still dreaming with you. Congratulations, you're an inspiration and an example to all. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, there's a great accomplishment to report from our home riding of Fleetwood, Port Kells in Surrey. Enver Creek Secondary in Fleetwood sent their senior robotics team to the VEX competition held earlier this month in nearby Port Moody, where they topped the 25-team field to be ranked first in the world for their programming skills. Now, robotics is a core talent at Enver Creek. Last year, their seniors qualified for the VEX World Championships on the strength of their robot skills score, which was 14th in the world out of 10,000 teams.
Wow.
Congratulations to all the kids, their coach, Ruben Harita, for his outstanding accomplishment, one that's been built on skill and dedication. The students code and test for 8 to 15 hours a week, all on their own time. Enver Creek and the crew are now getting ready for another round of competitions, this time representing Canada in Louisville, Kentucky. Congratulations, well done, and best of luck.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, there are many lessons that veterans can teach the youth of today. And that is the premise of a new book by a 17-year-old constituent of mine, Emma Williamson. Emma wrote the book to give the youth of today a better understanding of the sacrifices veterans have made. The book is a collection of messages from veterans and current members of the 56th Field Artillery Regiment in Brantford. None of these veterans and soldiers considers their sacrifice equal to those who have paid the ultimate price of war, but they do deserve our recognition for having served honorably and for having been willing to put themselves in harm's way for our sake. We owe Emma a debt of gratitude for writing this book and reminding us that their sacrifices shall never be ignored and their bravery never overlooked. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them, lest we forget.
Honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I talk to my friends Karina, Stephen, and others living with disabilities, they tell me the two most important issues to them are employment and housing. I recently traveled with fellow MPs, the RENA Foundation, March of Dimes, Holland Bloorview Rehab Hospital, and others to Israel to learn more about their initiatives around inclusivity and accessibility. It is a pleasure to see some of those folks with us here today. Later today, there will be a reception to highlight the importance of supportive housing for those living with developmental disabilities. I'm proud of our government's commitment to ensure those living with disabilities are supported through the National Housing Strategy. Over the next decade, we will invest $40 billion to build stronger communities. Thanks to all those organizations working to ensure that those most vulnerable in our communities have access to safe, accessible, and inclusive housing.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to read a letter written by students and staff at École Jardin Bainville in Saint-Hubert, paying tribute to their principal, Linda Latour, who's on the verge of retiring. She cares about staff and students at the school, and thanks to her, we are a family where everyone finds their place, can grow, and flourish. Without her, we would never have had such a stimulating learning environment in a brand new establishment where judo plays a key role. She balks at nothing. She is willing to take on any challenge, moving mountains and moving schools. Nothing's impossible for her. Thank you, Ms. Latour. Without you, things would be very different. You're leaving us with a smile, and thanks to you, our hearts are forever warmed.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Speaker, February is Black History Month, when we celebrate the immense contributions of Black Canadians. And Black Canadians have overcome significant challenges. Some were brought to Canada as slaves prior to the abolition of slavery in Canada in 1793. Some then came to Canada escaping slavery through the Underground Railroad. And many have come more recently as immigrants, such as those who came to work in the steel plants in my home community of Whitney Pier, Cape Breton. In the face of bigotry and discrimination, they have and continue to overcome. Together, we must continue to fight racism. While much work has been done, there is more work to do. As we honor the contributions of Black Canadians, I would like to recognize the contribution of one in particular. Bruce Ciriato was a conservative activist who campaigned for an important cause in every part of our country. He worked as a staffer in Ottawa and 3 provincial capitals. Bruce died tragically and unexpectedly this past December at the age of 33. He was well known and much loved by our conservative family from coast to coast. This month, we recognize his and the contributions of so many other Black Canadians to our politics, arts and culture, science, and all aspects of Canadian society.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the honor to attend the Military Family Resource Center's annual Yellow Ribbon Fundraising Gala to celebrate and support the important work they're doing for the military families in Winnipeg. Winnipeg's Military Family Resource Center is a pillar of our military community, providing resources, support, and programming to military families, making a difference in the lives of hundreds of men, women, and children. Their hard work and dedication has helped build a community where families at 17 Wing are welcomed and supported. I want to thank everyone who worked tirelessly to organize the successful fundraising gala. Your efforts help support the incredible work they are doing on behalf of families in our community. It is an honor to support this organization and thank them for everything they've done and will continue to do for our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are very community-minded, and they give generously of their time and energy. I'd like to recognize the contributions of some of these outstanding people who get involved in all kinds of activities to make a difference in our communities. There are a lot of them, but I'd like to highlight the exceptional contributions of Micheline Bienvenue and Denis Hintz of the Optimist Club, Linda Chambers and Denise Joyal of the Choral Society, Mélanie Legacy for her involvement in the agricultural world, Céline Lucie Cadieux of the Boisé des Douze Nature Preserve, Claude Marchessault, a community-building pioneer, Rosaire Martin from the municipal world and numerous causes, Claude Millette, a world-renowned sculptor, Robert Pinsonneau of the Philharmonic, Jacques Tétrault and Annabelle Palardy in the area of environmental protection and advocacy. Thanks to them, our community has maintained its traditions of helping and solidarity, and for that, I thank them.
The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
The Prime Minister promised Canadians that 2019 would be the year that he finally balanced the budget. But no surprise, the Prime Minister has failed, and he has no plan and no intention of balancing the budget ever. The Liberals have blown their budget, and Canadians are paying for it. Soon, the Prime Minister will bring in his fourth consecutive deficit budget.
Shame.
You know, permanent Liberal deficits mean that Liberal taxes will go up again, and at a time when Canadians simply can't afford it. According to a recent survey, half of Canadians are barely getting by each month when they should be getting ahead. Instead of paying for costly Liberal failures, Canadians should keep more of the money that they earn. Conservatives offer Canadians a better choice in 2019, a Conservative government that will balance budgets and lower taxes to create well-paying jobs that help Canadians get ahead.
Honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased today to congratulate Domi Shi on winning her first Oscar for her animated short film, Bao, last night at the 91st Annual Academy Awards. Ms. Shi wrote and directed this Pixar production about a Chinese-Canadian woman whose dumpling miraculously comes to life. It's delightful. Born in China, she moved to Toronto with her family at the age of 2. Her 8-minute film is set in Toronto and features many of our city's landmarks. She used her upbringing and love of food as inspiration for Bao, which is played in theaters with Incredibles 2. A graduate of the animation program at Ontario's world-renowned Sheridan College, Domi Shi is the first woman to direct a short film at Pixar. In her acceptance speech, she said, "To all the nerdy girls out there who hide behind their school books, don't be afraid to tell your stories to the world." On behalf of all Canadians, please join me in congratulating Domi Shi for her extraordinary work in telling her story. Bravo.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on February 7th, the Prime Minister said that the Globe and Mail's story about the pressure that he allegedly put on the former Attorney General regarding the SNC-Lavalin matter was, and I quote, false. But we learned from the Clerk of the Privy Council on Thursday that there was a concerted effort to interfere in the course of the SNC prosecution by influencing the Attorney General. Can the Prime Minister tell us which version of the facts is the right one? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. The Leader knows fully well that our government takes the responsibility to defend jobs and create economic growth seriously, and that we will always do that while respecting our institutions as well as the independence of the judiciary. This is a responsibility that we have acknowledged from the very beginning, and it's the work that we're doing to increase prosperity for all Canadians while standing up for our institutions that are so important for our democracy. The Leader of the Opposition. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister cannot answer a simple and direct question. The Prime Minister met with the Clerk of the Privy Council on December 19th at noon. Immediately afterwards, the Clerk called the former Attorney General to tell her that he was rather concerned. What did the Prime Minister tell the Clerk when he ordered him to call the former Attorney General? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at every stage, we did what we have always promised Canadians we would do, and that is to stand up for good jobs, create economic growth, while ensuring the integrity of our legal system, the independence of our judiciary, and the respect for our institutions. That is what this government has always done, and that is what it will continue to do.
Mr. Speaker, he's finally found a line it seems like he might stick with for more than a day, because his story has changed nearly every single day since this scandal first broke, and Canadians deserve answers. Now, the Prime Minister first said that the allegations contained in the Globe and Mail story were false, that no direction or even pressure was applied on the former Attorney General. Now we find out from the Clerk of the Privy Council that the Prime Minister's fingerprints are all over this sleazy affair to let his friends off the hook. So once again, if the decision was the former Attorney General's and hers alone to make, why did he try so often to get her to change her mind?
Honourable Prime Minister.
As I've said from the very beginning, we've consistently and continually stood up for the close to 9,000 jobs at SNC-Lavalin, and indeed, good jobs right across the country. That's what Canadians expect of this government, to stick up for jobs, to create new ones, and to make sure that we're growing our economy in ways that benefit everyone. That's exactly what we'll continue to do, and we will continue to do it in a way that respects the independence of our judiciary, that respects the integrity of our judicial systems, and always respects the rules and norms that govern our institutions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Whatever the justification that the Prime Minister is going to try to use, he needs to remember one thing. Interfering in a criminal court case is always wrong. The Prime Minister thinks that he's above the law, that he can use his power to get his well-connected friends off the hook. That's not the way Canada works, Mr. Speaker. If the decision was the former Attorney General's to make and hers alone, then why did he continually apply pressure to get her to change her mind?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again the member opposite demonstrates he doesn't quite understand what he's talking about, because, Mr. Speaker, we always take seriously our responsibility of standing up for jobs and growing the economy. But the Justice Department's official backgrounder on remediation agreements states two of the main purposes for remediation agreements is, one, to hold the organization accountable for wrongdoing, and two, reduce the harm that a criminal conviction of an organization could have for employees, shareholders, and other third parties who did not take part in the offense. That is what is in the law, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister doesn't seem to understand that it's not the Prime Minister's role to direct prosecutors and judges to give special deals to their friends. The independent Crown prosecutor determined that SNC-Lavalin didn't qualify. The former Attorney General seems to have made up her mind that they didn't qualify, and that's when the Prime Minister and his office went to work. Unwanted and coordinated and sustained pressure to force the former Attorney General to let his well-connected friends off the hook. If the Prime Minister is so sure that he did nothing wrong, will he appear before the Justice Committee to explain his action?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will consistently stand up for hard-working Canadians right across the country and be not the least bit apologetic about standing up for good jobs wherever they are across this country. I'm pleased also to confirm that later today the government will confirm that the member from Vancouver Granville will be able to address relevant matters at the committee while ensuring that the two active court cases are not jeopardized. We, of course, continue to welcome the studies by the Ethics Commissioner and the Parliamentary Committee.
Order. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Prime Minister's called Canadians to, quote, heed very carefully the words of Privy Council Clerk Michael Wernick. Last week, that clerk said, quote, I don't see why the former Attorney General was a solicitor. The matter was never discussed at Cabinet, so she was not giving advice to Cabinet. She was not advising the Prime Minister, close quote. So he concluded solicitor-client doesn't even apply here. Since the Prime Minister says we should heed the clerk, simple question, will he allow the former Attorney General to speak her truth?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, later today, the government will confirm the member can address relevant matters at the committee while ensuring, of course, that the two active court cases are not jeopardized. We continue to welcome the studies by the committee and by the Ethics Commissioner.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
September 4th, SNC's told no deal. September 17th, the Prime Minister and Privy Council clerk met with the former Attorney General to discuss SNC. December 5th, the Prime Minister's top staffer, Jerry Butts, met with her to discuss it. December 18th, the Prime Minister's two top staffers met with her Chief of Staff to discuss it. December 19th, the Privy Council clerk called her to discuss it. And on January 14th, the former Attorney General was fired from her role. How can Canadians, reviewing these facts, not conclude there was relentless pressure to have her change her mind?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Last week, the clerk of the Privy Council confirmed that at every opportunity, verbally and in writing in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was the decision for the Minister of Justice to take. We will consistently and regularly stand up for jobs across this country, and we will do so in a way that respects the independence of our judiciary and the integrity of our institutions.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, after having changed his story every day for 2 weeks, the Prime Minister spent his weekend telling people that they should listen to the Clerk of the Privy Council. Good. The Clerk of the Privy Council said very clearly that, in his opinion, solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence do not apply to the former Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister listen to the clerk and allow the former Attorney General to tell Canadians what happened? Will he finally let her speak her truth? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Later today, the government will confirm that the member will be able to address relevant matters before the Justice Committee without jeopardizing the two court cases. We continue to welcome the Justice Committee's studies and the study of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Well, the relevant word here is relevant. Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time Liberals have rewritten their laws for their friends, but this time they're pulling out all the stops. Not only have the Liberals changed the criminal code to help executives of SNC-Lavalin, but after the former Attorney General said no, they decided to try and change our procurement system to help SNC-Lavalin. When their rich friends ask for help, the Liberals rush right in. But when it's ordinary people, the Liberals tell them to wait. When will they be transparent and tell us all the truth? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what we have been doing. We've been standing up for good jobs, and good jobs, including good jobs at SNC-Lavalin and across the country, for all those jobs that people are working at. Now, with respect to remediation agreements, the official background of the Department of Justice says that there are two main objectives to remediation agreements: hold organizations accountable for their misconducts, and two, which is very important, reduce harm a criminal conviction of an organization could have on staff, shareholders, and other third parties.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, here's a very simple and easy question for the Prime Minister to answer. On December 5th, the Prime Minister's Principal Secretary met with the former Attorney General in the bar at the Chateau Laurier. It appears that the purpose of that meeting was to put even more pressure on the former Attorney General to change her mind and to allow a special deal to be made over the objections of independent Crown prosecutors. Was the Prime Minister aware that his Principal Secretary was meeting with the former Attorney General on December 5th?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that the record shows that the Director of Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration, unquote. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note that the matter is being looked at by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner as well as the Justice Committee. The Justice Committee has members from both sides present. They are working together to ensure that witnesses are appearing. Witnesses are being called. They're answering tough questions from members of Parliament on both sides. I'm not sure why that member is undermining that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister can't answer these questions, perhaps the Government House Leader can answer the question. If she has so much faith in the Justice Committee, now that it's finally starting to allow witnesses to appear, even though originally it seems her office directed the committee members not to allow that to happen, if she has so much confidence and faith in the Justice Committee's work, will Liberal members be supporting this motion before the House today to force the Prime Minister to attend and explain his actions?
Honourable Government House Leader.
It's important that the record show that it was actually this government, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, that increased resources to committees. And, Mr. Speaker, the record should also show that it was that member's party that put out a rule book that would undermine the work of committees. They had no respect for committees over 10 years of Stephen Harper. What's clear is that the Conservatives have chosen...
I'd ask the members for Chilliwack, Hope, and Barrie Innisfil not to interrupt when someone else has the floor. Each side will get its turn. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, what is clear that under 10 years of Stephen Harper, they had no respect for committees. The Conservatives have chosen a new leader, but it remains the party of Stephen Harper that has no regard for committees, and they continue to undermine their work. We on this side know Canadians should have confidence in their institutions. We will let the committee do their important work.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on September 4th, the Director of the Public Prosecution Service decided that SNC-Lavalin would not be offered a remediation agreement. And then there was a blitz to try and influence the former Attorney General. The Prime Minister, on September 17, tried to influence her during a meeting. On December 5th, Mr. Speaker, the advisor and best friend of the Prime Minister also tried to do the same thing, as well as many other people close to the Prime Minister. They all tried the same thing. Did the Prime Minister try and influence the former Attorney General? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the member continues to engage in speculation, but let's look at the facts. The Director of the Public Prosecution Service confirmed the prosecutors in every case exercise their discretion independently. The Clerk of the Privy Council also confirmed that at every opportunity, verbally and in writing, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was a decision for the Minister of Justice to take. We, on this side of the House, respect the work of the Justice Committee. We know that the members can do their work, and we need to have confidence in their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker. Every day, the story changes with this government. They're engaging in schemes to try and influence our judiciary. The Director of the Public Prosecution Service made her decision on September 4th, and she confirmed it on October 9th. But despite that, the PM and people close to him tried to change that decision. Will the Prime Minister accept to appear before the Justice Committee and answer all the opposition's questions? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Director of the Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration. But the Conservatives keep speaking out of both sides of their mouths. In French, they claim that they have no intention of jeopardizing jobs at SNC-Lavalin, as the member for Charles-Bourlon-Saint-Charles said. But in English, the story is very different. They say they want to shut down this company. They have to stop this doublespeak, Mr. Speaker, and they have to come clean with Canadians.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Speaker, on December 5th, Jerry Butts met with the former Attorney General to discuss the SNC-Lavalin matter. On December 6th, the Prime Minister's office and the Prime Minister himself wrote a letter to SNC-Lavalin refusing to meet with SNC-Lavalin anymore and directing them to the Attorney General's office. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know what happened between December 5th and December 6th that caused the Prime Minister to make that decision.
Honourable Government House Leader.
What's important to note is that members of the Justice Committee have members from all parties recognized in this House in their committee. They are working together to have witnesses appear. Witnesses are answering tough questions. But it's also important to note that the Conservative leader met with representatives of the company. The NDP leader met with representatives of the company. The Conservative deputy leader herself that just asked that question at Justice Committee said, I do not want the impression to be on the record that I think there's anything wrong with meeting with SNC-Lavalin. And at the Justice Committee, the clerk of the Privy Council also confirmed that at every opportunity, verbally and in writing, in December, the Prime Minister...
The Honourable Member for Milton. Order.
Speaker, only the Prime Minister can answer these questions, and that's why we're asking to appear before the Justice Committee. The second question I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, is this. Between September 4th and October 10th, did the Prime Minister, anyone in the Prime Minister's office, or the Clerk of the Privy Council give assurances to SNC-Lavalin that they would overturn the decision of the former Attorney General?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what's clear is that member in the Conservative Party continues to undermine the work of the Justice Committee as well as the work of the Commissioner. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is looking at this matter. The Justice Committee is looking at this matter. We are the government that increased resources. So, Mr. Speaker, let the record show that we on this side, we respect the work of committees, we respect the work of offices of Parliament, and we respect the independence of the judicial system. That is a clear contrast from what the Conservatives stand for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are feeling the impact of climate change, and they're paying the price for the Liberal government's half measures. Last week, the National Energy Board once again recommended that the government go ahead with the Trans Mountain pipeline expansion. Well, we can see what's happening. The Liberals are going to hide behind the NEB in order to justify their bad Trans Mountain decision and to avoid acting to protect the environment. How can Quebecers trust that the Liberals will not do the same thing with Energy East?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking the Honourable Member for the question. We all know that we campaigned in the last election on a commitment to protect our environment and grow the economy at the same time. That includes steps that are going to get our resources to new markets so our provinces in the western part of our country don't take a haircut on their resources. But I want to highlight for the member that we're moving forward with a number of measures, over 50 to contribute to the fight against climate change. We're putting a price on pollution. We're making the largest investment in the history of public transit in Canada. By 2030, 90% of our electricity will be generated from clean resources, Mr. Speaker. We are in a new age in Canadian politics when it comes to protecting our environment. I invite the NDP to join the train.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
The Prime Minister has claimed that climate change is the fight of his life. He's claimed that there's no relationship more important to him than that with Indigenous peoples, and he's claimed that he really, really cares about protecting our West Coast. So when the National Energy Board said that the Trans Mountain pipeline will, 1, have major impacts on our climate, 2, significantly damage Indigenous rights and title, and 3, potentially wipe out the southern resident killer whale population, it seems like this decision would be a no-brainer. So this is a test for the Prime Minister. Between these principles he claims to hold and a pipeline he so desperately wants to build, what's it going to be?
Hear, hear.
Well, Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we are following the clear guideline that has given to us by the Federal Court of Appeal. We instructed the National Energy Board to undertake this review, and they have given us that report on Friday. We're going to carefully analyze and look at it. At the same time, we are moving forward with meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities to understand their concerns and offer accommodations and work with them to find solutions to their outstanding issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister conspired in order to stop the criminal prosecution of a company accused of corruption. My question is about the December 18th meeting between the PMO and the former Attorney General. We know that Gerald Butts and Katie Telford speak on behalf of the Prime Minister. We know that these two individuals, along with the Prime Minister, have absolute power within the Liberal government. Canadians want to know why the Prime Minister asked them to meet with the Chief of Staff of the former Attorney General on December 18th. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the Justice Committee members do their work. Our government is the one that increased resources for committees so that they could do that very important work. The clerk said at the committee last week that the Prime Minister made it clear that this was a decision for the Minister of Justice to take. It is that member who said that he had no intention of jeopardizing jobs at the SNC-Lavalin. But the member for Carleton said something that was absolutely different. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it's incredible that she's trying to accuse me. There's one thing that Conservatives want. There's one version they want, and it's the truth, her truth. Now the Prime Minister keeps changing his version of events. There's never one single same version. And on top of it, he's given himself the right to speak on behalf of the former Attorney General. So the former Attorney General is going to be able to speak. Will she be allowed to speak freely at that committee? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm, as the Prime Minister just said, that later today the government will confirm that the member will be able to discuss relevant matters before the committee while not jeopardizing the two active court cases. We continue to welcome the committee's studies and the work of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner.
Opposition House Leader.
The Prime Minister can't seem to take no for an answer, and when the former Attorney General said no, she wasn't going to give SNC-Lavalin a deal, he was not happy. So he sent in his two top people, Telford and Butts, the two people who spoke directly for him, to do some persuading. On December 18th, they met with the Chief of Staff to the then Attorney General to discuss the SNC-Lavalin deal. What did Telford and Butts say at that meeting, and what did they threaten would happen if SNC didn't get the deal?
Honourable Government House Leader.
The member continues to confirm that the Conservatives will speculate rather than look at the facts. We on this side have respect for the Justice Committee. We have respect for the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner because they are doing their important work. We know that both the Justice Committee and the Commissioner are looking at this file. We will not undermine the work of the Justice Committee. We on this side will not undermine the work of officers of the Parliament. We on this side will not undermine the independence of the judicial system like the Conservatives continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shocking. Opposition House Leader.
We know the Prime Minister sent in his highest-ranking people who speak on his behalf to pressure and persuade the former Attorney General through her Chief of Staff. Canadians deserve to know what kind of pressure was applied to their Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, the only person who knows is the Prime Minister, and the buck stops with him. So will he come to the Justice Committee? Will he finally stop evading? And will he answer some questions truthfully and openly?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about what we know. We know that the Conservative leader met with representatives of the company. We know that the leader of the NDP met with representatives of the company. We know that the Conservative deputy leader herself said at Justice Committee, quote, "I do not want the impression to be on the record that I think there's anything wrong with meeting with SNC-Lavalin," unquote. Mr. Speaker, we also know that the clerk of the Privy Council confirmed, quote, "At every opportunity, verbally and in writing in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was a decision for the Minister of Justice to take," unquote. Mr. Speaker, we on this side will continue to respect the independence of the judicial system and the rule of law. Thank you, Mr.
Député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, what a birthday party. The Phoenix fiasco is 3 years old and the Liberal government still hasn't found a solution. This nightmare for public servants has lasted 3 years and the government refuses to say when it will be solved. An internal government memo talks about 10 years. People are still having serious problems getting paid. There are families that feel abandoned. When will the Liberals provide real solutions? When will they pay people what they are owed? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I completely agree. The public servants of Canada deserve to be paid on time and accurately for their work. But we have improved things. we have dealt with about 70,000 cases. We're continuing to do this very important work. We won't stop till everything is solved.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 3 years since the ill-fated Phoenix rollout, and we're still hearing the same answers we heard 3 years ago when the whole thing started. And it's for shame. Federal workers have lost homes. It's put strain on their family. And even some simple things, Mr. Speaker, like just changing the law so that they don't have to pay back the gross pay on the net pay that they received, haven't been done. Now, when SNC-Lavalin wanted legal changes to get out of criminal charges, that got done, and in fact, they rolled out the red carpet. So why should workers continue to have their lives put on hold while this government is distracted protecting their well-connected buddies?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, since January of 2018, the backlog has gone down by 160,000 cases, Mr. Speaker. We are doing whatever we possibly can to make sure our public servants are paid on time and accurately. By May of this year, all the departments will be serviced by pay cards. Employees are satisfied by this movement. It was an employee-generated idea. This will be resolved. We will stabilize this system. Yes, it's taking longer than we wish, but rest assured, this is my #1 priority.
Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians living with disabilities face unique challenges when it comes to finding accessible, affordable housing. In my riding of Cambridge, there's been significant investment in projects targeted to help, like the new accessible, affordable housing at 175 Hespeler Road. Could the minister responsible for housing tell the House how Canada's national housing strategy is helping people living with disabilities find places to call home that meet their unique needs?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Cambridge for highlighting the challenges that people with disabilities in Canada face when it comes to finding an accessible home. But that's why we launched the first ever national housing strategy a year ago. That's why the National Co-Investment Fund requires 25% of the newly constructed or repair units to be fully accessible. And that's why we'll continue to fight very hard so that every Canadian with disabilities has access to a safe, affordable, and accessible home.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, Michael Wernick testified that on December 19th he met with the Prime Minister, and immediately following this meeting he picked up the phone, called the former Attorney General to check in on the SNC-Lavalin matter. What instructions did the Prime Minister provide Wernick to initiate this call?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we on this side respect the work of the Justice Committee. We on this side have increased resources for all committees because we know that they do important work. We on this side will also defend and uphold the principles of the judicial independence as well as the rule of law. We know that the matter is being looked at by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner and the Justice Committee. We also know that we on this side will fully cooperate with these two investigations because they are doing important work. What is clear is that member of the Conservative Party continues to undermine their work. We will not do that on this side. Canadians can have confidence in their institutions.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, the Prime Minister conspired to stop the criminal trial of a company charged with bribery. Canadians deserve transparency. Canadians deserve answers about this Prime Minister's involvement in this sordid affair. So again, what did the Prime Minister say to Wernick that prompted him to pick up the phone and call the former Attorney General to check in on the SNC-Lavalin matter? What did he say?
I must remind the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton to be judicious in choice of words. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that member just confirmed that the Conservative Party and its members will continue to speculate rather than look at the facts. That's something that Canadians know very well, and that's exactly why they are sitting in the opposition benches. That is the party that chose to undermine committees. They put out a rule book to make sure that they could undermine and destroy the work of committees. We on this side will not do that, Mr. Speaker. We are the government that increased resources to committees. We know that they do important work. We know that members on both sides are asking witnesses to appear. We know witnesses are answering. Let them do their work, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Order. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
We know that Michael Wernick spoke to the former Attorney General on the afternoon of December 19th. He said he called her about the SNC-Lavalin file. Wernick also said the former Attorney General advised the Prime Minister on September 17th that she wasn't going to intervene. So why did the Prime Minister instruct the clerk to make the phone call if she had already made up her mind?
Liberal Government House Leader.
Speculation, Mr. Speaker. That is speculation. Mr. Speaker, we know very well that the clerk of the Privy Council confirmed when he was at Justice Committee last week that at every opportunity, verbally and in writing in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was a decision for the Minister of Justice to take. Mr. Speaker, we know that there is members of Parliament from both sides of the aisle that sit on Justice Committee. We know that they're working together to have witnesses appear. We know that witnesses are appearing and answering tough questions. Mr. Speaker, we on this side know that Canadians should have confidence in their institutions. We will not undermine that work because we know they're working hard. The Conservatives should stop their doublespeak.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
There certainly isn't speculation, Mr. Speaker, because those were Wernick's words. Canadians need to know what is not being said by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister conspired to stop the criminal trial of a company charged with bribery. It's clear that there was a concerted and sustained effort by the Prime Minister and his senior operatives to make the former Attorney General change her mind. If we're not going to get answers in this place, will the Prime Minister appear before the Justice Committee and finally tell the truth?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I will continue to say, that members of the Justice Committee are working together from both sides. They are asking witnesses to appear, witnesses are appearing, and they are responding to questions. We on this side, Mr. Speaker, will always have confidence in our committee system. We know that it's important work that they do. We know that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is also looking at this file. And Mr. Speaker, we on this side will not undermine that work. That is a clear contrast between the Conservatives and the Liberals. We will not undermine committees. We will not undermine officers of Parliament. We will not undermine the independence of the justice system. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Well, it's now clear, Mr. Speaker, Liberals have given up on GM workers and their families in Oshawa without even trying. Do you know what the government did in the U.S.? U.S. representatives fought and succeeded in pressuring GM to extend the operation of the Detroit Hamtramck plant for the life of the current collective agreement. That is the bare minimum that workers in Oshawa have been asking for, and the Liberals didn't even try to secure that with GM. Canadian workers deserve better than this. Layoffs start in 2 weeks. Why won't this Prime Minister fight for their jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we fight day in and day out for our auto workers.
That's right.
Since 2015, we've seen historic investments of $6 billion in the automotive sector because it's our Prime Minister that's made the automotive sector a priority for our government. We've seen significant investments in the auto supplier sector, and this has resulted in thousands of jobs that have been created. You want to compare and contrast to the Conservatives because in the first 3 years of their mandate, they lost 50,000 jobs in the automotive sector and 20,000 before the recession even hit. And we've seen thousands of jobs created since 2015. We'll continue to fight for the auto workers, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
This month, the NDP secured a request to have General Motors CEO Mary Barra to appear before a committee to answer questions on the closure of the Oshawa plant. Instead, the Liberals cut a private deal to excuse her, and now we get a lobbyist. And this is because the Prime Minister couldn't even get his own meeting, and so much for not interfering with committees. Meanwhile, U.S. political pressure gets a new deal to extend plant operations, and now Canada is left out in the cold. Why are the Liberals letting CEO Barra off the hook? Would the Prime Minister care to explain to Canadians his failures for Oshawa versus the workers of Detroit Hamtramck that are getting a new life on their jobs?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I went to Detroit and met with Mary Barra just a few weeks ago and made it very, very clear that they're making a big mistake by leaving Oshawa. We as a government will not make that mistake and turn our back onto the workers. We'll continue to defend auto workers. And we've been very clear with Jerry Dias as well when it comes to Unifor that any solution that they have between the unions and GM that we'll be at the table as part of the solution. We'll continue to defend the auto workers. We'll continue to invest in this very important sector, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that Canadians should listen to the Clerk of the Privy Council. During the appearance at committee, the Clerk said the Cabinet never discussed SNC Lavalin. However, the Minister of National Revenue said during a radio interview that the decision regarding SNC was made at Cabinet.
Well, simple question. Who's telling the truth?
Good question. Well, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there are members of Parliament from both sides of the aisle that sit on the Justice Committee. Mr. Speaker, that member, very new to this place, should also know that those members have come together to ask for a list of witnesses. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to know that witnesses are appearing at Justice Committee. Members of Parliament from both sides are asking tough questions. Witnesses are answering those questions. Mr. Speaker, that member also knows that the Conservatives had a rule book to undermine committees. We have not done such a thing. We had to increase resources to committee to ensure that committees can do their important work. Canadians can have confidence in their institutions.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, that answer is interesting but has nothing to do with the question. When the #1 bureaucrat in Canada appeared before committee, he said the issue of SNC-Lavalin was never addressed by Cabinet. But this is in direct contradiction with the Minister of Revenue, who said on radio, there was a discussion and we made a decision. Now, who is telling the truth? The House Leader, Mr. Speaker, my answer was completely relevant. There were questions put in the committee. They asked for witnesses. The witnesses appeared and answered questions. We should have confidence in members of the Justice Committee. We, on this side of the House, we have confidence in them, but on the other side, that's not the case. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, they were talking about fishing expeditions and witch hunts. But now, the former Attorney General will appear. But if on the other side, they're so open, will they allow the Prime Minister to testify? The Honourable House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we respect committee work. We have confidence in the members who sit on Justice Committee and on all other committees. We will allow them to conduct their work. We respect their work, which is not the case with the Conservatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there is no more important job than to care for our loved ones. We welcome caregivers to Canada every year, mainly from the Philippines, to care for our children and our parents. Yet, as they care for our families, they leave their own behind, often enduring a painful separation of years before they can be reunited. I have met these caregivers and heard their stories. Canada needs to do a better job. Could the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada tell us what the government is doing to reunite caregiver families?
Great question. Honourable Minister.
Thank you to my colleague for her tireless advocacy on behalf of caregivers. Mr. Speaker, thousands of families rely on caregivers to care for their loved ones. But caregivers have often faced too many barriers to reunite with their own families. Our government is introducing a program that will provide a faster path for permanent residency, better protections against abuse, and for the first time, we will allow caregivers to bring their own spouses and children with them. Our government has eliminated the caregiver backlog left behind by the Conservatives from 5 years to 12 months, and we will always stand for family reunification, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
After the Prime Minister moved the former Attorney General out of her position, she wrote a letter to the public saying that she had spoken truth to power. She rose recently and said she would like to speak her truth to all Canadians. So far, the Prime Minister has been silencing her, invoking solicitor-client privilege, real or imagined. Today, he says he will finally allow her to speak, but only say things that he considers relevant. Will he remove these obstacles to her free speech and let her speak?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Once again, I confirm what the Prime Minister said earlier today in question period, that the member will be able to address relevant matters in front of the committee while ensuring that the two active court cases are not jeopardized. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to welcome the work of the Justice Committee as well as that of the Ethics Commissioner.
Honourable Member for Disnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals don't support the RCMP and community safety programs, people and communities suffer. In Pelican Narrows, the Community Safety Officer Program is responsible for recruiting and training officers to do nightly patrols, but they lack the resources to bring in the talent they need. People's safety should be a priority, and yet this Liberal government is failing to act. When will the Liberals commit to the safety of the people in northern Saskatchewan and dedicate funding for their community safety programs?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I have met with representatives of a variety of communities across the country about community safety initiatives, including special constables and other forms of augmenting regular police service. I am certainly happy to meet with any community in the honourable members' riding if they have concerns that they wish to pursue. But I would note that for the First Nations policing program, we have just made the largest investment in Canadian history to try to bring better policing services to Indigenous communities across this country.
The member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is real and the cost of inaction is enormous. It is disappointing that while climate change is having a real impact on the health and well-being of Canadians, Conservative politicians are wasting millions of taxpayer dollars fighting climate action in court.
Shame.
Meanwhile, the party opposite still has no plan to protect the environment. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment please update the House on the actions our government is taking to fight climate change while growing our economy?
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his hard work and tireless advocacy to help protect our climate. Economists are virtually unanimous that the best thing we can be doing to transition to a low-carbon economy is to put a price on pollution that'll bring emissions down and put more money in the pockets of Canadian families. But it's only one of 50 measures that we're taking to fight climate change, along with phasing out coal so we can get to 90% of generation of our electricity by clean sources by 2030. We're improving public transit with the largest investment in the history of Canada, and we're investing in energy efficiency, clean technologies, and green infrastructure. While some Conservatives want to oppose meaningful action on climate change, like Doug Ford and Leader of
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Prime Minister's been speaking widely about the SNC-Lavalin affair, telling his side of the story, not concerned at all about court proceedings, privilege, or cabinet confidence. Apparently, that doesn't matter when he's telling his side of the story. But now he's saying that he's going to constrain his former Attorney General's testimony by limiting it to what he considers to be relevant matters. Can he confirm if relevant matters will include all communications between his office and the former Attorney General?
Your Justice.
Later today, the government will confirm that the member can address relevant matters at the committee while ensuring that two active court cases are not jeopardized. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work with the studies by the Justice Committee and the Ethics Commissioner.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, everyone agrees. Former Lavalin executives who have committed crimes should end up in court. But it's almost as if everyone here thought that thousands of workers should also pay for the crimes of a handful of individuals. The company has lost $1.6 billion since the beginning of this crisis. The next stage, Mr. Speaker, is to cut jobs, have a fire sale, and open themselves up to a foreign takeover. Will the Attorney General take charge of this file? The Honourable Minister of Justice, Mr. Speaker, as I've said on several occasions in this House, the question is a difficult one. There are two court proceedings underway, and I cannot comment on them. The Honourable Member. Well, Mr. Speaker, the government's first responsibility is to protect the people. It's revolting to watch opposition parties harming SNC-Lavalin workers, but that's their choice and they'll pay for it at the next election. The present Attorney General is responsible and he has the authority to take charge of this file and negotiate a remediation agreement to make sure that those at fault pay and not thousands of workers. When will he take charge of this file? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as Attorney General for Canada, I cannot influence court proceedings. It would be very inappropriate of me to comment.
Rising on the honourable member for Brampton East.
Speaker, many young Canadians dream of home ownership, yet that dream is becoming more difficult every day. Many residents are concerned that the mortgage stress test have made home ownership for the first time extremely difficult and have contributed to a slowdown in the housing market. Will the Finance Minister please update this House on what measures the government is exploring to help Canadians become homeowners? Thank you. Thanks, Rob.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that we've been very focused on ensuring that our housing market is effective so that Canadians can not only recognize that their investment in their home is stable, but also that they can have an aspiration to acquiring a home for them and their families. Over the last 3 years, we've put in measures for affordable housing across our country. We've put in measures to make sure that people are protected, and we will continue to think about how we can ensure that middle-class Canadians have the possibility to raise their families and have home ownership part of that dream. Thank you.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood is rising on a point of order.
On the following motion, which says, recognizing that 2019 marks the 10th anniversary of the end of armed conflict in Sri Lanka, and honoring the tens of thousands of lives lost and countless victims displaced during this 26-year war, and recognizing further that the government of Sri Lanka has made insufficient progress in implementing its commitments on reconciliation, accountability, and transitional justice, and that frustrations persist among those seeking to heal the wounds of all those who've suffered. Therefore, the House of Commons calls on the government of Sri Lanka to fully implement its obligations under the Human Rights Council Resolution 30/1 and to set a clear timeline-bound strategy for ensuring a process of accountability that has the trust and confidence of the victims, including the families of those who have disappeared. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House is... No, there's no unanimous consent. Excuse me. Tabling of documents. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to support the initiative just read out by my colleague. It's interesting that it came from him, but I want to read out a slightly different resolution, and maybe this will have the full support of the House. First of all, that the House call on the Government of Canada to strongly push for the full implementation of Human Rights Council Resolution 30/1 within a clearly specified time frame. Calls on the Government of Sri Lanka to implement Resolution 30/1 within a clearly specified time frame, recognizing that the resolution was co-sponsored by the Government of Sri Lanka, and invites the Minister of International Development to table a report in the House at her earliest convenience explaining development projects funded in Sri Lanka and their impact on the implementation of Resolution 30/1 and on peace and reconciliation in general. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to oppose the motion? No, there is no unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
36(8). I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Tabling of government documents. Statements by ministers.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 25th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights regarding Bill C-84, an act to amend the Criminal Code, bestiality and animal fighting.
Has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Duval, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act, Investments. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased and honored to rise in the House today to introduce my private member's bill, which will amend the investment policy, standards and procedures of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board to ensure that no CPP funds are invested in any entity that has performed acts or carried out work contrary to ethical business practices or has committed human, labour or environmental rights violations. The Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, which oversees $368 billion CPP fund, was set up by an Act of Parliament in 1997 and is mandated to invest in the best interests of CPP contributors and beneficiaries by maximizing returns without undue risk of loss. It is important to note that my bill will not change this mandate. Despite its adherence to a policy on responsible investing, the CPPIB has billions of dollars in direct private investments in the oil and gas sector and was recently found to have increased holdings in 2 private U.S. companies that run American prisons. The CPPIB has also been found to have significant holdings in various arms manufacturing industries and has previously invested in companies implicated in human rights abuses. The Canada Pension Plan is an important part of our country's retirement system, but Canadians expect that its investments are carried out with certain principles in mind. By amending Section 35 of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act to specify ethical practices in human, labour and environmental rights considerations, Bill C-431 does just that. Thank you.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Duval, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
For Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table once again a petition for a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care. As you know, Mr. Speaker, many of these petitions have been tabled in the House, so there is a growing concern about vision loss. It's expected that it will double in the next 20 years. Just 1% of the total expenditure on vision loss is invested in post-vision loss rehabilitation therapy. There are a lot of other points being raised on this petition, and they're also asking the government to commit to acknowledging eye health and vision care as a growing public health issue and respond to it, particularly with Canada's vulnerable population, children, seniors, diabetic, and Indigenous peoples, through the development of a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
I am honored to rise to table a petition by residents from Saskatoon as well as Biggar and Harris, calling on the Minister of Justice to eliminate the maximum sentence for sexual assault crimes, increase the minimum sentences for sexual assault crimes and sexual crimes committed towards a minor. Further, they call on the Minister of Justice to, among other things, establish a national registry for sexual offenders, as well as those convicted of other violent crimes. Thank you.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of St. Catharines, Niagara Centre, and Bay of Quinte. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on guns, which are already banned.
Great petition.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition from residents from across Ontario, and they're stating to this place that despite being victimized many times over in conflict and post-conflict strategy of war, women bear a lot of the impacts, and yet they have a great potential for providing support in building peace and security. Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy recognizes the critical role of grassroots women. Canada's National Action Plan includes the role of women. Only 5% of international funds right now are dedicated to peace and security or allocated to equality between men and women. They therefore call on the Government of Canada to fund and implement its Feminist International Assistance Policy, focusing support on grassroots organizations through diverse, predictable, responsive funding mechanisms to allow the long-term
a role of civil society, in particular women, and to increase the financial aid to other countries to 0.7% GNI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here that, whereas Falun Gong is a spiritual practice that consists of the principles of truth, compassion, forbearance that is practiced by millions of people around the world, whereas Canadian citizen Ms. Quan Sun, 51, was illegally kidnapped in China February 19, 2017, and has been illegally detained in Beijing, first detention center for practicing Falun Gong. Therefore, the petitioners request that the Canadian government condemn the illegal arrest of a Canadian citizen for practicing Falun Gong and call for her immediate and unconditional release.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the hope that on March 19th, the budget to be tabled will solve this problem, I rise in the House to remind the House that people from Trois-Rivières have been waiting for 20 years for the ferry service to be restored, and the millions that were spent on studies that all reached the same conclusion, and that conclusion was that it's time to act, and that's what people in Trois-Rivières want. They've signed this petition for various reasons, fighting climate change, economic assistance for the regions, and so on and so on. But as quickly as possible, it's time to take action.
Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition in support of Bill S-240 on organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill will be considered at the Foreign Affairs Committee tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Julie. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please, Mr. Speaker.
Is it agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply. Resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Scheer regarding the appearance of the Prime Minister before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise and speak and address this chamber. What I thought I would do is go specifically to a couple of quotes, because I think these quotes are really important in terms of the context of what's been taking place over the last few weeks, Mr. Speaker. I would ultimately argue what we have before us is, in fact, an opposition that has become united, and it's not the first time that the NDP and the Conservative have decided to join forces and to see what they can do, not necessarily on a policy per se issue, but rather to try to point the fingers and look in terms of that whole character assassination, in particular focusing attention on the Prime Minister. This is something that we have witnessed on a number of occasions when the NDP and the Conservative Party have gotten together. Now, Mr. Speaker, we treat all issues of the utmost importance, and I'm hoping to be able to provide a little bit of clarity, because on the other side, what we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, is any issue becomes a major issue, especially if they can kind of smear and attempt to make the government look bad on whatever issue it might be that takes away from the attention of what it is this government is actually doing, Mr. Speaker. Because when you take a look at what the government is actually doing and accomplishing, you will find that no matter what region of our country you go in, that there is a sense of hope, a sense that there is a stronger, more willing national government to make a difference at increasing the strength of our economy and better serving Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, those that are really working hard, Mr. Speaker, in our communities. And that is something in which I personally take a great sense of pride pride in terms of just what it is that we have been able to accomplish. But if you take a look at the last while, you don't hear opposition members talking about those types of policy issues related to Canada's economy or its social programming. And I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker, it's because we are doing a fairly decent job and we're having a very real impact on the lives of Canadians in every region of our country. Now, let's go to the issue or the motion that has been brought forward by the Conservative Party today. Once again, they're wanting to, as much as possible, take that personal attack, I would suggest to you, at personalities within the government. Now, what they say is that we do not have a responsibility to be able to communicate to ministers, and in this particular case, the Attorney General, Mr. Speaker. And I do take some exception to that. I've listened to the debate on this issue now for a number of days. I've heard questions and answers and so forth. I'm very much concerned. Obviously, there is a bit of a different standard coming from the Conservative Party. In fairness to the New Democrats, they have never been in government, so we haven't been able to really pass judgment in terms of what they would have been doing in government, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you that there has been considerable lobbying that has taken place when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. There's no way the Conservative members are going to tell me that the Prime Minister's office did not have discussions and meetings with numerous cabinet ministers, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you that we all have a responsibility to communicate what we believe are important issues to our constituents, indeed all Canadians. And that's one of the things that I think that we're missing out on. I thought it was an interesting question today that came from the Bloc Party, expressing concerns in regards to the employees of SNC, Mr. Speaker. And we really haven't heard that argument. In fact, to a certain degree, the member from James Bay, or Timmins James Bay, who sits in the front benches of the NDP on that issue, on the issue of SNC and the employees, in essence saying, who cares? If it goes broke, if it doesn't exist, others will pick up the slack for it, Mr. Speaker. That's the type of mentality, at least some within the New Democratic Party, have on this very important issue. Mr. Speaker, there is a broader issue at hand here. Yes, there are things that occurred with SNC, and we as a government are very much concerned about that. The issue of corruption allegations that had taken place in Libya, and we do understand and believe that there needs to be a sense of accountability. But we also need to be aware of the fact of the thousands, Mr. Speaker, 9,000+ people that in fact are employed. That's here in Canada. There is a worldwide recognition of the company that has 40,000+ jobs from what I understand, Mr. Speaker. This isn't something that's new. You would think if you listen to the combined holy alliance between the NDP and the Conservatives, that it's only the Liberals that are being lobbied by SNC. Not true. The Conservative leader himself, the New Democratic leader, Jagmeet Singh, both have had representations and been lobbied by SNC. Many members of opposition benches have actually met and been lobbied by SNC. Equally, so has government members, Mr. Speaker, or Liberal members of the caucus. That is nothing new. We get lobbied all the time, Mr. Speaker. That's why we have independent mechanisms put in place to ensure that there is a sense of transparency and accountability when it comes to lobbying. The Prime Minister has done absolutely nothing wrong, and I don't care how many times Conservatives will tell media, members of the media and their constituents and try to spread what I believe is misinformation, Mr. Speaker. Just because the opposition, the unholy alliance between the NDP and the Conservatives, say that the Prime Minister has done something wrong doesn't mean that it's true. And that's what I believe is the case here, Mr. Speaker.
And it brings me to a couple of quotes. You know, unlike the opposition, we do recognize the value of our standing committees and our ethics commissioner, and the independence in particular of our ethics commissioner, and the fine work our standing committees can do. The other day at the standing committee, we had Mr. Wernick. Mr. Wernick appear before the committee and make a presentation. Well, during that presentation, and before I comment on that, Mr. Speaker, allow me to share with Canadians that might be participating or following this debate in any way. Mr. Wernick was actually a top civil servant working under Stephen Harper, I believe it was Department of Indian Affairs, as a deputy minister possibly. I don't know all of the details, Mr. Speaker, but what I do know is that he is an incredible, well-recognized, apolitical, independent civil servant that has been working at the high end, not only under this government, but also under the Conservative government. And that's really important for us to recognize that. When Mr. Wernick went to committee, what did Mr. Wernick say specifically about the allegations that we're hearing from the Conservatives and the NDP Unholy Alliance? This is what we're hearing, Mr. Speaker. It is my conclusion and my assertion, based on all the information I have, that there was no inappropriate pressure on the Minister of Justice in this matter. Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan saying this. This is Canada's top civil servant, someone that has done an incredible contributions over different administrations in ensuring that we have the world-class civil service that we have today. And he stated, based on all the information I have, that there was no inappropriate pressure on the Minister of Justice in this matter. I thought another really interesting quote at the same committee meeting, Mr. Speaker, was that the Prime Minister indicated, and then again, this is the Mr. Wernick, indicated that it was entirely her call, referring to the former Minister of Justice. That it indicated that it was entirely her call to make, that she was the decider. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is something in which I believe the Prime Minister has been consistent from day one. From day one, I believe that the Prime Minister has been very much transparent and accountable on this issue. Now, the Conservatives and the NDP Unholy Alliance, on the other hand, believe that they can attempt to score some political points based on a news story article that appeared in the Globe. And that Globe article was actually referenced at the committee. And they continue to push. And it's interesting. The NDP, on the one hand, said, we believe that the ethics commissioner should get involved. They're the ones that encouraged the ethics commissioner to get involved. And if you listen to what they're saying today, they're saying, well, the ethics commissioner is not going to be able to do the job. Now we want more to be done, Mr. Speaker. We want a public inquiry on the issue. Where was that confidence when they initially said, let's have the ethnic commissioner engaged? You have the Conservative and the NDP talking about standing committees. And I can tell you, as a government, this Prime Minister in particular has made a solemn commitment to our standing committees. I was there when the Conservatives and Stephen Harper took ownership of all the standing committees. When I was sit at Proc and the parliamentary secretary would be there dictating exactly what's going to be taking place that day in committee. I was there when, in fact, Stephen Harper would not allow any amendments outside of government amendments actually pass. We have seen a Prime Minister that has marginalized the roles of parliamentary secretaries on standing committees. We have seen a Prime Minister that has committed additional funds to our standing committees. We have seen a Prime Minister, in fact, a Liberal caucus on all those points, support an independent standing committees, Mr. Speaker. And when I say that, I'm referring to opposition amendments that are passing. Many opposition members have had the opportunity to pass amendments at standing committees. Mr. Speaker, on the other hand, so if you contrast, Stephen Harper to our current Prime Minister, night and day in terms of transparency and accountability when it comes to Canada's standing committees. And now we have a standing committee that is actually looking into this issue, and we actually have, Mr. Speaker, the former Attorney General is now going to be appearing, and it's interesting. My understanding is, and I could be wrong on this, but my understanding is that it was one of the Liberal members that actually put in the formal request for the former Attorney General to come before the committee. Well, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the unholy alliance of the Conservatives and the Democrats, they are coming together and they're saying how bad we need to open up and make the standing committees more independent, when the track record for the Conservative Party is absolutely abysmal at best, Mr. Speaker. We finally have a government that's committed to openness, transparency, and accountability at our standing committees, and I would ultimately argue inside this chamber, but I'm afraid you wouldn't give me enough time to expand on that, Mr. Speaker. Yet, the opposition believes that the standing committee is still not enough, even though in many different ways, financially, sense of independence, how we supported it. In fact, that's where our chief civil servant actually was able to present the presentation. Now, it's interesting, when I listened to question period today, the type of comments, their interpretation of what had taken place at the standing committee, Mr. Speaker. It's very interesting. Because what they're doing is they're cherry picking, and I can't blame them for cherry picking, I guess, because I too am cherry picking. I'm cherry picking what I believe Mr. Wernick made very clear to every committee member, and every member of this House is aware of exactly what it is that Mr. Wernick had indicated. And I said earlier, Mr. Wernick said that in regards to the Prime Minister that had told the former minister the decision to intervene in the case was hers alone. And the Prime Minister indicated that it was entirely her call to make that. She was the decider. But most importantly, one of the things that I personally gained out of it, and how much, and I really valued this aspect of it, and I've read it, and I'm going to reread it into the record, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Wernick indicated, "It is my conclusion and my assertion, based on all the information I have, that there was no inappropriate pressure on the Minister of Justice in this matter." Mr. Speaker, since I've had the opportunity, as others have had the opportunity to formulate opinions on the matter at hand, I feel very confident that there was not any inappropriate pressure. And hearing it from the top civil servant means a great deal to me, Mr. Speaker. It reassures me, and I hope and suspect that it would reassure Canadians as a whole. Now, it won't stop the opposition. I was in opposition for over 20 years. I can appreciate the potential of a good story. If a good story is there and you figure you got something and you want to push it to the nth degree, go nuts. But maybe provide a little bit more than what you've actually provided to date. Mr. Speaker, look at the questions that they've been asking day in and day out. They're not providing anything new to the story, because there really isn't from my perspective, from what I can see, the merit that ultimately justifies the types of discussions and debates that we're having here today. And I don't say that lightly, because for me, when I go back home every weekend, I like to get a sense in terms of what's important in terms of the constituents in which I represent. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it's issues like jobs, it's issues like health care, our environment. These are the issues in which people are genuinely concerned about, and those are the issues that we should be talking about. The Minister of Finance has announced that we have a federal budget that's coming up, Mr. Speaker. I know I have some thoughts on what it is I would like to see in the budget, Mr. Speaker. These are the type of issues that are affecting everyday Canadians in all of our regions. And what really makes me wonder in terms of that commitment coming from the opposition is when the leader of the official opposition, many would call him the Stephen Harper with the smile. I don't know exactly how it goes, Mr. Speaker, but the bottom line is it is hard to tell the difference between Stephen Harper and this current leader. Very true. And I'm wondering, no, he could be behind the curtain possibly, quite frankly. But Mr. Speaker, I would argue that, listen to how the leader of the official opposition started his speech. He's referring to SNC and the issue of corruption and the rich, the powerful and the mighty and so forth. And he's trying to make it look as if this SNC is meeting with the government and we're conspiring with them. Mr. Speaker, yes, members of the governing cabinet, members of the Liberal caucus, I can assure you that members on this side did in fact meet with them. But I can also tell you, so did the leader of the Conservative Party. So did the leader of the New Democratic Party. Oh, yes. So did many others of the opposition benches meet with SNC, Mr. Speaker. But what makes me disappointed is they don't seem to care about some of the victims, the potential victims that are there, the thousands of employees that are working for SNC. And there is an opportunity, or there was an opportunity, I don't know if that opportunity is passed or not, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you Canada, like the U.S. and the United Kingdom, have the opportunity to ensure that there's corporate responsibility and accountability while protecting our workers. I sure wish the opposition party would do their job in looking after those jobs too, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to address all the factual inaccuracies in the member's a prolonged statement, I guess. He kept talking about an alliance between the opposition parties. We're just trying to get at the truth, which is the job, what we've been sent to do here on behalf of our constituents. I'll remind the member, because he was elected in 2010, there was an unholy alliance of the Liberals, the NDP, with the Separatists to try and depose a duly elected government by the Canadian people. The next part of it is, the Director of Prosecutions, that office was made independent in 2006 by Stephen Harper. It was Bill 1. They created a lobbying commissioner. It created the ethics commissioner. The reason we know so many things have been going wrong is because all the things done on ethics accountability by the previous Conservative government. I never heard the member thank Stephen Harper for actually doing all those things. On September 4th, the Director of Prosecutions made a decision to deny the ability of SNC to get a deferred prosecution agreement. That decision was then confirmed on October 9th later on. At every single step, what we know so far is that the former Attorney General denied the Prime Minister's pressure. She said no repeatedly to the Prime Minister's office and to the Prime Minister directly and to the Clerk of the Privy Council, no, that this particular company will not enjoy this DPA. A DPA, I will mention, as a member of the Standing Committee on Finance, that was attached at the back end of an omnibus federal budget bill. So to the member, I want to know is how many times does the former Attorney General have to say no to the pressure she felt at having to provide this company with a special deal, with a special agreement, so that this company could get off the hook? How many times does the Prime Minister's office need to meet with the former Attorney General on this particular, because he knows that the Shawcross Doctrine says that the communication goes one way. We're not saying that cabinet members can't talk to each other. What we're saying is they can't tell the AG what to do. In criminal prosecutions, the AG and the AG alone makes that determination. Why does he feel the Prime Minister's office was in the right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Simply, Mr. Speaker, because the Prime Minister did not tell the AG what to do. That's the simple reality, Mr. Speaker. You know, what are they going to do next time? Are they going to say, well, did the Prime Minister talk to this minister or tell another minister to do something specific? I understand the difference. I know the difference between the AG, Mr. Speaker. But the bottom line is that there's a responsibility for the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister has fulfilled his responsibility. My question to the members opposite is they seem to feel that jobs from SNC do not matter. We even had a Conservative member try to say, well, you know, SNC jobs are not all that important, or they're more important to this government than jobs in Calgary. Have I got news for the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker? It doesn't matter where the jobs are. This government does care about the jobs. We also want to ensure that there is a high level of accountability for corporations that inappropriately behave, Mr. Speaker. And that can, in fact, be done with, in fact, the legislation that's currently in place. Legislation that the U.S. has and the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting. I think my friend across the way believes that if you take something that's not true and yell really loud about it, it sometimes will somehow become truthful. That we've seen him time and time again get up in this place and wander around the issue without directly speaking to it. He speaks about jobs. Now, some Liberals have claimed that white-collar crimes are victimless crimes. But they're not. Those very same SNC-Lavalin employees, their jobs are at risk right now because Liberals have soft on white-collar crime policies. That SNC-Lavalin executives who committed these bribery and corruption crimes are skipping on any kind of sentencing at all, and so it's all of the employees themselves that are somehow now culpable because Liberals won't enact this. I'll read a quote from him. I think you'll find it's interesting. It's really frustrating to see the level of mistrust and disgust that Canadians are having towards Parliament, towards the Prime Minister right now. It's time the Prime Minister showed some leadership and actually came clean on everything he knew, and the only way we're going to be able to do that, unfortunately, is if everybody testifies under oath. Who said that? Well, that was the current Prime Minister about the former Prime Minister during the Nigel Wright-Mike Duffy affair. That he said correctly that Canadians lose faith in our institutions when they watch the Prime Minister not answer fully and faithfully the questions that are put towards him. We've asked the Prime Minister time and time again to waive solicitor-client. We've asked the Prime Minister to come forward. We've asked Liberals on committee who resist every step of the way. If Liberals really cared about jobs, why has the Prime Minister not visited Oshawa yet? If Liberals really cared about jobs, what about the Sears pensioners, about the Avios workers? They claim that this is what it's about when really what it's about is entitlement and access to this Liberal government. And the wealthy and well-connected have total access. So my question is this. If we need to change the law for SNC-Lavalin to get them a plea deal, what about changing the law for pay equity? What about changing the law for pensioners? What about changing the law for all those Canadians who don't have the access that a wealthy and well-connected company like SNC-Lavalin does?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, the remediation agreement regime that was actually passed through the House is something that's actually in place in other countries. This was not, something foreign to the Western world. In fact, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that if the NDP truly cared about the jobs and the impact that it's having potentially on thousands of people, which happen to be in Montreal in this particular situation, they would be changing their line of attack. They wouldn't have the member from Timmins James Bay standing up saying, well, who cares if they're criminally found because the jobs will just go somewhere else. Mr. Speaker, that's the mentality of the New Democratic Party. We can still go after and ensure that there's justice and accountability when a corporation does something that is inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. This government does not support the criminal activities of corporations. That's the reason why there is the potential for remediation agreements, Mr. Speaker. That's why the USA has it, that's why the United Kingdom has it, and that's why Canada has it now, Mr. Speaker. But it doesn't mean that we forget about some of the potential victims, and that being the workers and many others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When my colleague started off his speech, he was talking a bit about the fact that the opposition are always trying to drum up scandals time and time again, and nothing is further, nothing demonstrates that more than the fact that every single time that an opposition motion comes before this House, it's just another attempt to attack or smear the government, or in particular a member of Parliament on this side of the House, and it just demonstrates that, they have nothing really to attack, Mr. Speaker, other than trying to make attacks at individuals and to try to smear people and create scandals where they just simply don't exist. I'm wondering if the member, who spends a lot of time in this House, can talk a little bit to the fact that how he sees the motions that, generally speaking, come forward from the other side of the House.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and I can tell you that there are many other issues that we should be debating, I would ultimately argue. This is the second time. We just had this debate a few days ago, and yet it's back because the unholy alliance of the Conservatives and the New Democrats don't want to talk about what's happening in our economy. They don't want to talk about the progressive social policies that this administration is bringing through.
That's right.
When we talk about jobs, over 800,000 jobs have been created by working with Canadians in all regions of our country. When we talk about supporting families, the Canada Child Benefit, millions of dollars, $9 million going into my own riding every month in Winnipeg North. What about helping out our poorest of all seniors with the GIS increases, Mr. Speaker? Talk about Canada's infrastructure. There is so much that this government has been able to do in 3.5 years. It might take another mandate for us to be able to complete all the goals and aspirations that we have, Mr. Speaker. And we recognize that, yes, this is a political year, and the opposition knows full well that we have done a relatively good job, and as opposed to talking about those real issues, they want to focus on negative politics. Someone told me yesterday it's the Republicans of the North coming from the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. It's all about character assassination. They're more interested in trying to make politics look like it's a bad thing. Politics is a wonderful thing. You can really make a difference. This government demonstrates that day in, day out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Carleton. And I'm pleased to rise today in this House on the Opposition Day motion, and we're calling on the Prime Minister to appear before the Justice Committee and testify under oath to his alleged direct involvement in the coordinated and sustained efforts to influence the criminal prosecution of SNC Lavalin. Now, last week, Michael Wernick, clerk of the Privy Council, appeared before the Justice Committee to testify to his involvement and knowledge of the shocking allegations of political interference coming out of the PMO. Mr. Wernick's testimony came as a spot of light among the clouded secrecy and sidestepping that we've seen from this government to date, confirming what many Canadians had suspected, that the PMO undertook a sustained and coordinated campaign to interfere with the criminal prosecution of SNC Lavalin. According to Mr. Wernick's testimony, the Prime Minister and his department continued to pressure the Attorney General even after she told the Prime Minister she would not overrule the decision to allow SNC's case to proceed to trial, stating, and I quote, "The question that I think you are going to have to come to a view with, as will the Ethics Commissioner,
is inappropriate pressure. He continues, there's pressure to get it right on every decision, to approve, to not approve, to act, to not act. I'm quite sure the minister felt pressure to get it right. Part of my conversation with her on December 19th was conveying context that there were a lot of people worried about what would happen. The consequences, not for her, the consequences for the workers and the communities and the suppliers, end quote. These inappropriate actions are clear attempts to force the hand of the former Attorney General and pressure her into interfering with SNC-Lavaline's criminal trial. That being said, the criminality of the actions of the Prime Minister and his office must be recognized. Section 139 of the Criminal Code states, everyone who willfully attempts in any manner to obstruct, pervert, or defeat the course of justice in a judicial proceeding is guilty of a crime. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this is exactly what has happened here, that the Prime Minister and his office have made a willful attempt at obstructing justice. Coming off the heels of the Liberals voting down a motion calling for a public inquiry and an investigation undertaken by the Justice Committee into the PMO's interference with SNC-Lavalin, and even going so far as to vote down a motion calling on all witnesses that testify before the Justice Committee to be sworn in under oath. These new revelations make it imperative that the Prime Minister appear before the Justice Committee and testify for his actions under oath. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, then he should be more than willing to appear before the Justice Committee. Anything less than that is a sure admission of guilt. The chronology of events surrounding SNC-Lavalin's criminal prosecution is important, so I'd like to take a closer look at the timeline. On February 19, 2015, the RCMP laid charges of fraud and corruption against SNC-Lavalin in relation to the company's dealings in post-Gaddafi Libya. When the Prime Minister took office, SNC-Lavalin began an aggressive lobbying campaign to implement measures to lessen the impact of their past action. This lobbying campaign included numerous meetings with both political and bureaucratic staff at the highest levels. Keep in mind that SNC-Lavalin has been a historical supporter of this Liberal Party of Canada. Its Liberal insider executives led a campaign of illegal donations to the Liberals ranging over $100,000. On June 21, 2018, legislation to implement a deferred prosecution agreement was snuck into the tail end of a massive budget bill and received royal assent. On September 4th, the Director of Public Prosecution informed SNC-Lavalin that she had no desire to pursue the negotiation of a deferred prosecution agreement. On September 17th, the Prime Minister and Privy Council Clerk, Michael Wernick, met with the former Attorney General to discuss the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. On December 5th, Gerald Butts, then the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, met with the former Attorney General at the Chateau Laurier to discuss the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. On December 18th, the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, Gerald Butts, and the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister, Katie Telford, spoke with Jessica Prince, who was then Chief of Staff to the now former Attorney General. In the chain of command at the PMO, Jessica Prince answers to Katie Telford, who then answers to the Prime Minister. This conversation was highlighted by Mr. Wernick as one which may have been interpreted as political pressure. On December 19th, following a lunch with the Prime Minister and Gerald Butts, Mr. Wernick placed a call to the former Attorney General to, in his own words, quote, convey to her that a lot of her colleagues and the Prime Minister were quite anxious about what they were hearing and reading in the business press, end quote. On January 14th, the member for Vancouver-Granville was fired as Attorney General. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, for the last year, the Prime Minister has been playing the long game. He's been plotting and scheming and organizing a concerted effort to help his friends at SNC-Lavalin avoid criminal prosecution. Now, the government has come out with several reasons as to why the now former Attorney General was fired. But it seems to change from day to day to day to day. Was she fired because she couldn't speak French? Oh, was it Scott Bryson's fault because he resigned? Or was it Stephen Harper's fault? Or was the Attorney General fired because she chose to speak truth to power and reject the Prime Minister's attempts to force her hand? Canadians deserve the truth. To date, this Prime Minister has been stifling the former Attorney General and skirting simple questions around his interference with criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, citing both cabinet privilege and solicitor-client privilege with the former Attorney General. The maneuver won't cut it anymore, as Mr. Warnick's testimony has shown that the former Attorney General did not act as a solicitor to the Prime Minister, saying, quote, "The matter was never discussed at Cabinet, ever. So she was not giving advice to Cabinet. She was not advising the Prime Minister," end quote. The Prime Minister must let the former Attorney General speak truth freely to Canadians. In the Justice Committee, I asked the current Attorney General if the legal opinion he was supposed to be preparing on solicitor-client privilege would be prepared in advance of the now former Attorney General's appearance before the Justice Committee. I was not surprised when I was met with an unclear answer where the Attorney General said that his answer to my question was covered by solicitor-client privilege. So there you have it, Mr. Speaker, all the makings of a cover-up. A large corporation with the clock ticking launches a full court press lobbying campaign where they go and get the Prime Minister, his top advisors, and top government officials on board, an Attorney General who respected the rule of law and wouldn't cave to pressure from the PMO. Then a convenient cabinet shuffle that saw the Attorney General fired and replaced with a Montreal MP from right next door to SNC-Lavalin that is willing to support the government's disregard for the rule of law. Even if SNC is convicted, the Prime Minister has set out to make another escape route for his friends by considering making changes to ethical procurement rules that stipulate how long a company can be banned from bidding on federal contracts. They might make many shuffles to get an Attorney General who's willing to play ball with this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on all members of this House to rise, to do away with the juvenile laughter and look Canadians in the eye and tell them the truth. They need to call for this Prime Minister to appear before the Justice Committee to testify under oath to his alleged direct involvement in the coordinated and sustained efforts to influence the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
I thank the member from Leeds Grenville Thousand Islands for his contribution to today's debate and also again welcome him to the Justice Committee. I will, however, point out a couple of clarifications and then ask him a question. The clarification was in respect of the rhetoric that was used by the member opposite about obstruction of justice triggering penal liability. There's a very good reason, Mr. Speaker, and through you to Canadians that are watching this debate, there's a very good reason why politicians aren't the ones that direct law enforcement officials to make decisions about whom to arrest and whom to charge. And that is simply because those decisions are based on evidence. They're not based on partisan considerations. Let's review the evidence that we actually have before us. We have evidence from the Prime Minister himself that there was never any direction to the Attorney General. We have that actual evidence being confirmed at the actual committee that the member opposite was attending, where the Clerk of the Privy Council said, and I quote, "At every opportunity, verbally and in writing in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was a decision for the Minister of Justice to take," end quote. What I would ask in terms of my question to the member opposite is that this is at least the third, if not the fourth time I've heard members of his party refer to exactly what transpired in January as a firing or as a demotion. And what I would put it to him is that when an individual, including a cabinet minister, has the opportunity to serve brave men and women who have nobly and courageously fought for this country overseas and on this continent, how can that possibly be construed as a firing or as a demotion?
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. As a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces, the duty that the Government of Canada owes to its veterans, I think that it is much more worthy that our veterans are given a minister responsible for the file, and it's not shuffled off to someone who wouldn't do the Prime Minister's bidding. It's not then just slammed into another ministry because they're so fraught with panic and the curtains are burning and they can't deal with the mess that they've created. So it is incumbent on this government to do better by veterans, and for my brothers and sisters that serve in the Canadian Forces and served abroad and at home, I would ask that this government, and I call on the government, to appoint a veteran to deal with this file, because at this rate, it looks like they're giving it no prominence and no significance whatsoever. But I would also call on the government to respect the independence of this committee and not dictate to their members who can and cannot appear. Earlier, one of the speakers from the government side recognized the strong work of a Liberal member from the committee for having the former Attorney General come. The opposition members made the same motion, and it was defeated before they received new instructions from the PMO on who was allowed to appear at committee.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
30-second question and hopefully a 30-second answer.
I will be as brief as I can. Mr. Speaker, appreciate the member's speech to this chamber. Obviously, there have been many different people recall things. So we had Michael Wernick, the Privy Council clerk, the other day. We've had many people call for the former Attorney General to come and be able to speak her truth. I think that given that the large role that the Prime Minister's office has played in this affair, that it is absolutely right that we should ask the Prime Minister to come to committee so he can also share this. And if members opposite are convinced that nothing untowards would happen, there should be absolutely no problem in extending that invitation to the Prime Minister so that members can have it. Now, Mr. Speaker, I just would ask this member, does he absolutely believe that it's fundamental to have the Prime Minister on record and part of the Justice Committee so we can get to the bottom of this?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for the question. And it is imperative, and I would expect that all members of this House, I'm disappointed to hear that they think that it's an unholy alliance of members who would want the Prime Minister to testify under oath. If he has nothing to hide, he has no reason why he can't appear before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights and account for his actions. And I mean, it would be in his best interest to cauterize the bleeding at this point.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are rising today to discuss an extremely important issue about the independence of our judicial system, about whether or not we have one system of justice for the people and another for the powerful, about whether or not we have in this country a new golden rule where those with the gold make the rules, and to ascertain whether or not we have devolved to that level, we need answers to serious questions. And let me begin by laying out the timeline of events that led us to this debate here today. On September 4th, 2018, SNC-Lavalin learned that the Director of Public Prosecutions would not offer that company a so-called deferred prosecution agreement to avoid trial and prosecution for allegations of over $100 million of bribery and fraud. Now, at that moment, the decision was made. Almost 2 weeks later, on September 17th, 2018, the Attorney General, the Attorney General at that time was called to a meeting with the Prime Minister and the Privy Council clerk. And at that meeting, the Prime Minister and the clerk indicated their desire that such an agreement be offered to the company. In other words, that there be a deal allowing SNC-Lavalin to avoid trial and prosecution for these alleged crimes. On that day, the clerk and the Prime Minister learned that the Attorney General had decided not to offer such a deal to that company. The course of justice was set in place. The course of justice was set in place, and that is important because Section 139(2) of the Criminal Act, of the Criminal Code, makes it a criminal act to obstruct or defeat the course of justice. Now, we have significant evidence that members of the government attempted to do just that. For one, after the Prime Minister learned that his Attorney General would not offer such a deal, and with full knowledge that the Director of Public Prosecutions was not willing to offer such a deal either, he sent his Clerk of the Privy Council, this is the Prime Minister's Deputy Minister, the most senior member of Canada's Public Service, to call the Attorney General and express his desire to see such an agreement occur. Then on December 5th, the most senior staffer in the government reached out over a time period at a bar in downtown Ottawa in direct discussions with the Attorney General and indicated his desire for there to be a deal. Gerald Butts is not just any political staffer. According to the Prime Minister, he and his words are the Prime Minister's own words. Prime Minister told the entire Liberal caucus that anything that comes from Gerald Butts comes from him. In other words, the Attorney General would have known, sitting in that bar at a famous Ottawa hotel, that whatever Gerald Butts said, the Prime Minister was saying. Now, of course, the Prime Minister is called Prime for a reason. He is the top minister. He chooses the entire cabinet. In other words, the reporting relationship is from the Attorney General up to the Prime Minister. In other words, when he repeatedly, in person and through his top public servant and later his top political staffer, indicates his will on a matter, then by definition, the person receiving that information is under pressure to do it. Now, that term, pressure, is very clear because the Attorney General is to operate as the top Canadian law officer for the Crown. And while she or he is allowed to consult with members of the cabinet, they are not allowed to impose pressure under doctrines of law that are established over many decades and indeed have been inculcated into jurisprudence. I speak, of course, of the Shaw-Cross Doctrine. Simply put, any Attorney General that is pressured into an action on a judicial matter, particularly a prosecution, will have experienced inappropriate interference by the government. Now, if your boss comes to you and says he wants something done, you say no. So he sends his top assistant, and you say no again. And then he sends his top official, and you say no a third time. And then a month later, he punts you from your job. Do you really believe you've not experienced any pressure? Just think about it. Your boss says, you know, your job depends on doing this, but no pressure. Make up your own mind. The clerk of the Privy Council had some interesting language about the term pressure when he testified. He admitted that the Attorney General felt pressure. Those were his words. Pressure to get it right. Those were also his words. What did get it right mean? Well, according to the Prime Minister himself, in a meeting with the Attorney General in September, according to a phone call from the Clerk of the Privy Council not long after, and according to Gerald Butts on December the 5th, getting it right meant signing a deal. In other words, she was pressured to sign a deal. That pressure has the effect of defeating or attempting to defeat, pervert, or obstruct the course of justice that had already been established on September the 4th when the top prosecutor refused a deal, and September 17th when the Attorney General confirmed to the Prime Minister that she was not going to provide a deal either. So here we are. Section 139(2) of the Criminal Code is very clear that it is an offense to alter the course of justice. And we have significant evidence that the Prime Minister's office, under his personal direction, attempted to do just that. If not, then the Prime Minister would have no compunction whatsoever about personally appearing under oath before the Justice Committee. When he was the leader of the third party in opposition, he specifically called on the then Prime Minister Stephen Harper to testify under oath in another matter. So the principle that Prime Ministers can never be asked to testify is apparently not known to this Prime Minister, at least until now. So if he has nothing to hide, then he will come forward and answer questions under oath so that everyday Canadians can find out precisely what went on here, and so that we can restore a sense of confidence that everyone follows the same rules. No matter how rich you are, no matter how much money or how many lobbyists you can summon to your political assistance, no one is above the law.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. It sounds very nefarious what's going on, and he uses a lot of dramatic pauses, including in his videos online, to make it seem like something nefarious is ongoing. But he talks around the Shawcross Doctrine, which members have been talking about, but they're leaving out another part. And I'd like to quote Sir Hartley Shawcross and ask the Honourable Member what he thinks of this, his thoughts on, Shawcross's thoughts on this. He says, "I think that the true doctrine is that the duty of the Attorney General in deciding whether or not to authorize the prosecution to acquaint himself with all the relevant facts, including, for instance, the effect which the prosecution, successful or unsuccessful as the case may be, would have upon the public morale and order, and with other considerations affecting public policy." My question, Mr. Speaker, is why is he leaving out that part of it when he's trying to slander other members of Parliament, suggesting that there's criminal activity afoot?
Sounds collective.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would point out that the legislation that the government drafted in the budget ironically, and to amend the criminal code, create section 715 of that code that allows for deferred prosecution agreements, specifically excludes economic factors from the consideration of prosecutors in offering those deals to criminally accused corporation. So they claim that they were trying to protect jobs, but the bill that they introduced and passed prevents them from using deferred prosecution agreements for that purpose. So we know they could not have been doing this to protect jobs. Their own legislation makes that impossible. We further know that the government is currently reviewing the policy banning companies with criminal convictions from bidding on federal contracts. In other words, the government is of the view that it could allow SNC-Lavalin, after a possible conviction, to continue to bid on those contracts without interfering in the prosecution at all. All of these factors demonstrate that their interference in this case had nothing to do with jobs and everything to do with protecting the alleged criminals at SNC-Lavalin.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
This may in fact be a point of order. I with apologies to my friend, this can translate into a question, I suppose. But just recently, a letter was made public by the member from Vancouver, with the former Attorney General, to the Justice Committee. It's been made public, and the reason I rise potentially on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, is it's, I think, highly pertinent to the issues we've been discussing here, particularly around the issue of solicitor-client privilege. Much of what has been said by the Prime Minister earlier today, both here and in public, and by the Clerk of the Privy Council, has inferred that somehow solicitor-client privilege may not apply with regards to the former Attorney General's testimony at committee, which of course is something that we're all eager to hear. Let me just read just a small section, Speaker, and I think this is the point of order that I wish to raise, to clarify what has been misrepresented by particularly government members in terms of whether she has. Allow me to finish the reading, because I know my keen friend from the Liberal ranks will want to hear what his former Attorney General says. Just allow me this, Mr. Speaker. The government, and I'm quoting directly, the government can waive solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. I cannot. As to the sub judice convention, I believe that it would be a useful committee to have before it an authoritative statement of the scope. I would prefer not to schedule my appearance before the committee until we have whatever clarity we can have about these issues. Once we have that clarity, I will be pleased to present before the committee at the first available opportunity. The reason I raise this to my friend is that it's been inferred many times by the clerk and by the Prime Minister himself that just simply saying she can testify and speak to whatever he believes is pertinent, whatever she believes is pertinent, does not meet the test of waiving solicitor-client privilege. This is germane to the debate, and it is central to the Liberals' argument today that the former Attorney General is able to speak freely, that she is no longer bound by solicitor-client privilege. We have a letter from her, and she is referencing her counsel, former Supreme Court Justice Cromwell. This is clearly relevant to the debate that we have here today. It is clearly pertinent to the Liberals' central argument that there is nothing preventing the the Attorney General from testifying. But it seems to me that in her own words and in testimony that we now have from her, not testimony, but correspondence we have from her, this is something that the Liberals should simply stop saying, and we should allow the Prime Minister to simply decide if he's going to waive this privilege and allow his former Attorney General to speak freely.
For Carleton, in 40 seconds or less, please.
Actually, that could not have been taken from my time because it was a point of order.
I'll be honest, it started off, I wasn't sure if it was a question, then it went to a point of order, and then came back, so we did stop the time, and that's why I did add a few, about 25 seconds to the time, so in about 35 seconds or less, if you don't mind, if the Honourable Member doesn't mind, it was, no, I was trying to make sense of it myself, just to figure out whether it was a point of order or wasn't, but I think we've found a happy medium. If it's okay with the member, I'll let him continue.
Well, we're all trying to make sense of the Prime Minister's constraints on the ability of the former Attorney General to speak. He today, after 3 weeks of relentless pressure, is starting to back down and accept that the Attorney General should have the opportunity to speak, but he's saying she can only speak on matters that he considers relevant. and that he will decide what she can say given that there are court proceedings underway. Well, he doesn't decide what's at stake in a court, and none of the conversations between his office and her are going to be on trial at SNCF's criminal prosecution, maybe at a future criminal prosecution for different charges of other people. But he does not have the ability to constrain somebody who's a member of Parliament to speak about those things, and his attempt to do so may actually violate the privileges of the honourable member from Vancouver. But we on this side will continue to defend her right to speak.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think based on this last intervention, we can all agree that there is a complex legal regime that surrounds confidentiality, and it's something that needs to be discussed and analyzed quite thoroughly in nonpartisan arena. And as you've seen over the last few days, it has gotten quite partisan to the point of creating what we've been called as this unholy alliance between the Conservatives and the NDP. You know, I know a lot of the NDP members from Montreal are out pulling votes. I gladly provided them with a map of Outremont for their benefit. You know, the joke's on them because they don't do door-to-door all that much. So, in any event, Mr. Speaker, I will get on with the core of my speech. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the House on a very important aspect of this debate, one that our government takes very seriously. Our integrity regime that governs how we do business with suppliers. Let me be clear about where our government stands on this issue. Simply put, unethical business practices should have no place in the Government of Canada's business at all. We do not, and we will not stand for it. Canadians should not and will not stand for it. The fact is that corporate wrongdoing imposes significant economic and social costs. It can weaken competition and threaten the integrity of our markets. It can also place barriers on our economic growth and significantly increase the cost and risk of doing business. Additionally, it undermines public and investor confidence. I want to assure Canadians that protecting the integrity of our public programs and services is one of our highest priorities. How we do business with suppliers is by no means an exception. The fact is, the Government of Canada spends approximately $20 billion per year on procurement contracts, real property agreements, the management of Crown-owned properties, and rental payments on over 1,690 lease contracts across this country. These are significant dealings that call for a robust and effective integrity regime, and that is precisely what we have, Mr. Speaker. It helps foster ethical business practices, ensures due process for suppliers, and upholds the public trust in those dealings. And as the government's central purchasing agent and real property manager, Public Services and Procurement Canada is deeply committed to ensuring the highest ethical standards in everything it does. Fraud, collusion, and corruption have absolutely no place in our dealings. That is precisely why PSPC has a rigorous framework around prevention, detection, and enforcement. And I can tell you that the framework is firmly based on the values of fairness, transparency, and accountability, and is focused on delivering real results for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, PSPC put in place a government-wide integrity regime aimed squarely at ensuring that the government does business with ethical suppliers here in Canada and abroad. As part of this work, PSPC conducts more than 20,000 integrity verifications annually on contracts and real property transactions. The names of ineligible and suspended suppliers are posted on the department's website. While our integrity regime is strong, our government is committed to making it even more effective in the fight against corporate wrongdoing. In fact, since taking office, this government has taken significant steps forward to do just that. Our commitment to Canadians has always been to ensure that our approach remains transparent, rigorous, and consistent with best practices in Canada and abroad. Of course, in everything we do, We believe that consultations are an important step in ensuring clear and transparent laws and policies that are fair to all. Our approach to improving and modernizing how we deal with corporate misconduct is no different. In 2017, we conducted a public consultation to seek input on expanding Canada's toolkit to address corporate wrongdoing. Government officials consulted over 370 participants and received 75 written submissions. In keeping with our commitment to transparency, we released a report that summarizes the views of those that participated in this consultation process. The report's available to all Canadians online, and I would encourage all members to read it. Based on what we've heard, last year we began to work and update and enhance our approach. And those actions included a number of provisions that we are discussing today for remediation agreements, equivalent to Canadian deferred prosecution agreements, which are essentially an additional tool to hold corporations to account. But, Mr. Speaker, the theory underpinning deferred prosecution agreements, and let me underscore those words, deferred prosecution agreements, isn't something that comes or was conjured up yesterday. In fact, I would point this House to a number of provisions in the Criminal Code of Canada that date back to early 2000 that deal, and I'm going to reiterate them in this House, Mr. Speaker, that deal with how you treat corporations. Dealing with corporations that have committed serious offenses is important for the integrity of our markets, the integrity of Canadians, but sentencing has to deal with justice, fairness, and proportionality. Now, I know the Conservatives have criticized us for suggesting that we need to protect jobs in this country, but the provisions that allow us to do this, or allow a prosecutor to do that, for that matter, Mr. Speaker, are in black and white in the Criminal Code. And let me read for this House Section 718(21) of the Criminal Code, which tells about which factors the court considers when imposing a sentence. Now, we're not talking about a deferred prosecution agreement, and I'll be quite clear about that. This is once a company has been found liable, and the court needs to consider factors in sentencing. I quote, "A court that imposes a sentence on an organization shall also take into consideration the following factors. A, any advantage realized by the organization as a result of the offense. B, the degree of planning involved in carrying out the offense and the duration and complexity of the offense. C, whether the organization has attempted to conceal its assets or convert them in order to show that it is not able to pay a fine or make restitution. D, the impact that the sentence would have on the economic viability of the organization and the continued employment of its employees. E, the cost to public authorities of investigation and prosecution of the offense. F, any regulatory penalty imposed on the organization or one of its representatives in respect of the conduct that formed the basis of the offense. G, whether the organization was or any of its representatives who were involved in the commission of the offense were convicted of a similar offense or sanctioned by a regulatory body for similar conduct. H, any penalty imposed by the organization on a representative for their role in the commission of the offense. I, any restitution that the organization is ordered to make or any amount that the organization has paid to a victim of the offense. And finally, any measures that the organization has taken to reduce the likelihood of it committing a subsequent event. Now, we've heard in the House over the last week, in various political panels, that these were novel regimes designed to whitewash actions of a corporation. And they're quite the contrary. People that are saying that have no particular understanding of what the Criminal Code considers as fairness, justice, and proportionality in sentencing. Now, I don't discount partisanry, but I do question the people suggesting this knowledge of the Criminal Code, Mr. Speaker. Now, these are provisions I cited, as I mentioned earlier, that date back about 15 years. Now, the remediation agreements are similar in the objectives that they seek, Mr. Speaker. And I need to highlight them here as well. So for purposes of my next quote, I'm citing section 715(31) of the Criminal Code, which talks about remediation agreement and underscores their purpose. The purpose of this part is to establish a remediation agreement regime that is applicable to organizations alleged to have committed an offense and that has the following objectives. A, to denounce an organization's wrongdoing and the harm that the wrongdoing has caused to victims or to the community. B, to hold the organization accountable for its wrongdoings through effective, proportionate, and dissuasive penalties. C, to contribute to the respect for the rule of law by imposing an obligation on the organization to put in place corrective measures and promote a compliance culture. D, to encourage voluntary disclosure of the wrongdoing. E, to provide reparations for harm done to victims or to the community. And F, to reduce the negative consequences of the wrongdoing for persons, employees, customers, pensioners, and others who did not engage in the wrongdoing while holding responsible those individuals who did engage in that wrongdoing. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of discussion about how this has been taken in Quebec and how the reaction has been in Quebec and the alleged willingness of Quebecers to glance over this. I've mentioned it in a private speech that the rule of law is equally important in Quebec as it is in any other province, but we hear this narrative coming back into the conservative discourse particularly, thinking that Quebec somehow will let these issues off the hook faster than they would, or they would be left off the hook in other provinces, and I find it disgusting. We've told them to say it in French, and they don't. If you aspire to lead this country, Mr. Speaker, you need to hold a discourse that is the same narrative across this country in both official languages, and I'm not hearing that from members of the opposition. I also heard a member of the opposition suggest that a member of Parliament conveniently from Montreal was appointed to the Minister of Justice as Attorney General, which would somehow insinuate that he would be more lenient on a company that has its headquarters in my riding, Mr. Speaker.
Unparliamentary.
Now let me, before I get into the substance of it, remind this House the merits of the current Attorney General, who has a PhD from Yale, who served as a professor at McGill for many years and has given impeccable legal advice throughout a distinguished career, Mr. Speaker. And to have a member of Parliament stand up and question his integrity is a disgrace. Now we can talk about bashing Montreal MPs. I'm one. He can bash me. That's okay. But I don't stand it for any of my colleagues. And that allegation that he made against the current Attorney General, I would invite him to say it outside the House.
Or withdraw.
Now, as you can see, Mr. Speaker, what we've talked about today and what we will continue to talk about presumably over the next few days is a regime that is intended to put a company that has admitted its crime, paid its dues, taken steps to ensure that the measures that they are accused of cannot and will not happen again, are given a deferred prosecution agreement. That means, Mr. Speaker, if they violate that agreement, they can be prosecuted. It doesn't mean they get off the hook. But what it does do, Mr. Speaker, is it does allow them, for example, to compete internationally against similarly situated companies that may or may not have benefited, more often than not may have benefited, from similar regimes in projects that require that type of regulatory framework. So as I've mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, SNC-Lavalin can defend itself. They have capable lawyers. But let no one in this House suggest that the deferred prosecution regime was intended to any particular company. It is a regime that balances three things: proportionality, justice, and fairness, to allow companies not to have to terminate innocent employees, for example, among other things. And any member of Parliament that is suggesting this is a Quebec thing not only doesn't understand Quebec, they don't understand the company they're leveling accusations against. It has most of its employment outside Canada and most of its Canadian employment outside Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the enhanced policies that I've set forth expand on policies that are already in existence, but that we have sought to make better. In certain circumstances, companies can be declared ineligible or suspended from doing business with the government. These policies also provide flexibility in determining periods of ineligibility to ensure that they are proportional based on the nature and the context of the offense and the steps taken by the suppliers to address misconduct. I would also note that under our current policy, a supplier found guilty of committing an offense may be declared ineligible for a period of up to 10 years. Monsieur le Président, la politique d'inadmissibilité et de suspension est une
Mr. Speaker, the ineligibility and suspension policy is a key part of the integrity regime. It sets out the circumstances where suppliers may be declared ineligible or suspended from doing business with the government for a period of up to 10 years.
J'aimerais informer la Chambre.
I'd like to tell the House about some of the things that we learned during our consultations, especially with respect to the integrity regime. I found that it was very encouraging to see that most of the participants supported a transparent and fair regime to deal with misconduct. Participants also supported measures to hold businesses accountable for their misconduct. Most of the participants felt that it would be good if the integrity regime had more flexibility and room for discretion, especially with respect to ineligibility and suspension. So in order to strengthen our regime, we're also aware that we need to strike the right balance by making flexible the period of ineligibility while expanding the list of circumstances that could lead to ineligibility. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to what we're discussing today. I'm quite perplexed at the suggestion that the Prime Minister would appear before the Committee of Justice and Human Rights. What I've seen over the past week, perhaps even over the past 2 weeks, is that the Prime Minister has answered 40 questions, and that's not even counting the questions today on the issue, for a total of 45 minutes. We heard questions from 6 members, 2 party leaders, the leader of the Conservative Party and the leader of his own party. I forget the name. He's in the corner with the Green Party leader, and as well as the NDP House leader. I kept the questions, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to repeat all of them. But obviously, the Conservative questions were disrespectful and was challenging the integrity of the Parliamentary Secretary, Gerald Butts, who has served with honour and integrity. And Canadians can be grateful. And yet, his integrity and dignity were attacked. And perhaps there's a member of the NDP laughing, but his own House leader called for the suspension of solicitor-client privilege. The Prime Minister responded very respectfully. Now, I don't necessarily want to point out the presence or absence of a member in the House. However, I have to say that it's true that the NDP questions were slightly more respectful, with a few exceptions. However, there were questions about lifting confidentiality. Now, obviously, this has to be debated. Why would one lift confidentiality when there's ongoing litigation? We have to consider proportionality. We have to strike the right balance before we lift any sort of confidentiality, whether it be cabinet confidence or solicitor-client privilege. I have had to use solicitor-client privilege in my profession, and whenever you're going to lift that, you really need to look at all the factors involved, especially when there are ongoing court cases. So we want to make sure that we don't damage the interests of Canadians nor third parties. when you're dealing about lifting confidentiality with respect to the former Attorney General and the Prime Minister's office. But I'm sure that the former Minister of Justice and the former Attorney General will have an opportunity to speak frankly. Thank you. The honourable question for Calgary Shepherd. Honourable member, rather. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his remarks on this issue. I have a comment. I don't necessarily have a question, but I do have a comment. I spent the whole day listening to this debate, and not once did I hear a member of the opposition say that this is a Quebec issue, and that because this deals with Quebec, we have to treat it differently. I heard no one say that in this House. I heard no one in the House say that we're talking about a company based in Quebec, because it's an international company. You know, this is a company that works internationally. But what I did hear is a debate about interference on the part of the Prime Minister's office and the fact that the former Attorney General of Canada felt pressured to the extent that today she is sitting as a member and not as a member of Cabinet. She resigned from the Cabinet after the Prime Minister said that the fact that she sits in Cabinet speaks for itself and proves that there was no interference. So that's the debate we were having today. On September 4th, the director of the Public Prosecution Service decided, made a decision that she confirmed on October 9th, and that is that there was going to be no special deal for that company. And after that, for about 3 months, the Prime Minister's office and the Prime Minister's staff started this pressure campaign on the former Attorney General, who today is not in the Cabinet. She resigned. And she has just, she sent a letter to the Justice Committee, pointing out that she would not be able to speak freely. And that's the issue we should be talking about, that we are talking about. And we're calling under this motion that the Prime Minister do everything that he does every Wednesday, that he take an hour or two of his time, and that he appear before the Justice Committee to speak, and to speak the truth, only the truth, on this specific case. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. With respect to his initial observation, I would like him to deal with this a little more subtly. Now, for me, what they're engaging in is Quebec bashing. Now, obviously, what has to do with his following proposal or proposition, there are very complex considerations that have to be taken into account. If he wants to ask the Prime Minister questions, he can do that in the House through his leader. If he wants to put the questions himself, he can do that on a Wednesday. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say to my honourable colleague, I don't agree with what he had to say about waiving privilege with respect to the former Attorney General, the former Minister of Justice, who stood in this House to say why she would not be, or why she couldn't vote for an NDP motion. And she said that she hoped that she would be able to speak her truth as soon as possible. Now, the Prime Minister didn't see fit to waive privilege, which would allow the former Minister of Justice to speak her truth. And I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that the Clerk of the Privy Council, someone who should be trusted, according to the Prime Minister and others. The clerk of the Privy Council said that there was nothing that would prevent the former Minister of Justice, the former Attorney General, from speaking about this file. So, does my colleague feel that the clerk of the Privy Council is correct? It's not a complicated thing to waive privilege. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Mr. Speaker, I want there to be robust discussions. I would want there to be robust discussions in the cabinet of a government of a country that is part of the G7, especially with respect to issues where jobs are at stake. Otherwise, we would have a form of democracy that is not worthy of us. But the final decision was always the Attorney General's to make. These cabinet discussions are of a very special nature. There is cabinet confidentiality. There's also client solicitor privilege. And there is the legal solicitor client privilege that exists and confidentiality in general. So people may be rather perplexed about this, but if the client, the Prime Minister and his cabinet, are dealing with issues that might be confidential, which might affect third parties, or if they're talking about areas where information should not get out when it might undermine the country or which might hurt third parties, which might reveal secrets which I, as a citizen, would want to have kept confidential. I think Cabinet has to maintain certain things, has to keep certain things confidential. That seems reasonable to me. But there has to be an apolitical discussion among lawyers, and I would support that kind of discussion. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
There seems to be a lot of confusion about the factors that can and cannot be considered in developing deferred prosecution agreements. The member from Carleton said that you cannot consider economic factors. Indeed, the prosecutor must not consider the national economic interest, but under the purpose of remediation agreements, as per the law, they are to reduce the negative consequences of the wrongdoing for persons, employees, customers, pensioners, and others who did not engage in the wrongdoing, while holding responsible those individuals who did engage in that wrongdoing. So you can consider the financial costs on employees, whether they be pensioners or current employees. And secondly, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley said that this government has not done anything to fight white-collar crime, but actually deferred prosecution agreements are a way of fighting white-collar crime because they encourage the voluntary disclosure, and I'm quoting Lawrence Ritchie from Osler, they encourage the voluntary disclosure of misconduct by corporations for criminal activities that may otherwise have remained unknown to regulators. So I think there's a lot of clarification that still needs to be done so that the opposition really understands what we're talking about here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 60 seconds or less, please.
Well, that was so well said, Mr. Speaker, that I am a politician, so I will comment, but normally I wouldn't. It was extremely well said, and I thank the member for his comments. Quickly, the national economic interest was put into that agreement, Mr. Speaker, because of our obligations under the anti-bribery treaties with the OECD countries. It is intended to ensure that we don't let a country go simply because the national interest demands that we do so. It is to avoid protectionism, and it was to avoid rewarding wrongdoers. It is not a provision that is intended to exclude every single large company in this country. And I would note in the case of the company that everyone's speculating about, that this is a country that has jobs outside Canada. So you could make an argument, perhaps, that it doesn't. This sort of consideration wouldn't apply to it. But these are important things because you don't want to encourage bad behavior and protectionist behavior, and so that's why these provisions were put into place. But they can't be interpreted so broadly as to exclude large companies in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It's my duty pursuant to Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Essex, Canadian Heritage,
the Honourable Minister for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Infrastructure.
Fanshawe, Foreign Affairs. Reprise du débat, l'Honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to be able to speak in this House to parliamentarians about the motion my party has put forward, and I will read it. Given the Prime Minister's comments on Wednesday, February 20th, 2019, that the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights is the appropriate place for Canadians to get answers on the SNC-Lavalin affair, and given his alleged direct involvement in a sustained effort to influence SNC-Lavalin, the House ordered the Prime Minister to appear, testify, and answer questions at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights under oath for a televised 2-hour meeting before Friday, March 15th, 2019. And just before I get to this, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Aurora. Mr. Speaker, this issue is a very important one, and the motion is important because what it says is that the Prime Minister cannot hide his involvement in this matter because it constitutes interference. It is a criminal act to attempt to influence judicial proceedings in our country. For some days, about 2 weeks, it has become clear that the Prime Minister of Canada is a key figure in this issue. There are some main characters who advise the Prime Minister, who provide advice, who prepare the ground for him, who protect him, who have played a key role in this issue we've been discussing and witnessing for 2 weeks. We have seen him intervene, but without us being able to ask him questions. And without being able to do this, we will never know the entire truth, because he's hiding in order not to have to give a full version of the facts. Here's a little background for people listening to us who haven't had the opportunity to hear everything that's been said over the past 2 weeks, either in the House or with various media. All this started with a budget where the Liberal government tried to slip by a bill that would allow the government to bring in remediation agreements. What is a remediation agreement? It's something that would allow a company not to be criminally charged with bribery or fraud, for managers or executives not to be charged with corruption. And instead of dealing with this transparently through the Justice Committee, this government, this Prime Minister, slipped this into a budget tabled by the Finance Minister in order that people wouldn't ask questions about it, depriving parliamentarians and senators from asking questions of the Justice Minister in order, Canadians might have wanted to know what the consequences of this thing that was slipped in would be. Now, recently, the Director of Public Prosecutions spoke about the government being able to come up with a remediation agreement. Now, the director is neutral and said that she was not influenced in her decision, but the Prime Minister decided that the Director of Public Prosecutions didn't make the right decision and that the former Attorney General had condoned, had agreed with the Director of Public Prosecution. Now, following this, in the days that followed, there was an entire blitz of meetings with very influential people, with SNC-Lavalin lobbyists who tried to influence the former Attorney General. On December 5th, Gerald Butts, the Principal Secretary and friend of the Prime Minister, tried to pressure the former Attorney General. And on December 17th, Mr. Wernick, the top civil servant, tried to explain to the former Attorney General, who is supposed to be independent, he tried to explain to her that her decision, in his eyes, that is, in the eyes of the Prime Minister, was not the right decision. And this was confirmed once again by the Director of Public Prosecutions. So this Prime Minister, it seems that when you don't think the way he does, you're wrong. And there were all kinds of comings and goings to try to influence the former Attorney General. And why? Because they didn't want someone to say no to them. And when we got back, just before we got back, there was a cabinet shuffle, and the Minister of Justice, who had never been challenged or criticized by anyone, was demoted because she did not do what the Prime Minister wanted, even if she felt in her conscience that she had made the right decision. And then what happened was the SNC-Lavalin scandal. But it's not the SNC-Lavalin scandal, it's the Prime Minister's scandal. And we should focus on that. Because if we learn clearly by allowing the former Attorney General to speak, who wants to speak, and who may not go to the Justice Committee because she doesn't have the freedom to speak her truth, well, we're dealing with a Prime Minister who is hiding the truth and is not being transparent with Canadians. Then following this, another dramatic turn. The minister, the former Minister of Justice, who was then the Minister of Veterans Affairs, resigned. And then the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister resigned. And not because he had done anything wrong. He said he had done nothing wrong. This is incredible. Nobody asked for his resignation. He decided to resign. Said, even though I'm the best friend of the Prime Minister, his main advisor, I'm doing it to protect the Prime Minister because of a major mistake that was made on this file. Now, what's strange is the Prime Minister's version. First of all, he said the allegations were false. Then he tried to blame the former Attorney General for the confusion. Then he said that the Ethics Commissioner's investigation would be sufficient. And he's the only Prime Minister in Canadian history to have been found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner for his behavior. Then he said the Justice Committee was independent, but he did not allow his members to invite anyone the committee wanted. And then someone said that the Attorney General may have lost her opinion because she didn't speak French. This is extraordinary, Mr. Speaker. The story kept changing on a daily basis, and we still don't have the truth about this scandal. It's not the SNC-Lavalin scandal, it's the Prime Minister's scandal. Now, what we have here is a failure, a clear failure. Canadians have the right to have the truth on this matter. And I would quote Jean-Claude Hébert, who said, "The government has committed a grave parliamentary mistake by trying to get this piece of legislation into an omnibus bill." Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to point out something and ask a question. The first thing I'd like to say is that this is the second time in a row after the member for Carleton, but on September 4th.
As of September 4th, Mr. Wernick was actually asked this very question about discussions that were appropriate, as he described them, with the minister, the former Minister of Justice, after September the 4th, and he said that they were indeed lawful and they were indeed appropriate in the course of having discussions between the Prime Minister's office and in and amongst cabinet members. But the illogic of this position that's been outlined by two Conservative members is really quite stark, because there are things that are known as Attorney General directives, Mr. Speaker, and those Attorney General directives indeed sometimes apply to litigation that is already in course. There was one that was put out with respect to Indigenous litigation, one with respect to HIV litigation. So just put that out there to outline the illogic of the position that's being articulated on the opposition benches. And the question I have relates to where the member finished his speech, and where he finished was with respect to the ethics investigator. We know that the ethics investigator has the power to summon witnesses. We know that they have the power to require them to provide evidence under oath. We know that the ethics investigator has the power to require those witnesses to produce documents. And for the purposes of enforcing those powers, we know that they have the same power as a court of record. Is it the member opposite's position that the ethics investigator is not an independent forum that cannot find the answers that he seeks?
Le député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, if that government, that Prime Minister, as the member opposite explained, has nothing to hide, why then doesn't the Prime Minister waive the requirement for secrecy? Why doesn't the Prime Minister accept? Why doesn't he agree to vote in favor of our motion, so that he can explain the situation at the Committee on Justice and Human Rights? What we're asking and what Canadians are asking for is the truth. So if they have nothing to reproach themselves, then the Prime Minister and the former Attorney General need to sit down at the Justice Committee and answer questions transparently. Transparently, not in camera. That is what we're asking for, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are intelligent. They will be able to understand the situation. And in October next, that's what's going to happen. We're going to be on the other side. We're going to clean things up. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to my colleagues. Since the start of the debate, I have to admit that I've learned some very important issues in law, because I'm not a specialist and I'm not a lawyer when it comes, and so I've learned a great deal about these issues. And at the end of his presentation, he provided some statistics saying that since the start of since the issue broke, when it comes to the Prime Minister's management of the situation, the Prime Minister has answered 41 questions on the subject, but the statistics didn't tell us how many were actual answers. So maybe 2 or 3 different answers. So my question for my colleague is how confident is he that the Prime Minister would answer questions put to him by the members of the Justice Committee if ever we were to adopt this motion in the House? The Honourable Member in 50 seconds. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his very pertinent question. My confidence in the Prime Minister isn't very high, but I would hope that at committee, before the cameras, after having been pestered with questions, he would actually answer them, because Canadians would see on his face whether or not he was telling the truth. And the reason why we don't have confidence or trust is, well, the official who appeared last week, he said there were never discussions at the cabinet table on the issue. However, the minister at Revenue said on the radio last week that she couldn't talk about discussions that had taken place at cabinet on that subject. And the Prime Minister said, I cannot talk because those discussions are part of cabinet confidences. So we can see we've got 2 separate versions here, and the Prime Minister isn't telling the truth, which is unfortunate for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to have the opportunity to speak to such an important motion today. I'd like to start by actually giving what the motion that the opposition is putting forward. That given the Prime Minister's comments of Wednesday, February 20th, 2019, that the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights is the appropriate place for Canadians to get answers on the SNC-Lavalin affair. And given his alleged direct involvement in a sustained effort to influence SNC-Lavalin's criminal prosecution, the House order the Prime Minister to appear, testify, and answer questions at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights under oath for a televised 2-hour meeting before Friday, March 15th, 2019. Now, Madam Speaker, I had a town hall in my riding of Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill on yesterday, and it was on taxes, tariffs, and trade. But what most of my constituents actually wanted to talk about, we had a good discussion on taxes, tariffs, and trade, but what they really wanted to know was what is the SNC-Lavalin affair, and perhaps more importantly, Mr. Speaker, why it matters. It's a highly complicated and confusing and a lot of different information around it. So the question is, what exactly is it and why does it matter? First and foremost, it is not about SNC-Lavalin. It is not about jobs. It's actually specifically about the coordinated, unsolicited, and sustained pressure on the former Attorney General to politically interfere and overturn a decision by the Director of Public Prosecutions to proceed with the prosecution of fraud and bribery charges of SNC-Lavalin. Now, that's quite complicated, but what it's more importantly about is what is this pattern of behavior from the government, the Prime Minister, his staff, ministers, cabinet, and, in general, undermining the democratic institutions at the very core of our rules-based order and who we are as Canadians. So let's talk about that for a little bit. The executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch are critically important pillars of our democracy. They're structured in such a way as to be independent and somewhat separate from each other because they act as checks and balances on each other. And then within the executive branch, that is Cabinet and the Prime Minister, they have specific responsibilities as well, not the least of which is to not politically interfere in a judicial system and to protect and preserve the independence of that judicial system. Why is that important? Because ultimately, our democracy and rules-based order is dependent on each and every citizen, company, organization being equal in the eyes of the law, and justice being blind to their race, ethnicity, creed, location, language, whatever it is. And secondly, those decisions must be made with only the law in mind, not with political interference. So in this case, we're looking at a Prime Minister that had a pattern of inappropriate and possibly illegal behavior. First of all, he says that the former Attorney General has the authority to make these decisions on her own because they are her decisions and her decisions alone. Well, there's an issue with that, Madam Speaker, because I'm sure you'll appreciate that I, as a mother, when I tell my son that I want him to do the dishes and I ask him to do the dishes, and it's his decision whether or not he does the dishes or not, it's actually not really his decision. Whereas, because I have a certain amount of authority, or I like to think that I do, over my son. Whereas if my daughter, who is younger than my son, were to ask him to help her with something, it truly, in fact, would be her decision. So when the Prime Minister asks the former Attorney General to do something, it absolutely is pressure, because as we can see, she decided not to take the course of action that he was recommending. And as a result, he put even increased pressure on her after that decision was made. And in the end, she actually was removed from her position. And one has to ask if someone else was put in her place to do what she would not. Now, the other key thing here is that the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice, while they may physically be in the same individual, they are two separate and distinct responsibilities. So that Cabinet and the Clerk of the Privy Council and even the PMO, under our rules and regulations and our laws, have the ability to advise and support the Minister of Justice, but they don't have that same privilege for the Attorney General, because the Attorney General is acting as a capacity of that judicial system, which is separate. So to confuse those two further undermines. So one has to ask, what was the responsibility of the PMO and Gerald Butts and others in that when they're having meetings with the former Attorney General to apply pressure at the Chateau Laurier? One does also have to ask why at the Chateau Laurier. It's not a normal operation of business. We have offices here in the House of Commons and in other government buildings around the town, so we should be having those meetings there. And then, of course, the clerk. The clerk of the Privy Council has a responsibility to advise and support the execution of the machinery of the executive branch, not to advise the Attorney General on legal matters. So every time we undermine the three important aspects of democracy, that's truly what's at stake in this conversation. The rule of law and our democracy are incredibly important, and that's why we're here to talk about it today. To say this motion of getting to the truth is to score partisan and political points is absolutely to grossly misrepresent the severity of this conversation. Each and every one of us, as members of Parliament or as ministers in the executive branch, have sworn an oath to this country and to the Queen to uphold the democracy in the nature that it's in. If we can't rely on members of Parliament to be above partisan policy when the very nature of our democracy is at stake, then what is the value of being in this House? If we won't stand up to protect and preserve and defend our democracy, and in so doing, ensure that individuals holding important positions in the executive branch are not held accountable in accordance with our laws, then who will? And so that's why this motion is so incredibly important. We must get to the truth. We must ensure that the very nature of our democracy is preserved, and we must find a way to have the courage on both sides of the House to remember that we are serving Canadians first. We are paid by Canadians, not by a political party, and we are here to deliver for Canadians not only a government agenda, but also the very nature and fabric of our democracy. That, Mr. Speaker, is what's at stake in the SNC-Lavalin case. It's not about jobs. It's not about SNC-Lavalin. It's about whether or not the structure and responsibilities of the individuals in this institution are upholding their responsibility. And this motion is critically important to be able to get to that. So I hope that all in this House will support this motion to protect, defend, and preserve our democracy. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
The member began her intervention by saying that the rule of law somehow was not being properly defended or was somehow being threatened by this situation. But Mr. Wernick, in his very powerful testimony, opened by saying, should Canadians be concerned about the rule of law in this country? No. In the matter of SNC-Lavalin, it is now 7 years since the first police raid on the company, 4 years since charges were laid by the RCMP, and during the entire time and up to today, the independence of the investigative and prosecutorial function has never been compromised. Now, Mr. Wernick is an exceptional public servant, so exceptional, in fact, that he served under Prime Minister Harper. That means Prime Minister Harper had confidence in Michael Wernick. He had confidence in his judgment. He had confidence in his integrity. But then all of a sudden, Mr. Wernick says a truth that isn't the truth of the opposition, and we hear calls of partisanship. Why are we changing our view based on what the opposition wants to hear, not on what is the truth?
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a very, very important question, because ultimately we have to ask ourselves, is the clerk of the Privy Council the keeper of the rules-based order in Canada? And so therefore, is he, in his capacity as clerk, the authority to speak on that matter? I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that that is not the clerk of the Privy Council's role or responsibility. He is there to support the government agenda, the Prime Minister, the ministers and cabinet, as the senior bureaucrat, the senior deliverer of the machinery of the executive branch. He is in no way the legal authority to determine whether or not there has been interference, political interference in the rule of law, and whether or not it has been carried out in its capacity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member in her speech talked a lot about the institution and the various different institutions that we have to keep and hold various different people accountable. And she talked very eloquently about it, and I would not disagree that what she had to say in terms of how those institutions are to be represented and the authority that they have. But the thing is, Mr. Speaker, there are two institutions that are currently undergoing going using two different processes to get and to look into these particular questions. Those are the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights that's currently holding hearings, as we know, while at the same time the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is conducting an investigation. So why is it, given her position on how important these institutions are, why is it that the opposition does not seem to trust that these institutions can provide Canadians with the answers that they're looking for?
Great question. Good question. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited to be able to answer that for the simple reason that that is a representation of the confusion around this. The Ethics Commissioner has responsibility for ethics, not for political interference, not whether or not the former Attorney General was influenced in any way. We also have a Food and Drug Administration, but we're not getting them involved in this issue either because it's not their responsibility and authority to investigate this nature. Now, when he speaks to the Judicial and Human Rights Committee, that's a fundamentally different thing. So yes, that committee is reviewing this matter, but we're not going to hear from one of the key people if this motion, this Opposition Day motion, is not passed, because the Prime Minister is a key witness. And so how can an investigative committee actually do their real work if they don't get to hear from the people that they need to hear from to be able to hear the entire truth? So absolutely, if they are saying that the Judicial Committee is the place for this to be investigated, then we need to hear from all of the people implicated in this case. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, as I've been listening to the debate today, there's been a lot of confusion between what is appropriate, what isn't, a lot of discussion as to where the various different cards fall with respect to obligations here. So I'd like to take my time today to talk about the Scawcrow and sub judice principles. In Canada, there is a fundamental and constitutional principle that the Attorney General should act independently of any partisan consideration when exercising their discretion. The Supreme Court of Canada stated that this is a fundamental principle in the 2002 case of Krieger versus the Law Society of Alberta. It is important to understand, Mr. Speaker, what exactly the principle requires and what constitutes and does not constitute political interference with prosecutorial discretion. The Scawcrow's principle helps us to understand this concept, which is why I would like to take a few minutes to discuss it, Mr. Speaker. In short, the principle emphasizes the paramount importance of the independence of prosecution while recognizing that it is entirely appropriate for the Attorney General to consult with his or her cabinet colleagues before exercising his or her powers of prosecution. The principle, Mr. Speaker, comes from Sir Hartley Shawcross, who in a speech to the United Kingdom Parliament in 1951 explained how the Attorney General should exercise his power to authorize criminal prosecutions and what legitimate consultations the Attorney General could have with other members of the government in exercising this power. Shawcross did not invent the principle, but his words on this his words on this subject are probably the most famous, Mr. Speaker. I think it's worthwhile reading a part of his speech that is now recognized in the principle. Quote, "I think the true doctrine, that is the duty of the Attorney General in deciding whether or not to authorize the prosecution, to acquaint himself with all relevant facts, including, for instance, the effects of which the prosecution, successful or unsuccessful, as may be the case, would have on public morale or order, and with other considerations affecting public policy. In order so to inform himself, he may, although I do not think he is obliged to, consult with any of his colleagues in the government. And indeed, as Lord Simon once said, he would in some cases be a fool if he did not. On the other hand, the assistance of his colleagues is confined to informing him of particular considerations which might affect his own decision, and does not consist and must not consist in telling him what that decision ought to be. The responsibility for the eventual decision rests with the Attorney General, end quote. I would like to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, what I think are important elements of this speech. First, the Attorney General must consider whether the prosecution is in the public interest. Second, in making the assessment, the Attorney General can consult with other members of Cabinet since they can offer insight into what might best serve the public. Sometimes consultation with Cabinet colleagues will be important in order for the Attorney General to be cognizant of pan-government perspectives. These consultations can improve the quality of decision-making. Such consultations are not to be equated with interference or prosecutorial discretion. In short, the Shawcross principle does not preclude consultation and says indeed that in some situations it is to actually be encouraged. Third, Mr. Speaker, the responsibility for the decision of whether or not to authorize the prosecution is that of the Attorney General alone. Cabinet can in no way direct the Attorney General to make a particular decision. Fourth, in making the decision of whether or not to prosecute, the Attorney General may not act in a partisan way and must be guided only by the public interest. Mr. Speaker, in 1978, the Attorney General of Canada, Ron Bassford, referred to the Shawcross principle while explaining to the House of Commons his decision not to initiate a prosecution under the Official Secrets Act. He explained the Constitution and legal principles he had to take in account as the Attorney General, and I think it would be useful, Mr. Speaker, to quote his words on that. He said, quote, "The first principle, in my view, is that there must be excluded any consideration based upon narrow partisan views or based upon the political consequences to me or others. In arriving at a decision on such a sensitive issue as this, the Attorney General is entitled to seek information and advice from others, but in no way is directed by his colleagues in the government or by Parliament itself." End quote. This is by no means the only time the principle has been adopted by the Attorney General in Canada. Provincial Attorneys General have also spoken on it. For example, Ontario AGs Roy McMurtry and Ian Scott in 1979 and 1987, respectively. It is generally well recognized that the Shawcross principle applies to Attorneys General in Canada, unless a legislative limit has been placed on the ability of the Attorney General to consult with respect to particular prosecutions. This is the case, for example, in Nova Scotia. I want to turn now to a concrete example of how this principle was exercised in the UK in the Corner House research case. The director of the Serious Fraud Office, who exercises both investigatory and prosecutorial authority, was conducting an investigation into the bribery allegations in the context of military aircraft contracts between a British company and the Saudi Arabian government. The company sought to stop the investigation on the basis its potential impact on a huge export contract and its effect on relations between the United Kingdom and the Saudi governments. When the fraud office was about to examine the Swiss bank accounts, a representative of the Saudi government made a specific threat that if the investigation continued, there would be no contract and it would imperil intelligence and diplomatic ties. Ministers of the UK government, including the Prime Minister, advised the Attorney General and the Director of the Fraud Office that if the investigation were not shut down, and I quote, "the consequences would be grave both for the arms trade and for the safety of British citizens and service personnel." End quote. The British ambassador to Saudi Arabia warned, and I quote, "British lives on British streets were at risk." End quote. The Director of the Fraud Office decided, after extensive consultation, to terminate the investigation. The case was heard by the House of Lords, and they concluded that there was no clash with the rule of law. The director could legally make a decision he had to make. Even more, Madam Speaker, the House of Lords said that with all the facts the director had, any responsible decision-maker could have done otherwise. This example, Madam Speaker, shows how important it is for other ministers and sometimes for the Prime Minister to inform the Attorney General of particular elements that may affect his decision to prosecute. The public interest effects that may arise from a prosecution are relevant considerations in this regard, and they could have an impact on the Attorney General's decision to initiate prosecution. In the example of the Corner House research, the public interest considerations shared with the Attorney General and with the Director of Anti-Fraud Office were that the security of British citizens was threatened and that it would have a negative impact on the relations diplomatically between the United Kingdom and Saudi Arabia. Thus, while the Attorney General can and in fact should consult with members of his or her cabinet, what is of paramount importance is that the responsibility for a potential decision rests with the Attorney General, who ultimately exercises that responsibility independently and is guided solely by the public interest. I would now like to turn to the Sub Judice Convention. In our parliamentary system, Madam Speaker, we adhere to and respect well-established constitutional principles and conventions. Foremost among them is the principle of separation of powers, which our Supreme Court has emphasized is a principle that is fundamental to the workings of Parliament and the courts. This principle requires that each branch of government recognize the role of other branches and respect the appropriate limits of its own role. As such, by convention, members of Parliament do not comment on matters that are pending before the courts. This is known as the sub judice rule, sub judice being Latin for under judicial consideration. So until that judicial consideration is complete, the convention dictates that the matter not be discussed in the House of Commons. The rule is described in parliamentary rules and forms of the House of Commons of Canada as follows, quote, members are expected to refrain from discussing matters that are before the courts or tribunals which are courts of record, end quote. On another point, quote, the purpose of the Sub Judice Convention is to protect the parties in the case awaiting or undergoing trial and persons who stand to be affected by the outcome of the judicial inquiry, end quote. According to Chapter 13 of the House of Commons Procedural Practice, the third edition, Madam Speaker, it says, quote, it is also understood that matters before the courts are prohibited as subjects of motions, petitions, or questions of the House. This restriction exists in order to protect, Madam Speaker, an accused person or other party in a court of action or judicial inquiry from any prejudicial effect of public discussion of the issue. The Convention recognizes the courts, as opposed to the House, have the proper forum in which to decide individual cases. As Speaker Fraser noted, the Convention maintains a separation of mutual respect between legislative and judicial branches of government. Thus, the constitutional independence of the judiciary is recognized. This guide goes on to point out that restrictions serve to protect an accused or other party from prosecution or judicial inquiry from a prejudicial effect arising from a public discussion of the matter. The Supreme Court of Canada has recognized the important role, Madam Speaker, that the sub judice rule plays in preserving the separation between the role of courts and that of Parliament. In its 2005 decision in Canada, House of Commons versus Vade, the court affirmed the following, quote, it is a very wise principle that courts and Parliament strive to respect their respective roles in the conduct of public affairs. Parliament refrains from commenting on cases before the courts in accordance with the rule of sub judice. The courts, for their part, take care not to interfering in the functioning of Parliament, end quote. We here in this House insist on the respect for parliamentary privilege, Madam Speaker. Parliamentary privilege is one of the ways in which the fundamental constitutional principle of the separation of powers is respected. On the other hand, we must also remember that the separation of powers requires respect for the related constitutional principle of judicial independence. As it is a result, we must refrain from interfering directly or indirectly in the role of the courts, Madam Speaker. That especially holds true for courts seized with criminal prosecutions and related matters. We must therefore respect the case law convention because it contributes to the respect of the principles of the separation of powers and independence of the judiciary. We need to maintain a balance, Madam Speaker, between the powers, the roles and functions of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, and this long-standing convention is one of the important means we have to maintain that balance. The Convention, Madam Speaker, recognizes the courts, as opposed to the House, as a proper forum in which to decide individual cases. Furthermore, it is also important to note that the Convention has been applied consistently in all matters relating to criminal cases. In our parliamentary system, Madam Speaker, speaking on matters which are before the courts of justice, particularly courts seized with criminal matters and related proceedings, may risk prejudicing the outcome of the trial and may affect the protections of due process, including the presumption of innocence afforded to accused persons in our society. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms constitutionally guarantees the rights of persons charged with offences to be presumed innocent until guilty, according to law, in a fair public hearing by an independent and impartial tribunal. I am certain that no member in this chamber, Madam Speaker, would want to undermine that fundamental constitutional right by discussing matters which are within the rightful purview of and jurisdiction of the courts and which are pending before them a decision. This brings us back to the reason for the rule, to protect not only the constitutional principles of judicial independence and separation of powers, but also the constitutional rights of accused persons. In a House that is respectful of those principles, as well as constitutionalism and the rule of law, we must do all we can to avoid interference or even the perception of interference with due process, the broader principles of the fundamental justice, and the impartial role of the courts. The sub judice rule, Madam Speaker, helps to protect judicial independence and the rule of law by avoiding the risk that judges or juries could be seen to be influenced by the debate in this place. Given the matters presently before the courts implicating SNC-Lavalin, it is important that we exercise the requisite prudence and refrain from discussing these matters not only, as I have described, in order to protect parties, but also because the trial could be affected by the outcome of the debate in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually served on the Justice Committee in the last Parliament and got to know quite a bit about how our system fits in. Particularly, I was quite interested in what the member had to say. I'm also fascinated that he chose the Shawcross principles, Madam Speaker, and conveyed it also with the sub judice aspect, simply because, Madam Speaker, the members arguing that there needs to be a strong differentiation to ensure that people have equality under the law, and that's absolutely true. But when the Prime Minister and his staff, and I would even gather the Privy Council clerk, when they decided, Madam Speaker, unsolicited, to try to change the mind of the Attorney General, unsolicited, he's absolutely right. The Shawcross principles allow for the AG to consult. That means to ask for input, but not the other way around, where they can suddenly say, we want to talk to you and we want to influence it. Madam Speaker, is this member concerned about keeping the protections of the equality of law and the rule of law by separating the legislative and the executive away from the judicial branch? Because, Madam Speaker, that's what I'm concerned here, that this Prime Minister and his staff have interfered with that process and now is undermining the rule of law.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
The problem with the question, Madam Speaker, and the statement that the member made is that he's assuming that that pressure was applied. What I was discussing and what I put on the table and what I talked about in my speech is that it is completely legitimate for the discussions to take place, providing that the end result and the decision at the end of the day is made by the Attorney General. This member has absolutely no proof to suggest otherwise, other than the trumped-up conspiracy theories that the Conservatives love to put on the table these days, because they understand, and to a certain degree they're not entirely wrong in the fact that they can influence public opinion through trumping up fears and scandal where they just simply don't exist.
That's right. Members that there's plenty of opportunity to ask questions and comments, and to please wait until I ask for questions and comments to say anything, unless I have recognized those members. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I am going to follow up on my colleague's comment from the Okanagan. He was asking a very clear question. You stood up and talked very much about the sub judice rule and the importance of the separation of Parliament and the judicial branch, but you're standing up here also defending
the questions to the chair and not to the individual members.
Up through the chair, and he defends the executive branch not exhibiting that same respect for the process. So that is the question here, and I would like to ask him to stand up and suggest that it is okay for the executive branch to interfere in the judicial process when he so clearly articulated how it was not okay for Parliament.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, the reason why my speech and what I had to say was germane to the discussion is because the Conservatives would like to exploit something that the average person doesn't understand. What that relationship should be, between the Attorney General, Cabinet, and those that are helping to advise Cabinet. And if they actually stopped heckling for a second and listen to my answer, the member who just asked the last question will realize that I actually already answered this, which is the fact, Madam Speaker, that the relationship exists, that the appropriate discussions are to be had, but at the end of the day, the decision comes down to the Attorney General. And that is exactly what has happened in this case, despite the fact that the Conservatives would like you to believe otherwise.
That's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
By way of clarification, specifically what Mr. Wernick said at the committee hearing is that we are discussing, quote, lawful advocacy, and secondly, that all of the conversations were appropriate, lawful, and legal. But I want to ask my colleague about the aspect of remediation agreements, because there are certain things that are covered by confidentiality and privilege, but remediation agreements and the law are clear. And what they talk about is, in remediation agreements, is that the purpose of them is to avoid the negative consequences on people like employees, customers, and pensioners. What the remediation agreements talk about is the fact that in order to participate in one, you need to admit responsibility, forfeit any benefit that you've received, pay a penalty, agree to cooperate with further investigations. In light of the fact that we know now that 5 members of the G7, Japan, France, Britain, the United States, and now Canada, have remediation agreements, is this kind of provision the type of provision that his constituents in Kingston and other constituents around the country would like to see in terms of harmonizing our rules with the rules among other members of the international order, including our specific G7 trading allies?
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. It's critical that we harmonize our rules and the procedure we have with our major trading partners and all the partners of the G7. This is how we're going to continue to develop those globally economic relationships that will be beneficial for everybody.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I would think that if this member actually took the time to talk to his constituents, they might have some concerns. And it's interesting that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice now wants to talk about deferred prosecution agreements. If that was the case, why didn't the Justice Committee study them? Oh, that's right. It was buried in an omnibus bill that the Finance Committee found, where members did not even know that that was slipped in until it came up. Now, Madam Speaker, it says, and I go back to it here, I quote, "It is a pillar of our democracy that our system of justice be free from even the perception of public interference and uphold the highest levels of public confidence." Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister said to Canadians that the best disinfectant is sunlight. We've asked for the Prime Minister to come and present his view of the events, as well as others, Madam Speaker, so that we can get to the bottom of this. Because, again, from the former AG's quote that I said here, to uphold the highest levels of public confidence, what does this member have to hide from having the Prime Minister share exactly what went on, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, as has been mentioned many times in this House, the Prime Minister has indicated that he is seeking legal counsel from the Attorney General in terms of his ability to waive his privilege that currently exists. As I indicated in my speech, it is absolutely imperative that we make sure that people are properly protected so that the results of what is discussed out in the public doesn't impact the particular court case.
From Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, to allow the member to to answer the question. And if he has another question, he can always get up and ask another question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, let me say to you that I extend my apology to the member opposite. I guess it really engaged me in his speech today, and I think that that's something that is gratifying, hopefully, to both of us. So, Madam Speaker, I would go back again. He talked in his last answer to me that he believes that people need to be protected and that the Prime Minister is weighing whether or not he can lift solicitor-client privilege. Madam Speaker, this is important for us to know. Is the member opposite suggesting that the Prime Minister is not being clear with Canadians and somehow he's using client solicitor privilege as a means to prevent the truth from coming out? As I said earlier, Madam Speaker, the former AG said that the confidence of Canadians in the highest levels is of utmost importance to her. When she put out a statement after her shuffle. Madam Speaker, I'd like to know if this member believes that.
Our member for Kingston and the Islands.
See, Madam Speaker, this is exactly what I was suggesting that the Conservatives do. They take something that's said and try to spin it. He knows full well that when I said protected, I was talking about those that are going before the courts who have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. He knew exactly what I was talking about, but instead he tried to spin this in a way that made it sound as though I was trying to say something that simply wasn't the case. The Prime Minister has indicated, Madam Speaker, that he is currently seeking advice from the Attorney General as to whether or not he can waive client solicitor privilege.
The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
I would like to inform the House that on Wednesday, February 27th, 2019 shall be an allotted day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise au débat. The Honourable Member for Thompson-Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am glad to have the opportunity to rise and debate this really important motion today, which of course is calling for the Prime Minister to go before the Justice Committee and provide some clarity to what is actually going on. I do want to note I'm going to be sharing my time with the member from Louis Saint Laurent, and the thing I think we need to do is we need to first cast back, and I think we want to cast back to perhaps pre-2006. And there was something happening at that time that was very important. And of course, there was the Gomery inquiry happening, and there was a sponsorship scandal. And what was that all about? It was about, within the Liberals, broad corruption, illegal activities, and the funneling of precious taxpayers' dollars to suit their own purpose. This was a really significant thing, and Canadians were very concerned about what was going on, and in actual fact put them into the penalty box for the next 10 years because they saw what this Liberal government was doing in terms of their ethics and their inability to protect taxpayers' dollars. So then what happened is, of course, the 2006, when the Conservatives took over, we recognized that there were some significant issues that needed to be addressed, and of course we had the Accountability Act, and we also set up the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and that was to try and keep that separation that was so important and to deal with some of the many flaws that we had seen in terms of large amounts of dollars going from taxpayers to the benefit solely of the Liberal Party of Canada. So, of course, 2015 came along, and we had a Prime Minister that talked about sunny ways. He talked about transparency. He talked about doing things differently, and Canadians listened, and Canadians gave him a majority mandate. I think what they were given was a veneer. It was a good talk. But what we found from over the last 3.5 years, that was all it was. And I think I've used this example before, and I'm going to use it again. What we have is a Prime Minister taking a healthcare example. He might have a good bedside manner, but he's absolutely not the person that you want doing your diagnosis, doing your surgery, or behaving in any kind of way that you expect from your leadership. So we are 3 years in, and we have, first of all, we have broken promises. We have a deficit that they promised that we wouldn't have. We had, they promised electoral reform. What happened with electoral reform? And then, of course, we had a series of ethical violations. We have the Aga Khan, I believe there was 4. The Prime Minister was found guilty of 4 violations when he accepted a trip. Is this sounding like the Liberals from the 10 years prior? It sure is sounding like those Liberals to me. We have handing out by the Fisheries Minister, who was also the prior Fisheries Minister, a lucrative surf clam contract to, again, friends and insiders. We have the Minister of Finance that managed to forget the villa in France that he owned. Not many of us would forget a villa in France, but he happened to. And so what we've had is not only a series of broken promises, but we have a number of ethical violations, which to me is a huge, huge betrayal of what Canadians, the trust that Canadians put in this government in 2015 when they made so many promises to be different, to be better. So this really brings us to where we are today, and really it's really quite a sordid saga that we have in front of us. I think many of us were surprised as anyone when the former Attorney General was unceremoniously shuffled into the Veterans Affairs portfolio, and certainly anyone watching that particular ceremony that day could tell that she was not particularly pleased with what was happening. We knew in the budget bill, the government that had promised never to introduce omnibus budget bills, there was, for my portfolio, there was an addition to reserve policy that I asked that maybe the Indigenous Affairs Committee could look at. They refused. They voted us down. They didn't allow us to look at that. Shoved into a budget bill, and there was also this deferred prosecution agreements clause, which now in retrospect is one of the first dots that we need to connect. So what we're going to have is a number of dots that connect to provide actually what is a very clear story. So we have a prosecution agreement. We know we had a company that was working very hard to have that deferred prosecution agreements inserted and made into law. So things were going along quite well according to the plan. And that was the plan all along, was to allow the deferred prosecution agreement. They can say what they want in terms of that other countries do it, but clearly it was put there for a purpose. So then we hear in September, of course, that they weren't going to play ball. The independent public prosecution office wasn't going to play ball with the Prime Minister's plan. What happened next? You know, the government talks about the importance of sub judice. We heard the prior speech talking about how critical it was to separate the judicial branch and the legislative branch, and that was absolutely critical. Well, what we have also is we have an executive branch, and there is and there should be a similar separation in terms of what is happening. But they're not talking about that today, and they haven't so far showed that they've got any respect for the critical importance of having an executive branch and the separation, again, with the judicial branch. We had the budget bill we talked about. We have the decision by the public prosecutions, and then we have what starts to be and is now a well-documented outreach. This is not the Attorney General of Canada asking for some advice, some support, some context. This is outreach by the most powerful in this country. This is the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's office, Gerald Butts, the clerk of the Privy Council, just happening to do outreach to the former Attorney General to suggest she needed more context around her decision. That is absolutely shameful that they would ever suggest that that is not pressure. Anyone who has their boss, the head of the Privy Council, and Mr. Butts, who was, the Prime Minister said, when Mr. Butts speaks, it is coming from me. Don't ever let anyone tell you that that is not pressure when they just happen to be asking for giving context. Will you rethink your decision? What's happening here? This is going to be important when she had already made a decision. And I thought one of the articles I read this weekend was absolutely perfect. It was, how many times does our Auditor General have to say no? To ask her again and again and again, the company's still lobbying and they want a different decision. The clerk of the Privy Council suggests that this was just appropriate pressure. Madam Speaker, that is not appropriate pressure, and there was no one, I think, that actually believes out there that was appropriate pressure. So what we need is the ability not only to hear from the Auditor General, we need to hear from the Prime Minister of Canada, because what we have here is potentially, not only is it a breach of interference from the executive branch to the judicial branch, I'm not even sure that we don't have something criminal going on here, and we need to get to the bottom of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
A few comments and then a question, Madam Speaker. So just in reference to this debate and how it's rolled out today, the member from Central Okanagan actually had his facts wrong when he was talking about the lack of scrutiny and discussion about remediation agreements. It was studied at the Justice Committee on November 7th. It was studied at the Finance Committee. It was studied at the Senate Committee. And that was all occurred after a year-long consultations. The member in her comments today, and I thank her for her contributions today, said that we, quote, haven't got any respect for the separation between the judicial and the executive branch. I'll apologize for finding that kind of commentary quite rich coming from a member of that level of experience, given the track record of the previous government insofar as their ability to take the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper at the time, to throw Beverly McLaughlin entirely under the bus for daring to comment on the qualifications of a potential Supreme Court appointee. But my question is as follows, Madam Speaker. In respect of the separations that need to occur and accountability mechanisms, there is one. It's called the Standing Committee on Justice. They've undertaken a study. They've indicated clearly on the record that the witness list is not closed. Why is the position of the opposition benches such that they are unwilling to let the Justice Committee continue to do its important work in terms of clearing, shedding some light on this very issue?
Our member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, when the Justice Committee was first considering this issue, there was a large list of witnesses that was presented by both the official opposition and the NDP in terms of consideration. The Liberals are simply using their majority to cherry pick who shows up in terms of the witnesses that they want to have attend committee. So for him to suggest that why would we not just let the Justice Committee do its work, absolutely they're going to do their work, but I think it's also important that Parliament, when it's an issue as important as what we have before us today, to hear the will of Parliament, or at least to hear the oppositions, and hopefully a few brave backbenchers who will do the right thing and recognize that it is important for the Prime Minister to actually come to committee and to share his truth as he understands it.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for her speech. This is a serious matter. Parliament is not often presented with a motion in which the sitting Prime Minister is being called to testify under oath in front of Parliament. It did actually happen in a previous Parliament when Stephen Harper was here, and Liberals joined with us, I suppose in some form of alliance they were happy to participate in then, to call then Prime Minister Stephen Harper to testify under oath at committee. And the reason that was so serious is because the concerns and allegations under the Nigel Wright-Mike Duffy affair went right into the heart of the Prime Minister's office. what had taken place, had money exchanged hands, and what for. And those were rightly concerns for Canadians. My Conservative colleagues don't always want to remember those days. Fair enough. But that was something that Canadians, including even Liberals in that case, wanted to know what was going on in the Prime Minister's office. Right now, and I'll ask my question here, Madam Speaker, the allegations that have been put forward into the public, the Prime Minister's constantly shifting story, that within his office, the Attorney General may have received constant and unrelenting pressure to allow a plea deal to a company that had extensively lobbied this government for special treatment. That is special access. That is two sets of laws, one for specially connected people and companies, and another set for everybody else. When we're dealing with this gravity of power and the potential abuse of that power, is it not time for Canadians to hear from the Prime Minister himself?
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess it is important to point out that certainly a Conservative scandal is $16 orange juice and paying taxpayers' dollars back where it was felt that they didn't pass the actual smell test. So, I think what we're talking about is absolutely a different scale. I talked at the start of my comments about the sponsorship scandal and how the Liberals had this sense of entitlement about how they could use taxpayers' dollars for their own purposes, their own gain. We are now hearing how the Liberals continue to, whether it's the AGACON, whether it's some of the other issues that they've been found guilty of ethical violations, they continue to blur the boundaries to accomplish what they want. And in this case, what they have is some of the most powerful people in this country pressuring the former Attorney General, a First Nations accomplished who we all were proud of when she took over that role, and just unceremoniously turfing her because she did not do what they wanted her to do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to participate in this debate, even though as a Canadian, I would have rather that this sad story had never happened. Madam Speaker, the question here is to know to what extent politics, the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's cabinet, got involved in a legal criminal matter. Madam Speaker, this is one of the fundamental elements of our democracy. There should be no ties between politics and justice. There has to be a wall between the two, and to all appearances, unfortunately, there was political interference in a criminal affair. Let's remind you of the facts. In 2015, a Montreal company was subject to criminal proceedings after corruption in Libya. And they were found guilty of corruption for a project in Montreal, the CUSM. Then, Madam Speaker, on last June 21st, the Liberal government adopted an ominous bill, C-75, in which, at the very end of this bill, we find a component that has absolutely nothing at all to do with the budget. It's what we call the remediation agreement. And it clearly defines a way for a company that is facing criminal proceedings internationally, which is the case here, can reach an agreement with the government. And if this happens, there is a way forward. So, Madam Speaker, Article 175.3, subsection 3 says black and white, the government should not take account of economic national considerations. End of quote, Madam Speaker. So this omnibus bill that was adopted with all the articles related to the remediation agreement have nothing to do with the budget. And that's happened on June 21st. In such cases, the director of public prosecutions looks at the case, makes a decision, and then informs the company. And that's exactly what happened, Madam Speaker. On September 4th, the director of public prosecutions informed the company in question that they would continue with proceedings and that there would be no deal. And that's it, Madam Speaker. only a few days ago, 3 weeks ago, the Globe and Mail tells us that there was very strong pressure on the former Attorney General, which would have led to her stepping down, having been let go from her position. And then what happened? September 17th, the Prime Minister contacted the former Attorney General to talk about the case. December 5th, the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister contacted the former Attorney General to talk about the case. 19th of December, the top-ranking public servant, the public servant at the tip of the apex, picked up the phone and called the former Attorney General. January 14th, the former Attorney General was relieved of her duties by the Prime Minister. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker, and so what we need to look at here is just how much influence the former Attorney General was subjected to, how much pressure, and whether it was undue or not. I remind you, Madam Speaker, that last week the Globe and Mail, the newspaper behind the file and the story, this file that has tarnished Canada's international reputation, the Globe and Mail brought out another article stating that at Cabinet last week, the former Attorney General said she was subjected to undue pressure. So, Madam Speaker, last week, the top-ranking public servant in this country said that on 3 separate occasions, pressure was brought to bear, but it wasn't undue pressure. Well, I understand that. It's just the Prime Minister, the Principal Secretary, and the top-ranking public servant, 1, 2, 3. And they all pressed the Attorney General on an issue, but that wasn't undue pressure. That is undue pressure on the face of it, Madam Speaker. But the top-ranking public servant appeared before committee, said we pressed exerted some pressure, but it wasn't undue pressure. Now, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, what we're here to answer is whether or not the pressure was undue, and we'd like to get that answer from the person who was subjected to it, not to the person exerting the pressure. Now, what did this result in, Madam Speaker? The Attorney General was relieved of her duties as Attorney General. So as I said, that 3 weeks ago, the Globe and Mail was on the file, and what did we see? Well, we saw one mistake after the other. By the head of government. On 5 separate occasions, initially, he changed his version of the facts. On 5 occasions, he said one thing and the opposite. Among other things, he said from the outset that the issue hadn't been dealt with or discussed, or that he couldn't discuss the issue because it fell under cabinet confidence. He was contradicted the following week by the head of the public service, who said it wasn't discussed at cabinet. Isn't that interesting? Now, the Prime Minister said the proof that it's all going well is that her position around the cabinet table speaks for itself. And then, poof, she resigns. Now, Madam Speaker, as I said, what happened a few days? The Prime Minister had his eyes full of water. He said, I should have condemned those people who attacked the former Attorney General. And then, in the House, she said, I'm eager to speak my truth. I was sitting here in my seat. The Prime Minister was, 10 or 12 feet away from me? Good thing he didn't have a machine gun in his eyes, because it wouldn't have been well, because he wasn't happy when she stood up and said she was eager to speak her truth. Now, we want everyone to have an opportunity to appear. The Attorney General, the former Attorney General, the Principal Secretary, the Prime Minister. Initially, we asked for that, and they said, no, this is a witch hunt. You're simply distracting from. Well, then what happened? The Principal Secretary and the Attorney General
can appear. But what we need is the truth. That is why, as part of this motion put forth by the Leader of the Opposition, we are calling for the well-being of Canada, that the Prime Minister waive cabinet confidence so the former Attorney General can speak. Now, the government House leader said on the government benches and the Liberal Party, we believe in the Parliament, in the Parliamentary Committee. We respect it. Well, prove it. Prove it. The best way to prove or to shed light on the situation is to allow the main people involved to appear, to share their versions. Now, to date, we've had the version of the top public servant, the clerk of the Privy Council. Okay. Tomorrow, well, and that was spectacular with all of the revelations with respect to the telephone call where he said, I just identified the importance of the decision. I didn't exert any pressure. Coming from the top public servant? And then right, a few days before, it was the Prime Minister's principal secretary who contacted her. And that doesn't matter either, according to him. And on the 17th of September, the Prime Minister had a discussion with the former Attorney General. Madam Speaker, Canadians want the truth. And the best way of getting the truth is to allow the Prime Minister to appear before the Parliamentary Committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
I appreciate the comments made by the member opposite and his contribution to today's debate. I would just like to state that the comments made by Mr. Wernick before committee were that the conversations were lawful and appropriate. Now, with respect to a comment made by the member opposite, he represents a riding in Quebec, and this deals with the issue of remediations and the impact. What the criminal code states, 715.31F, is that the objective is to reduce the consequences on people, among others, who are holding those accountable who need to be held accountable. So I'd like to know if the member thinks that having that aspect in the code is something that means we can take action against the corporate leaders who are responsible and not take action against the people, the actual employees. Is that a good tool to have in the criminal code? The honourable member. Well, I'd like to congratulate my colleague opposite for the quality of his French. I'd also like to say that I didn't say that anything was illegal. I said that the head of the Privy Council called the former Attorney General. I said that he brought pressure to bear. Now, the bill that his government drafted was an omnibus bill. On page 534 of the bill, in 175.3.3, it states that the economic considerations must not be taken into account. It's written black and white here. And the decision was made on the 4th of September by the Attorney General, and the information was passed on. Now, if they had a problem with that, they needed to take some action ahead of that. They didn't comply with their laws, nor did they respect the integrity of the person involved. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for outlining the facts, but we've heard about the facts several times today, so I'd like to ask a question that's a little bit on the periphery, but that is linked. Now, the Liberals' line of defense is yes, but through these types of agreements, we protect jobs. Now, it seems to me that if I had wanted to put together a bill that would protect jobs, I wouldn't have put it in a budget omnibus bill. I would have said, this is how we're going to deal with it. So those clauses were almost hidden in the omnibus bill. So isn't this like an attempt to put in place tools to help party friends instead of to defend people in this country? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, I'd like to thank the member for his contribution to the debate. And I would point out that it was an omnibus bill on a budget, so it had nothing to do. He's absolutely right. If the Liberal government was proud of it, of defending jobs that it was, it would have talked about that. Now, I'm not going to reread through 175.33 subparagraph 3, as I've already read it, but in the Liberal document on omnibus bills, they say we will not use these legislative schemes. There will not be omnibus bills. Now, this is exactly what they did, Madam Speaker. Not only did they violate their election pamphlets, they're trying to make Canadians believe that they can do anything they want. And that, if they want to set the record straight for Canadians, they need to vote in favor of this motion to allow the Prime Minister to appear before committee. I will advise the next speaker that I will have to interrupt him in 3 minutes.
Speaker, I'm glad to be able to comment on this very important debate because as we should all take some lesson in this, that there's no satisfaction in a day in which the allegations against a sitting Prime Minister have become so intense and important that the House of Commons seeks to call that Prime Minister under oath before committee. What we're talking about here are incredibly serious allegations about a Prime Minister's story that has changed almost on a daily basis. The story of very well-connected executives being able to lobby a government 50 times in under a couple of years in order to get the federal laws changed, to allow them a plea deal in a criminal investigation, in a criminal case in which they have been found guilty of bribery and fraud. The eventual pressuring, the constant pressuring of the former Attorney General, which may have gotten her fired for resisting. And for my Liberal colleagues that say, well, there's nothing to see here because the company didn't yet get their plea deal, that has not yet been successful. The attempt at obstruction of justice is also a crime, punishable by up to 10 years in jail. I'll quote somebody I think the Liberals might be interested in hearing from. Quote, "It's really frustrating to see the level of mistrust and disgust that Canadians are having towards Parliament, towards this Prime Minister right now. It's time the Prime Minister showed some leadership and actually came clean on everything he knew. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is if everyone testifies under oath." Who said that? Well, that was the former Prime Minister. The former Prime Minister believes that the then Prime Minister Harper needed to testify under oath because of a changing story, because of the allegations in the Duffy Wright affair were so significant that Canadians needed to understand that. And the Liberals now say, hey, we're Liberals, we're different. When corruption happens with Liberals, it shouldn't be held to the same standard as everybody else, which is exactly how the sponsorship scandal was born, bred, and executed to this country. Now, we're talking about power, Madam Speaker. They can continue to heckle, but voices will be heard because we're talking about a very powerful man, perhaps the most powerful man in Canada, the Prime Minister, who's using his privilege, his client solicitor privilege, to not allow the former Attorney General to speak her full truth, which she has asked for just last week in this House of Commons. And she's written to the Justice Committee today that says until the Prime Minister is able to waive that privilege, she is unable to fully testify and explain what happened. You know who has the power to allow this Indigenous woman, this Indigenous leader to speak fully is the Prime Minister of Canada. The only person who has that power. And for someone who professed to Canadians that he would be different, that he believes in transparency, he believes in the rule of law, the only person that can allow that full story to come to light is this Prime Minister. The irony must be rich for these Liberals who have talked about transparency and reconciliation and being better than they've been in the past, to watch this whole scandal slowly and terribly unfold in front of their very eyes. And that we have a woman sitting in this House seeking to speak and a Prime Minister who refuses to allow her to do so. If he's got a good story to tell, then he can come in front of committee under oath and tell it.
Comme il est 18h15, il est donc
It being 6:15, it is my duty to interrupt the debate and to put forth with all matters to deal with the business of supply.
I, Ms. Raitt, move that given the Prime Minister's comments on Wednesday, February 20th, 2019, that the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights is the appropriate place for Canadians to get answers on the SNC-Lavalin affair, and given his alleged direct involvement in a sustained effort to influence SNC-Lavalin's criminal prosecution, the House order the Prime Minister to appear, testify, and answer questions at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights under oath for a televised 2-hour meeting before Friday, March 15, 2019.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent veulent bien dire non.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my view, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
question is the following one.
Mr. Scheer.
Seconded by Ms. Raitt, move that given the Prime Minister's comments of Wednesday, February 20, 2019, that the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights is the appropriate place for Canadians to get answers on the SNC-Lavalin affair, and given his alleged direct involvement in a sustained effort to influence SNC-Lavalin's criminal prosecution, the House order the Prime Minister to appear, testify, and answer questions at the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights under oath for a televised 2-hour meeting before Friday, March 15, 2019. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. McColman. Mr. Kent. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. Bloch. Mr. Fast. Ms. Rempel. Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Berthod. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abultayev. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lobb. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Reed. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Generou. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Carey. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Yordega. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Dreeshen. Mrs. Falk-Battleford-Lloyd-Minster. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Tilson. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Diot. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Aglinski. Mr. Trost. Monsieur Caron. Madame Brosso. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Ramsey. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Madame Sanssouci. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Duval. Monsieur Dussault. Ms. Benson. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Johns. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Marcel. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Ms. May Saint-Gall-Filing. Mr. Weir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Taggart. Mr. Hare. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Mrs. Philpott. Monsieur Leblanc. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Morneau. Monsieur Lemetti. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scroll. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. McKenna. Madame Leboutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cuzner. Ms. Murray. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs. Monsieur Schiffke. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Hernandez Sangri. Mr. Fillmore. Monsieur Massey, Avignon le Métis Matin Matapédia. Ms. Goldsmith Jones. Mr. Oliver. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Poisson. Mrs. Romanato. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratansi. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldaig. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bettina. Monsieur Breton. Ms. de Brussen. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine-Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fregascados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Monsieur Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenberg. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fotzi. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rota.
Yeas pour 106, 106. Nays contre 155, 155.
I declare the motion defeated. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. I'd ask honorable colleagues to take their conversations into the hallways.
Yes, sir.
And I thank colleagues who might assist me by saying, shh. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to follow up on a question I posed to the Minister of Heritage about journalists and media workers who were here in Ottawa at the time with a clear message to the Liberals. Journalism is in a crisis. Their government inaction is why newspapers and media outlets are closing and why journalists are losing their jobs. We all know there is so much that can be done to save local news, and the government has the regulatory tools necessary to support journalists and media workers. They just need to use them. One of those tools is the ability to have web giants like Netflix, Facebook, and Google pay their fair share in Canada. They are exempt from Canadian content contributions, and this is causing a long, slow drain on the resources that are necessary to keep our local news strong and supported. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 80% of the advertising has migrated over to these digital platforms and this type of advertising, which has taken significant revenues out of the pockets of our local journalists and reporters, and the ability for the ad buys in traditional media to be able to support the very important work that they do. Other countries have taken the necessary steps to have these web giants pay their fair share when operating in their countries, in the European Union, in Sweden, recently New Zealand. But the question is, why have we not taken these same steps here in Canada? We also need to keep our small market newspapers strong. I represent small towns in my beautiful riding of Essex, and I know how hard our local reporters are working. And I'd like to give a special shout out to some of them who I see out working extremely hard all around the county. Shelby Y at the Harrow News, Silene Argent at the Essex Free Press, Matt Weingarten at the Lakeshore News, Ron Giaffu at the Rivertown Times in Amherstburg, Nelson Santos at the Kingsville Reporter, who is also the mayor of Kingsville, and the LaSalle Post. The Windsor Star also serves our area, but extreme cuts have continued to leave them with a skeleton of the once vibrant newsroom that they had. I know many reporters, like the brilliant Julie Coates-Wilder, who have watched their paper become a shadow of what it once was due to these cuts. And that creates tremendous pressure on journalists, Madam Speaker, because it's very difficult for them to do their work when there's so much pressure for them to produce content. And so we're starting to see stories that aren't able to be told because there simply aren't the reporters there to go out and cover those stories. CBC Windsor and CTV Windsor also have reporters who are running around our county trying to tell all of our stories. Our radio reporters like Adele Loisel at Blackburn News and Rob Hindy at AM 800, just to name a few. The stories that they tell are the stories of our lives, and so important to keep our communities connected and thriving. And in particular, Madam Speaker, in rural ridings, this is very critical. Often we do have that large hub of news media in the nearest city, but for the small towns, this is the way that they stay connected. They see what each other's children are doing. They talk about the important things that are happening in the town. The 5 municipalities that I represent, extremely active municipalities who need their stories to be told and for people to be able to access them. So it is becoming more and more difficult to tell these stories when the web giants are getting massive advertising dollars and getting a free ride on our system. I want to quote Jake Moore, who is the Uniform Media Chair, and he was here in Ottawa at that time, Madam Speaker. It's time for the government to address the massive shift in advertising and subscription revenues now going to American media giant techs such as Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, while Canada's cultural sector suffers. Canadian internet companies should be matching the financial contributions that cable TV companies make to the Canada Media Fund and the Independent Local TV News Fund. New Democrats will continue to stand up for media, for workers, for journalists at a time when free press couldn't be more critical. The question is, when will the Liberals get the courage needed to act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to continue the debate on the issue raised by my colleague, the Honourable member from Essex.
The government recognizes that media ecosystem offers reliable local news is one of the pillars of a democracy, and that any government action to support media has to respect journalistic independence.
Statement, the government announced 3 new initiatives in support of journalism, including 2 tax credits and a fiscal measure to encourage charitable donations to not-for-profit news organizations. The government also confirmed its $50 million initiative over 5 years to support local journalism in underserved communities.
The government will continue to consider any proposal to improve the way Canadians have access to reliable local news. Madam Speaker, Canadians expect to be able to benefit from open and innovative internet and to have access to high-quality Canadian content in a digital world that continues to grow.
Streaming services has changed the way Canadians discover, access, and consume content. Now, more than ever, Canadians go online. To keep up with these changes, our legislative framework needs to be modernized so that Canadian creators, consumers, and broadcasters can adapt and thrive in a changing environment.
Given the commitment that we made in the 2017 budget, the Ministers of Innovation, Science, Economic Development and of Canadian Heritage announced in June 28 that it would launch a review of the Radio Broadcasting and Telecommunications Act. A review of the Radio Communications Act will also be conducted.
Update and modernize the legislative framework in a balanced way that takes into account the realities of Canadian consumers, creators, and broadcasters.
The review will look at ways to better support creation, production, and distribution of Canadian content, both in French and in English. Moreover, it will focus on the updating and modernization of the radio broadcasting system by determining how all players are taken into consideration and how we can continue to contribute to this system.
A way to support the continued creation and production of Canadian content.
We are going to legislate on the basis of a very simple principle. Those who participate in the system should contribute to the system.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, as we speak, there's a conversation happening across our country about how critical independent media is. And the fact of the matter is that papers are closing. We've had papers that are over a century old close. We've had hundreds of reporters, hundreds of journalists have lost their job. We need urgent action. And to be quite honest, Madam Speaker, the initiatives that the Liberals brought forward are not enough on their own to get us back to the place where we were. And I recognize that things are shifting. Media workers and journalists recognize that. But there are some concrete steps that need to be taken by this government. One is that the tax incentives for Canadian advertisers to keep their media spends within Canada. Two, the web giants paying their fair share. Why do they continue to get a free pass, Madam Speaker? Yes, we've shifted on these platforms, but they need to pay their fair share. And third, matching the financial contributions that cable TV companies have made to the Canada Media Fund. These are three critical, important steps that the government could take in the upcoming budget.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The review of the radio broadcasting and telecommunications laws will be conducted by a group of external experts, including Ms. Janet Yale, Mr. Peter S. Grant, Mr. Hank Intvin, Ms. Marina Pavlovich, Ms. Monique Simard, Ms. Monica Song, and Mr. Pierre Trudel, who all have deep knowledge and experience. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte. Madam Speaker, in October, I asked if we would return to sanctions due to delays on the Champlain Bridge, which show that P3s are not more effective. And people responded by talking about security. Now I'd like to talk about durable infrastructure. On February 12th, I was in the region of near my riding, and I had a conference with the federal government which talked about long-term infrastructure and jobs. I had a discussion with the owners, the owner and his son, and also with David Josuin, the director of the project, and the director of research and development. I was happy to learn that this company in my riding provides concrete for the Champlain Bridge. They also provided this concrete. They guarantee it for 120 years. I was happy to see that this investment will pay off in the long term. And we have to use durability as a criteria when we do. There are bids tendered for the federal government. The Liberals said now that they're acting on infrastructure, and it is high time that they look at lasting infrastructure. Taxpayers want quality infrastructure with less environmental impact that will last longer. So this has to be included in their calls for tender. I'd like to underscore initiatives of companies in my riding, and concrete is a wonderful example of lasting infrastructure, and this is an example of an innovative procedure which should inspire everyone, including the federal government. We are now going to build all our infrastructure based on long-term infrastructure performance criteria. And this will take into account economic, environmental, social costs when we restore or replace infrastructure. Recently, I participated on the Infrastructure Committee on these criteria, and the DPO, Mr. Yves Géaud, answered my question. In your example, he was talking about BCR in terms of project financing, which costs a little bit more, but they offer better cost effectiveness. And here's what he said to me. The NDP believes that the funding that is necessary for building lasting infrastructure should not be seen just as expenses, but as long-term investment that has environmental benefits and respects the environment and the impact on our communities. As my NDP colleague from HoC, we have to make sure that lasting innovation is taken into account when we build community social housing. It's also important for lower-income Canadians. We have to use lasting materials so that there are clear benefits for the environment. Inclusion, Madam Speaker, I'm convinced that lasting economic development is good for infrastructure, social housing, transportation, and it will benefit the economy and minimize the impact on the environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our priority is to make sure that the Samuel de Champlain Bridge is built without compromising the security of the workers or the quality of the work done. We've made considerable progress on the new bridge, and the structure is almost done now. In December, the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities joined workers on the deck of the bridge to mark this milestone and to announce that the new structure would be called the Samuel de Champlain Bridge.
Finishing work, including waterproofing and paving, which will begin in the spring when the necessary weather conditions permit it.
As the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities announced on October 25th, the Samuel de Champlain Bridge will be open to traffic by June 2019 at the latest.
With our private partner, Signature on the St. Lawrence, or SSL, to ensure that the bridge is completed to the highest possible standards. At the same time, we're responsibly managing public funds and respecting the terms and conditions of the contract with SSL.
In terms of the contract with SSL and the fines, the Minister clearly stated that there would be consequences. We are negotiating some points with SSL, and we will communicate the result of these negotiations in a public and open and transparent manner.
This signature project is taking shape. We recognize the hard work and determination of all workers to complete the construction of this signature bridge for the Greater Montreal area, which will serve bridge users for generations to come.
We'd like to thank all those who worked on this project, and we're looking forward to the bridge opening later this year. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to pay tribute to the work of all the people who worked on the wonderful bridge, and I think it's very beautiful, the Champlain Bridge. In committee, there were two ministers of infrastructure and communities that appeared over the past year, and both of them, when we asked them about the situation of the Champlain Bridge, which is a good example, I asked each of them why could we build the pyramids and could we not build a bridge that lasted more than 150 years? And I sincerely hope that the Samuel de Champlain Bridge will last more than 100 years, because we have to have lasting infrastructure. And I ask the government for all its tenders to have durability criteria in place. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague for her comments.
To deliver a bridge that is safe for Canadians and one that will endure for many years to come, and indeed, like my colleague, I hope for as long as the pyramids have stood. It is our responsibility to make sure that we build a bridge that will be as safe as it is spectacular, and we're doing just that. We've worked closely with our private partner, SSL, through this project, and the progress we have made to date is obvious to all who pass by the construction site.
The Samuel de Champlain Bridge will be open to traffic as soon as possible, or by June 2019 at the latest, and the current bridge will continue to be used until then.
Continue to work closely with SSL to ensure a quality, toll-free new Champlain Bridge without compromising the safety of workers and the public, and while ensuring sound management of taxpayers' money. Merci.
Thank you.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, Londoners remain haunted by the indecision and lack of clarity on the part of this government surrounding the Saudi LAV contract at General Dynamics. While some believe it comes down to a choice between sustainable jobs and respect for human rights, I believe there's a third alternative. Instead of his typical spin, why doesn't the Prime Minister research his community's commitments under the contract, determine whether financial penalties exist, calculate the number of vehicles remaining to be shipped, and on what platforms the LAVs are built? The Prime Minister must be clear as to what protections he will provide to Canadian workers and the community caught in this mess that was created by his Liberal government and the previous Conservative government. None of this is the fault of workers, and workers should not suffer in the fallout. The Prime Minister should be able to find alternative, reliable customers for the contract. Canada plans to buy military trucks from the United States. Why not call upon General Dynamics to fill this $2 billion order instead? Our military is not properly equipped for foreign and domestic missions. This government can change that by purchasing any remaining LAVs for our military and sell or lease the surplus to countries engaged in peacekeeping. Bulgaria, for instance, is in need of the kind of world-class vehicles produced at General Dynamics. If there are any substantial financial penalties imposed by the Saudis, the Prime Minister can invoke the Magnitsky Act and target Saudi assets to minimize reprisals or recoup the lost funds. The Prime Minister also has the ability to create a transition fund for General Dynamics workers and others affected by this contract. Madam Speaker, Southwestern Ontario needs a manufacturing strategy that will return people to work and restore abandoned factories to full production. Canada lags far behind the rest of the industrial world with no substantive digital high-tech communication strategy. This government must make investments in technology, innovation, and training for workers to be competitive in the world market. My community of London, Ontario has the high-tech manufacturing infrastructure to advance a manufacturing strategy, one that's long overdue, and the intellectual infrastructure of Fanshawe College and Western University to support it. This government's lack of leadership has created anxiety and uncertainty for Londoners, General Dynamics workers, families, and the satellite industries of suppliers providing General Dynamics with goods and services. It's long past time for the Liberals to announce a clear plan to protect the jobs and futures of our workers and the broader community. Canadians deserve real, workable federal action now. We know that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its Crown Prince are unreliable customers who have committed human rights offenses, bombed Saudi citizens, committed brutal executions, imprisoned and tortured human rights advocates. They've created a war-induced famine that threatens the starvation deaths of 14 million people in Yemen, murdered critics, discontinued diplomatic relations, and withheld payment of $1.8 billion for Canadian-built LAVs. This Prime Minister and his government have indicated that they will sign the Armed Trades Treaty, which precludes Canada from selling or exporting armaments to human rights abusers. In August 2015, then Prime Minister Stephen Harper told the media that Canada must stop arms sales to regimes that flout democracy, such as Saudi Arabia. Given our international obligations to defend human rights and plan to sign the Arms Trade Treaty, the government may be forced to cancel the LAV contract. Sadly, the Prime Minister has failed to show the leadership to deal with this problem. Saudi human rights abuses are not going to end anytime soon. This controversy is not going away. The government must be proactive and provide solutions to this crisis.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Human rights are central to our foreign policy. As Canadians, we value our freedom, our democracy, and the rights guaranteed to us by our Charter. But not everyone is as fortunate. Many people are denied the right to live their lives as they wish to. This can especially be the case for women who around the world are forced to live as second-class citizens. We are using our voices as Canadians to speak up in the defense of human rights, even when it can be very difficult to do so. Our position on human rights, including women's rights, in Saudi Arabia is very clear. It is a position that we have advocated for both in public and in private since we came to office. This dialogue is critical to international diplomacy because it establishes a common understanding about the value we place on ourselves and on our fellow citizens and humankind. That is also why Canada has taken such a strong stance on the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. We are gravely concerned about the involvement of the Saudi government in this extraterritorial murder. The killing of dissidents is something horrific, shocking, and cannot be allowed to go uninvestigated. Murderers cannot enjoy impunity and immunity from consequences. We've demanded a full accounting of the killing and an independent international investigation. And Canada is not alone in this matter. Under our leadership, the foreign ministers of the G7 countries have made 2 separate statements on Mr. Khashoggi's murder. Canadians expect that our country's foreign policy respects our values. This is why we've committed to stronger and more vigorous arms export controls. That is why we passed Bill C-47, which will allow us to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty and also implements measures to ensure the Canadian arm exports are not used in unacceptable ways. We've consulted on these changes with industry as well as with civil society. Canadian arms manufacturers also want to ensure that their goods are not misused abroad. The Canadian Association of Defence and Security Industries supports our accession to the Arms Trade Treaty, which puts the treaty criteria, including human rights, directly into legislation. Those were the same changes that the member opposite voted against. She and her NDP colleagues voted against including human rights and gender-based violence as considerations in our arms export system. Madam Speaker, unlike the NDP, we live up to our principles. We're committed to supporting our strong defence industry and the important jobs that it supports. That includes through the significant investments across Canada that we make in our industries. Our government will always support Canadian workers and industries and defend their interests at home and abroad. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, an arms export system that was totally inadequate. What about the millions of other victims of the Saudis? I repeat my question of October 25th. Freedom, equality, justice, and peace are Canadian values. We have a deal with the Saudis that enables them to wage war, silence dissidents, and harm innocent civilians. A deal signed by the Conservatives and upheld by the Liberals. Canadians do not want to be complicit with Saudi Arabia's war crimes. This government has a responsibility to fundamental human rights and an absolute obligation to stand up for Canadian workers. We need to protect our communities. If the Liberals can protect bank profits and tax haven friends, they can protect the hard-working men and women of London because they are worth it. What is the Liberal plan for protecting workers and their families in light of this mess?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We strongly condemn the horrible murder of Jamal Khashoggi and are deeply concerned by reports on the participation of Saudi officials. We strongly demand and expect that Canadian arms exports are used in a way that fully respects human rights. That is why our government is committed to a stronger and more rigorous arms export system and to the Arms Trade Treaty, which contrasts completely with the member opposite. As the Prime Minister has said, we are actively reviewing existing export permits to Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. Therefore, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.